The cafe is on the New Road corner of the road, between the New Road stand and the Great Big Pavilion. The ice cream spot will be open today. It is in the picnic area at the rear of the Glamorgan stand. The ladies' pavilion will of course be open a little later in the day. Full details to follow. And the Great Big Pavilion is open for members, hot food, etc.
Well, we've got a nice unbroken get over rhythm going today. Bring people in. Turn it off, for goodness sake, I've phoned them twice.
Catered for wide range of training, leisure wear, match shirts, and your cricketing books are available there as well. The toilet facility is well located. Baby changing facilities in the Basil Dollar stand, in the cafe, and in the Grey Pavilion. I have to remind you about the health and safety rules. Don't come onto the ground anytime unless invited to do so. I might explain a bit more about that later in the day. But don't come on the ground unless you're invited to do so. Also reminded that racial or foul abuse and comments on this will result in ejection from the ground and possible prosecution. Please keep your bags with you at all times. If you're going off somewhere, just tell somebody to look after your bags for you. If you see something suspicious, then please go out to the nearest steward and inform them. Cashless Stadium and New Road payments to be made at all events. You can use major credit and debit cards and mobile phone payments. Smoking of cigarettes or electronic cigarettes are permitted in certain parts of the ground, on the cathedral side of the ground, on the car park, and on the pavilion side of the ground at the rear of the parking. No smoking anywhere else on the ground. Thank you very much. Scorecards available around the ground, they'll cost you a pound, and are available at all food, drink outlets and in the club shop.
Hallelujah.
From the Cricket Society Secretary Mike Hitchens. And also coming up during the winter months, the Cricket Society will have guests including Monty Panesar, Bill Newport, Paul Marbrace and David Mills. Still to confirm a guest for February and the January meeting on the Worcestershire player or official. Tuesday nights in the winter. It's short into the dark nights. Also coming up here on the 12th of August, which is a Friday, there's a six-a-side, Pro-Am six-a-side, and the
It's got a bit dull.
Good morning to our umpires, Tom Lumley and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Good morning from New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway on day 3 of this LV County Championship match between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. It's clouded over a little bit. We had bright sunshine while the players were out warming up for about the last hour or so, but it's gone a little bit grey now. However, I'm pleased to say that the forecast, should we trust it, is that we will get through the day without any rain, and we certainly hope so, because we've got an intriguing game of cricket going on here. And although Worcestershire are on top, it could still go either way. They're 279 runs ahead overnight, 147 for 6 in their second innings, but certainly signs yesterday that the pitch was still offering considerable assistance to the bowlers. Michael Neser in particular taking the last 3 Worcestershire wickets to fall in quick succession last night, finding quite a good deal of assistance in the pitch. So some speculation amongst the natives around here as to whether the game will finish today or go into a 4th day, and the man with the answer is alongside me, Nick Webb from BBC Wales Sport. Good morning, Nick. What do you reckon?
Good morning. I wouldn't be surprised to see a finish tonight. The quick chat I had with Ed Byram last night, he said that they would take a positive approach to a 4th innings run chase. He said there's still a ball out there with your name on it somewhere or other, so suggesting that Glamorgan would adopt an aggressive approach. And after events in the Test match,
A baseball approach.
something of an aggressive approach, which might see the game decided one way or the other this evening. That is, if Glamorgan can take these remaining Worcestershire 4 wickets in reasonable order this morning.
Absolutely. Well, they've got a chance. Gareth Roderick is on strike, but the night watchman Charlie Morris is also out there in the middle. Played pretty well last night as night watchman, and that's borne out by the numbers on the scoreboard that tell us that he actually faced 22 deliveries last night, and therefore he's faced 5 more deliveries than Gareth Roderick. So it was good night watchmaning. They're just taking a light reading now at the umpires. It is gloomy, as I said, and we might have the players trooping off the field. Indeed, that is the case. It won't be long. It won't be long, because the skies away to the west considerably brighter. I watched a lengthy weather forecast last night that suggested that it might be raining in your part of the world. Even at the moment, Nick, down in South Wales and certainly in Mid Wales, but that we're just a little bit to the east of the main band of rain. I think we're going to have clearing skies and brightening skies. I don't think this will be long, but the players have got out onto the middle, and the umpires have immediately, we're just about to start, and they've said, a bit gloomy, isn't it? And they've taken a light meter reading and decided that it is too gloomy. I'll keep talking because I'm about to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester shortly, but disappointing. But there's lots of time left in this game, and I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference, Nick.
No, I mean, looking away to our right over the ladies' pavilion, there is higher cloud, I think, on its way, probably within 5-10 minutes, so I don't think we're going to...
No, I would think that's very much the case, that we're likely to get underway fairly shortly, but we have had that peculiar experience of watching the players go out to the middle and batsmen take guard and everything just about to start, and the umpire saying, no, that's it, it's too dark, and it's actually brightening even as I speak here. Not quite what we had at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago, where they mopped up after a rain break and did all the mopping up, took hours and hours and hours, got everything ready, and the batsmen went out and they took guard, and literally just about to bowl the first ball, and somebody went, hang on a minute, there's a bit of a wet patch on this pitch. And they all stopped and they all gathered round and had a look at it. And they said, yeah, it's right on the length, we can't play. So off they went again.
You'd think someone would have noticed that before everyone got out in the middle.
They'd had that big hover cover on, and I think they took it off and just assumed that the actual strip would be completely pristine, and it was far from the case. But it was all literally seconds before the first ball, and I don't know who saw it, but somebody went, hang on a minute, look at this, and the big circle of people gathered around and they said, no, can't play on that.
Well, you can tell how brief it's likely to be because some of the Glamorgan players haven't even bothered to go up the stairs to the dressing room. Kieran Carlson's kicking a football around.
Well, he's kicking a rugby ball. And I love that. So I was just going to say,
he's got good skills with the rugby ball. Right? I thought he was doing keepy up with the football. He's a bit of a fly half, apparently, Kieran Carlson at school.
Well, they had their little goals out this morning. They were playing football, but before that I was pleased to see, as the Welsh county, that they were in keeping with tradition. There were a couple of rugby balls out for a few of their little warm-up routines. Only county I've seen using rugby balls, and I thought it was great.
Yeah, they used to do it a long time ago as their regular rugby, sort of touch rugby style, but it's been more football in recent years. The rugby ball thankfully has come back in.
Just an update for FM listeners. A slightly delayed start here. We've had a peculiar situation. We saw both teams come out onto the ground. Batsmen came out and took guard, and just as we were about to start, the umpires went, hang on a minute, it's a bit dark here, and they took a light reading and they decided it was too dark and the players have gone off. It won't be for long. Skies are brightening. I'm sure we'll be underway shortly. Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 147 for 6, 279 ahead, but play slightly delayed by bad light.
All very strange. James Harris is then over there talking with the group, including former Glamorgan opening batsman, captain and coach Alan Jones. Good to see him still in good physical condition into his senior years. Former president of the club as well, and general good egg.
Yeah, he was here yesterday, and Eddie Bevan mentioned him, and I recalled a splendid experience that I had when I was taking a school team to Monmouth when Andrew Jones, Alan's son, was in charge, and we had a wonderful lunch. Alan was there, along with Graham Burgess, and it was just an absolute pleasure to listen to their stories and their talk of cricket in times. A lot brighter now, isn't it? I think they'll be calling them out any second now. Is about to happen. Indeed it is about to happen. So it wasn't much of a delay, and the umpires are calling them out to the middle now, I think, and David Lloyd's going to lead Glamorgan out for the second time in the day, second time in about 5 minutes, and we might as well keep chatting while the players retake the field.
Shall we have a quick run through what's happening elsewhere?
Yeah, good idea.
Why not? Just to tell you that England women have just started their reply to South Africa's 184 all-out in the test match at Taunton. Roseanne Capp hit 150 of those runs, and Kate Cross took 4 wickets. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 551 for 8 declared. Middlesex 106 for 4. So Nottinghamshire on top, but into day 3, will they have time to force victory? Guess it depends if they can enforce the follow on there. At Hove, Derbyshire also made 551 for 8 declared. Sussex in reply 149 for 3, with Mohammed Rizwan on 59 not outs. Division 1, well, Hampshire against Essex will come to a conclusion today. Hampshire set 299 to win. They're 47 without loss. At Chelmsford, where Glamorgan will be heading on Saturday for T20 Fun and Frolics. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 337 all out. Lancashire in reply 226 for 4. Keaton Jennings made 94 there. At Northampton, Northants 451 all out. Warwickshire 77 for 1 in reply, so that game not particularly well advanced. Neither is it at the Oval, where Surrey piled up a massive 673 for 7 declared, with 4 Centurions. Kent in reply 149 for 2. Daniel Bell Drummond is 62 not out. So we've given you the position around the country, and after a delay of approximately 6 minutes, take 2 of Worcestershire against Glamorgan Day 3.
And Michael Nisa, well, he won't need to mark his run-up out because he'd already done that. Gareth Roderick probably won't need to take guard because he's already done that. He might just check it, and everybody goes back to where they were about 5 minutes ago when we were just about to start. 3 slips in place. Lloyd at first slip, Northeast at second, and Ingram, I think, at third.
Yep.
Third man, fine leg, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. Mid-on, mid-off cover point, the fielders. And a man out at deep square leg in case Nisa exercises the option of banging one in halfway down in an attempt to induce a top-edged pull or hook from the batsman. Pitch has helped the bowlers throughout, got a lot of pace and carry, although we did see one shoot along the ground when Ed Barnard was dismissed yesterday, but as Eddie Byram said in that interview that Nick was referring to, you do feel there might be one with your name on it. First ball of the day, Nisa bowls and Roderick tucks it away on the onside for a single. So Worcestershire are away, 148 for 6. And I thought 2 things struck me. One, that Michael Nisa is a very, very engaging young man. In that interview when I was standing behind you and you were videoing it.
Oh, Ed Byram last night, yeah.
Eddie Byram, very, very, did I say Nisa? Sorry, Eddie Byram. Charming young man and very modest, I thought, in his assessment of the way that he played. And the other thing that struck me was that, what he said about the pitch, really. And the fact that they would be positive if they were chasing. Nisa in, bowls to Morris, the night watchman, who drives sweetly off the back foot. There's a really good save by Carlson at extra cover diving to his left. The fact that clearly the batsmen are aware that there's something in this pitch and that you might get one sooner or later that you can't do much about, and I think that affects their mindset when they're batting, doesn't it? But it has often produced very positive cricket, that attitude, as you was hinting at, really. In comes Nisa again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Morris gets a run, just turning this one nicely off his pads to the man at wide long leg, and Morris is away for the day as well. He goes on to 10. And it's 149 for 6, and the lead creeps up towards 300, 281 now. Psychological barrier, I suppose, the 300 lead, psychological reference point, and my assessment, when somebody asked me this morning, I thought, well, if you chase 300 on this pitch and win, then you probably deserve to win. Nisa in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick. Extravagant leave, raises his hands high above his head. Taken by Cullen.
Shortish boundary on the far side of the field, and if anyone gets really set, then we could see a positive attacking innings, because the ball will travel.
Yeah,
it's coming down fast, and it can go off the bat fast.
Absolutely. I spoke to Joe Leach after the game, and he said as much, really, as Nisa bowls. Roderick removes his bottom hand as he drops this one down in the offside. He said, anything over 300 would be tough, but Glamorgan bat deep, and of course, he said, we've all seen it happen on more than one occasion where players come out with a positive mindset in a run chase on a pitch that perhaps has looked tricky, and make a mockery of what's gone in the previous 3 innings. So anything could happen. Nisa in again. Last ball of the first over of the day, bowls to Roderick, and he fishes at that one outside the off stump, be annoyed with himself. 3 slips in place, not really ideal to try and just run it down like that. And he's fortunate that he missed it. End of the over, he's on 4, Morris is 10. It's 149 for 6.
And Worcestershire have to come. Joe Leach, Josh Baker and Dylan Pennington, with Morris promoted from his first innings 10 to 8 last night as a night watchman to protect Joe Leach. Well, I suppose Joe Leach had done his bit for the day, hadn't he? Career best bowling performance of 6 for 44.
Yeah, we were talking about that. How low does your night watchman go, as it were? But I could see the logic of it.
Here's Hogan bouncing in, bowls and a fend by Morris, who didn't particularly look comfortable to that back of a length ball as it went through to Cullen.
He's just going through now what he should have done, which is leave it and sway his head out of the way. You got that bat in your hand, you're kind of conditioned to push at it sometimes. It's a good one, wasn't it? Well directed.
Glamorgan didn't have any success with the night watchman in the first innings when James Harris went in at 3. And he and Colin Ingram after him were both dismissed on day 1 as Hogan bowls, and that one's really taken off, and it's taken by a leaping Tom Cullen, and Charlie Morris is somewhat bemused.
Well, I watched that one on the Morris where he left it, as you'll see here on the replay, it's quite wide to start with, and he didn't have anything to do with it, but
no, I think he was
athletic stuff from Cullen, wasn't it?
I think he was slightly bemused by the way that it had taken off, not that he needed to play a shot, as you say. Hogan is into Morris again, and he runs that one down to third man for a single. Slightly uppish, but through about 5th slip. And that brings up the Worcestershire 150 to a light ripple of applause around New Road, where the crowd is, I suppose, commensurate with the grey skies and the less than summery feel of the weather today. Enough to make a bit of a noise, and there's still a few Welsh supporters here.
You see a flag up in the stand at the far end this morning.
Hogan is in, turned on the leg side, and Roderick will come back for a couple of runs to Carlson retreating at deep square leg. Yes, the Glamorgan Travellers flag is here. St Helens Balconeers brought a bus party up, so there's Welsh representation in the grounds, and it is one of the preferred locations for Glamorgan supporters to travel, being both picturesque and relatively close. Hogan to Roderick, leaves through lowish this time to Tom Cullen, outside off stump. 152 for 6. Remember, you have to add 132 to everything if you're listening at home on the BBC stream. If you're watching on the video stream, then you will have that mathematical equation done for you on the graphics. 284 the lead. 300 is not far away for the home side. As Hogan's in, bowls through, outside off stump. Hogan not quite finding his usual tight line in the first over. 152 for 6, lead by 284.
The most striking thing as well in that Hogan over was that the 2 lengths that he bowled, when he banged it in, it climbed very steeply, but those last 2 indicative that when he pitched it up a bit, it scooted through to Cullen, who gathered it almost on the second bounce on both of those occasions, and a busy over for the keeper, flying catch away to his right at one stage, not a catch but a take, break off as Nisa bowls a bouncer, and Cullen is in action again as Morris sways out of the way of that one, and then a couple that he had to scoop up on the half volley. So it's I mentioned how many catches Cullen has taken in the game, 7 so far, and I did say at one stage must be a good pitch to keep wicket on, but at the same time, as the bounce starts to be a bit up and down, it becomes a little bit more difficult for the keeper, and I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. He's done a very tidy job, I think, in this game. Cullen, who squats down now as Nisa comes in, bowls to him, and Morris is forward and pushes up to mid-on and takes a single, and it's a well-judged single. I think even if the throw had hit from the mid-on fielder running round, Morris was home. Only just. It was tight as Billy Root came round. Kieran Carlson has his hands on his head, standing level with the crease, as if he thinks that had it hit, he might have been out. It was certainly close.
It was an awkward angle for Root, wasn't it? He had to lob it underhanded almost.
A dive pass again.
Traditional scrum half from years gone past.
1-5-3-4-6. With that one, Nisa comes into Roderick and bowls, and Roderick is beaten outside the off stump, just pushes at that, annoyed with himself for playing at it, taken by the keeper. Several times already this morning the outside edge has been passed, particularly by this man Michael Nisa, who's probably, I think it's fair to say, been the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers in the game. 3 wickets in the first innings for 40 off nearly 18 overs, very tidy, and 3 again in this innings for 37, and he's in his 17th, so very similar figures to his first innings figures, and he gets a 4th wicket here as Roderick edges to 3rd slip, where Colin Ingram takes a catch, juggled it slightly, knocked it up though with soft hands, and then caught the rebound, and that's good bowling from Michael Nisa. Genuinely don't think there's a lot Gareth Roderick could have done about that, except perhaps leave it, but he felt he had to play it, he nicked it, and he's gone. It's 153-4-7.
Yes, it was a decent height to Ingram, and so although he didn't manage to take it cleanly, had the sense to just parry it upwards, and it was a very simple grab on the 2nd attempt. So lead 285, it's effectively 285 for 7, and we have the first wicket of the morning some 11 minutes in. We didn't start till 6 minutes past because of a brief bit of bad light. Joe Leach, the hero of the ball for Worcestershire, 6 for 44, career best. Made just 12 in the first innings with the bat, but hung around a bit, provided useful support for Barnard as he strides towards the middle. Burly figure, around the 6 foot mark, but wide across the chest in the traditional manner of fast bowlers, as he has a little chat with Charlie Morris en route to the middle, wearing 23 and enjoying his return to action after a couple of games out with injury.
Yeah, 3 games out. I checked it last night. I said to him, 3 games out. He bowled 8 overs in the seconds, that's all, and then came and got a career best. Strange game. And he agreed. But he's out there now. He only tends to bat in one way, Joe. Once he gets in or has a look at 2 or 3 balls, I think we'll see him being fairly aggressive if he gets the chance, of course. Nisa bowls, and he's beaten by the first one he gets outside the off stump. Almost exactly the ball that Roderick nicked, that one. Just back of a length outside off stump, climbing fairly steeply, and good pace from Nisa, and it was an involuntary jab really from Gareth Roderick that saw him taken at 3rd slip by Colin Ingram. Leach goes for a little prod at the pitch. I think anything that's pitched up to Leach, we'll see him attempting to deal with fairly summarily. Nisa in bowls, and this one is pitched up, but you can't do much with that other than dig it out. It's good bowling from Nisa, the Yorker. The catering trolley goes past. It's a familiar sound. We haven't heard it, Nick, in the first 2 days, but regular listeners will be familiar with that clattering sound as the catering trolley goes past. End of the over from Nisa. Good over, great figures for him. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 37. Worcestershire 153-4-7. It's a lead of 285.
Sadly, I can report that at this juncture the catering trolley is devoid of food.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll
probably rattles more when it's
come back fuller.
Yeah.
153 for 7. Hogan into Morris, who leaves outside off stump. Hogan from this new road end. As we ponder whether this game will reach into another day, it doesn't look likely at the moment, depending on how Glamorgan bat, of course, and how hard they go at any potential target of 300. There's just a bit of darker cloud coming overhead after that earlier hold-up. Hogan into Morris, who works it on the leg side. Will get runs towards square leg. Carlson is off in hot pursuit from the infield and just beats Nisa to the ball.
Good chase that. To keep it.
How many did they run?
Two.
Just the two. So Carlson did really well there because he had about 40 metres backwards to run from his position close to the umpire, or at least in the ring at mid-wicket. There is of course no ring in Championship cricket, but it's a good term of reference really for from one-day cricket to tell you where fielders are stationed. 155 for 7 as a leave this time from Morris outside off stump.
Isn't it? It's an unusual stat, I think. Just looking at this game, how few players have got into double figures, really, isn't it? You look in the Worcestershire first innings, Azhari just got past 20, Cornwall got 25, there was a 46 from Rudrick, big 100 from Barnard, obviously, and a couple of other double figures, but in the Glamorgan innings, only 3 into double figures.
Hogan is into bowl, outside off stump, allowed to go through. Yes, it's a very lopsided Glamorgan scorecard, as you say.
And even this one, 2 players in the 40s and 17 the next highest. Morris has sneaked into double figures, but it's that
you got to
suggestion you've got to get in, absolutely. And they just very, very few players have managed to properly get in on this pitch.
Here is Hogan into bowl to Morris, who gets an edge on that one, and it's flown through for 4 runs. Now, where exactly did that fly through?
Cullen was going to his left by the look of it.
Might even have been an inside edge then. Yes, it's ended up, I think, we're at an angle, but I think that is virtually behind the keeper, so I think that's done Cullen on the inside, as it were.
Not sure we're going to get a replay. Might come up later.
But it's 4 runs to the Worcestershire cause. Morris won't be too worried about the lack of elegance in that boundary. There's no suggestion, I don't think, of a chance. As Hogan bowls and Morris plays gently to mid-off. No run. 159 for 7 at the end of Hogan's over, and he turns away and ponders the unfairness of life in general and inside edges in particular as he takes his cap and heads back towards us on the third man boundary, where his long sleeve sweater is stationed just over the ropes for him to don between bowling overs.
Yeah, he was unlucky, no question about that. Morris initially looked back as if he thought he'd been caught, I thought, and then realised that the ball was running away to the boundary. It's that kind of day, I think, as a batter. You've just got to ride your luck. Here's Nisa bowling to Leach, who's not yet off the mark. He's in, he bowls, and he's off the mark now as he whips this one with fast hands away on the leg side, but only gets a single. As the fielder at backward square leg comes round and picks up just inside the rope on that short side underneath the electronic scoreboard on the cathedral side of the ground. Leach goes to 1, it's 160 for 7, and the lead is 292, so creeping towards that psychological 300. And Nisa turns again to bowl to Morris, and Morris is forward, pushing out square on the offside. Salter fields at backward point, and there's no run. And as I've already said, and I repeated in the press box a couple of times this morning, in my opinion, and having talked to people about this pitch, Ed Barnard on day 2 saying he thought it was a really good pitch, and Joe Leach on day 3, and also Eddie Byram saying that they thought it was a pitch on which at some point there was a ball coming along that had your name on it. Here comes Nisa to Morris, and he sways out of the way of a bouncer. If you get 300, on this pitch in the fourth innings, then you absolutely deserve to win the game.
Just depends if it at any stage flattens out, but there hasn't really been any suggestion of that so far. Into day 3, I thought the bounce would be lower by now, but it isn't when the bowlers bend their backs.
There's no suggestion that's going to happen, and I don't. It's not as if we're going to get bright sun on it either. I don't think. Nisa in under gloomy skies, bowls, and Morris drives nicely through the covers. Didn't get all of it, didn't time it perfectly. Only gets a single because again, the fleet-footed Carlson catches up with the ball very quickly and slides, and certainly they'd have struggled to come back for 2. Morris goes to 19 valuable runs from the night watchman, and it's 161 for 7. And Leach, who as yet hasn't had an opportunity to open his shoulders. To be fair, he's only faced 3 balls, but they've all been in good areas from Nisa, who's in bowls, and that's a nice sweet little push through the covers by Leach. But again, Carlson's speed over the ground means that it is only a single, so Leach goes to 2, 162 for 7. It's got a bit dark again, isn't it? But as we look away to the west again, lighter skies suggest that the light should improve fairly quickly, as it did this morning when the players left the field, having taken the field without a ball being bowled.
That was cricket at its most abstruse, wasn't it?
It was. There's Nisa again, he's in, and he bowls, and that's driven beautifully by Morris for 4. It was a half volley, to be fair, but he hasn't missed out, and hits it away for 4. So good end to the over for Worcestershire. Morris goes to 23. The lead creeping up towards 300 is now 298, and Worcestershire are 166 for 7.
Well, Morris doesn't look like a man who before this innings had 41 runs for 7 times out. That's an average of below 6. So he has played a couple of nice shots. He's had his moments of fortune, but certainly he has done his job as the lead just a couple of runs away from that vital 300 mark. Hogan then, under gloomy skies, is in to bowl to Leach, who swings and is caught behind. Leach goes for 2, 166 for 8. And Joe Leach, as you suggested, was here for a good time rather than a long time. And he didn't actually show us the good time on this occasion, but he's done his bit with the ball in this match, so he didn't feel too disappointed. 2 wickets left, and the Worcestershire lead is 298. And they haven't really made the most of this opportunity to bat Glamorgan completely out of the match. I mean, they're still in by far the stronger position, but they haven't put it completely beyond Glamorgan.
No, you're absolutely right, I think. And Joe Leach will be annoyed at himself. He does play that way, but it was wide, and he threw his hands at it, and it was a good low catch actually by Cullen. His 8th of the game. He's having a cracking game behind the stumps. Hardly put a foot wrong. Josh Baker will be the new batsman, coming in at number 10, and perfectly capable of hanging around, but he got a snorter in the first innings, didn't he? Gloved it through to Cullen, and I think there's always that likelihood. Hogan and Nisa have been impressive. 7 wickets between them for 80 runs, so that's a pretty good joint effort by the twin seam attack.
Yes, the one more season hashtag on Twitter will grow surely as Glamorgan supporters try to persuade Hogan to return next year, but I think his
mind made up.
His wife and children are returning, I think, to Australia within the next few days to start building their new lives there. Hogan having lived full time in the Cardiff area for the last few years.
Well, he's going to have a go at Josh Baker now. 3 for 36, his figures. He's 1 ball into his 14th over.
Here comes Hogan to bowl to Baker, and he pushes that one out on the offside. I was just looking up. He reminded me that Cullen had 8 in the match. One more to equal the Glamorgan record for a first-class match of 9, posted twice by Mark Wallace, previously twice by Colin Metson, and once by Chris Cook here 2 years ago. Had 7 catches and 2 stumpings. Hogan in to bowl, and Baker plays out on the offside. I'm sure Cullen wouldn't really bother about these things, but
it's always nice to make
it'd be nice to equal those distinguished recent keepers.
Colin Metson was a lovely glove man, wasn't he? Didn't quite have the batting ability to go with it that might have pushed him up towards international recognition, but for 2 or 3 years in the late 80s he was as good as anybody around with the gloves, I think.
As Hogan is into bowl, driven by Baker through the covers for 4 runs, 170 for 8.
Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning in advancing their overnight 147 for 6 by just 23 runs. Josh Baker's just struck a nice 4 to get off the mark, and the night watchman Charlie Morris is still there, but the 2 men out are Gareth Roderick, who was caught at third slip off the bowling of Michael Neser for 6, and Joe Leach, who was caught by the wicketkeeper Tom Cullen off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 2. Hogan and Neser in particular have been very, very impressive for Glamorgan, the twin seamers. 4 wickets for Neser, 3 for Hogan. But Worcestershire's lead is inching towards 300, just 1 run away from that now. Morris on 23, Baker on 5, 171 for 8.
As they took a single off that last delivery, Hogan is into bowl to Morris, and has him leaping out of the way there, really taking evasive action as it flew through to Cullen. So Morris 23, Baker 5, the lead
It's 300.
303.
Yep.
with that boundary.
The boundary is what threw me when I was... When it happens when you're actually mid-report, it's always a bit tricky to do the maths.
You can't.
Well, it's tricky to do the maths anyway for me, but...
difficult to change direction, isn't it, once you've got something in your brain.
171 for 8 anyway. It is just over 300, which is that, as we say, that little sort of psychological barrier. The skies are lightening, and Baker's taking guard and being prepared to face Michael Neser for the first time. It's been pretty much more of the same really this morning, hasn't it, in terms of the pitch. As Neser bowls, and that's ducked out of the way off by Baker, and the score remains 171 for 8. There's no sign of any change really in conditions. Seamers hitting dangerous lengths and getting serious pace and lift out of this pitch.
But generally the seamers of both sides have bowled pretty well to take advantage of it.
Indeed they have. Neser is in bowls, and Baker plays that nicely actually. He gets up on his toes, quite a tall lad. Well, very tall lad, and he pushes it out on the offside, gets on top of the bounce, and also good judgment because he realised that he perfectly bisected Salter at cover point and Carlson at wide mid off, and picked up the single, called for it straight away, and through they went. Bright sunshine now, I'm pleased to say. Best weather of the day so far, or certainly since play began, as Neser turns and bowls to Morris, who pushes out on the offside and this time takes no run.
I wonder if Baker's going to get a bowl in this match. He was shot out inside 45 overs in the first innings, and he wasn't required.
Asking exactly that question this morning myself, Nick, and wondering if it's going to be an all-seam dominated Worcestershire assault on Glamorgan in the second innings, or whether Baker will have a little roll. In comes Neser again, and Morris picks up a good single. Shy coming in from Carlson. If he'd hit, Baker might have been struggling, although he didn't appear to be reaching for the crease, so maybe he read it as a safe one, but he's home anyway. Morris goes to 24, 173 for 8. The lead is 305. Just love to take that up a little bit by another 20 or so.
Don't be greedy, Frank.
Well, I'm just saying they would. Just love to. Nisa again in bowls. Baker drives nicely. That's a cracking shot from Josh Baker. Over pitched on leg stump, and he's clipped it all the way up to the boundary at long on with no more than a little bottom-handed punch. Good shot from Baker. Takes him into double figures. Got a 50 at Lord's last year in one of his very, very first games in Championship cricket, and did it by being quite aggressive on a pitch that was very, very seamer friendly, and it was a low scoring game. Nisa in again. This one will be a bit shorter, I imagine, and it is, but he plays it well. Baker just gets in behind it and drops it down on the onside, and he stays on 10. Morris is 24, the night watchman, and it's 177 for 8.
Had a few remarks on Twitter last night, I think Web 2017, calling for the instatement in the first team of Tom Bevan in second 11 batter. Chris Drew says, on a different point, with that wicket, Michael Nisa's first class bowling average has dropped below 24. Thank you, Chris.
And that's good, isn't it? That's pretty good, I think. How many wickets is that, roughly? Sorry to put you on the spot.
As Hogan is in and bowls, and that's played out on the offside by Morris, and there's no run. It's about 50 odd on the for Glamorgan. There's probably a lot more for Queensland and indeed 24. Australia.
That's very good.
So I'll check that out between overs.
Very good.
So Tom Bevan for the second 11. So as I'll tell you after this delivery from Hogan to Morris, who's 24 not out, and turns that one on the leg side, no run, fielded by Carlson. Having scored a recent Championship and T20 100 for the seconds, he's now on 155 not out. The 22-year-old, 360 for 6 Glamorgan in their second 11 game against Northants. So I think Mr. Bevan could feature in the first team squad either for the weekend or the next Championship game starting a week Monday. Hogan into bowl, tumbling stop down leg side by Cullen as Morris swished at it but didn't make contact.
Somewhere like 250 wickets, I think, for Nisa, somewhere around that mark altogether, and that's good. That's a low average, isn't it? It's very impressive. Hasn't played that much first class cricket.
He's past 30.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose the Australian domestic sides they don't play huge amounts, do they? Hogan is into bowl, turned on the leg side by Morris. No run, shy at the wickets from Carlson, just in case Baker was mucking around at the non-striker's end. I don't think he was. News of Worcestershire's second 11, they're still in the field at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 340 for 6. 2 wickets for Finch, 1 apiece for Singh, Brown, Banton and Neil.
Yeah, quite a long day for them yesterday by the look of it, I think.
They've used 9 bowlers.
100 for Dan Mosley, yeah they did.
And 60 odd for Chris Wokes, the England Test player. Hogan bowls and Morris defends. To mid-off, there is no run. Harris is going through some vigorous bowling exercises at mid-on. So, no doubt he will be next into the attack, or alongside David Lloyd anyway. When Glamorgan make this change, we didn't start till 6 minutes past, so it's not the longest of spells yet. We're in the 8th over of the morning. As Hogan moves mid-wicket and mid-on a little bit squarer, and comes in bowls to Morris, who fends one down towards third man. In fact, it didn't reach third man because Northeast backtracked from slip to field. They've gone through for a single. 178 for 8. Worcestershire lead by 310.
And Morris goes to 25, and he's faced 48 deliveries, and he's done a good job as night watchman. Baker on 10, off just 8 balls. Happy with that, and that change does take place. Michael Nita is having a little blow, and James Harris is coming on at the Diglis end. Harris, who was slightly expensive, we thought, in the first innings, even though he picked up 3 wickets, he went for nearly 5 and over. In this innings so far, tidier. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31. As Glamorgan seek to wrap up this Worcestershire second innings.
Yeah, Nick Webb 2017, Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to contact us.
Here is Harris, 2 slips in place. Bowls, and Morris gets a run, just drops it down on the onside. Nicely judged. Saw that he hadn't hit it very hard at all and called Baker through for the single. Goes to 26, and it's 179 for 8.
Among the supporters of Tom Bevan's first team chances on Twitter, David Battersby, Philip Richards and Sean Connor all making similar points. I'm sure Matthew Maynard will consider him, and best wishes to Matthew if you are listening. Hope you're recovered, or are recovering anyway, from COVID.
Harris in again, and Baker is beaten outside the off stump. Just flashes at this one, sort of involuntary, almost jabbed at it. It scooted through. I've often said about Josh Baker that he's played very little county second team cricket, and not really that much senior Premier Division club cricket. Catapulted from school cricket straight into the first team last season, and a very, very steep learning curve as Harris bowls, and he edges this one firmly, thick edge down to third man for a single. But there's kind of like a chunk of his cricket education that you feel was skipped. He was sort of fast tracked and played virtually from coming into the team towards the end of last season. Played almost every game of cricket until a couple of T20s a couple of weeks ago, and certainly facing bowlers like Hogan and Nisa on a pitch like this will be something that is way out of his zone of experience, as it were. So he's done pretty well, the youngster. Harris is in, bowls, Morris squeezed out of the way, played that well. It was short, kept his eye on it, maintained an upright position, squatted at the knees and then swayed back out of the way. That's good negotiation of the short ball from Charlie Morris. And that's exactly the sort of thing that I'm suggesting that Josh Baker will have to learn, and I think he's done pretty well so far on the occasions that he's been faced with challenges like this. James Harris at the other end of his career comes in and bowls short to Morris, who is within his rights to have a flash at that one, short and wide. It would have taken some catching if he'd nicked it, and he may well have benefited if he'd have got hold of it to the tune of 4 runs, because there's a biggish gap. As it was, he missed it, so neither scenario was played out.
276 first class wickets now, Michael Nisa.
Yeah, I thought it was somewhere between 250 and 300. It's a good average, you got that many. There's Harris in, bowls, and the same delivery really, maybe a little bit closer to Morris, and he gets a bat on the cut this time, but straight to Salter at cover point, no run end of the over. 180 for 8, the lead, 312.
Well, the Australian selectors have suggested that after Nisa's one test against Australia last British winter, then possibly his best chance of winning more Test caps might be in the Ashes series in England next summer. He will be 33 by that time, but being signed to Glamorgan, he'll have played the early part of the championship season, so he'll be warmed up and ready to go if Australia do need him. On the other hand, Glamorgan would rather prefer that he's there throughout the summer with them. David Lloyd then taking over from Michael Hogan at the New Road end and running into bowl, and his first ball is driven by Baker through the covers for 4 to the shorter side of the ground, the hotel side, and that one raced away half volley length, and the tall Baker leaning into it and dispatching it very comfortably. 15 to him, 184 for 8. The lead is 3-1-6, I believe.
Yep.
As Lloyd, ball back in hand, it's into Baker again, who drives again, but this time not quite so firmly, and to Carlson at mid-off.
Lovely shot that, wasn't it, on this pitch, proving that if the ball's pitched up, you can play with some confidence through the line, but it's got to be quite full.
David Lloyd then, medium pace, is into bowl, and that's down leg side, ends up in the gloves of Cullen. Might have flicked the pad on the way through. David Lloyd with 2 for 36 in the first innings, taking his tally to 7 for the season. As I say, he was used used himself as the 5th seamer in the early stages of the season. He's the 4th at the moment, as he pulls out of his run. I'm not sure whether he lost his footing or whether Baker wasn't quite ready. Baker's on 15, 184 for 8. Kieran Carlson just throws David Lloyd a quick word, a suggestion maybe, as a play and a miss from this occasion from Baker, as he pushed forward outside off stump but through to Cullen.
Does that thing where they take their hand off the bat and indicate what happened. It's at first I used to think batters did it to tell everybody they'd missed it because it was such a good ball, but it's so many do it now. It's almost involuntary, really, just a kind of reaction, explaining to themselves why they missed it, maybe.
Lloyd to Baker, who will get at least a single here. They might come back for a second. He's played it down to wide, third man settling for there's a complete mix-up, and the ball went to the wrong end actually, because there was a chance at the non-striker's end. Having taken the single, Baker eventually got back there, but not before Cullen had hurled the ball from the keeper's end towards the bowler's stumps, but no contact was made with the stumps, and they go through for a single. 185 for 8, Baker having run about 1.5.
He'd have struggled, I think, if Morris had accepted his call.
As that is hit down into the ground by Morris, rolls into the gully. There's no run. Morris, though, the night watchman, is on 26, and Worcestershire strongly placed on 185 for 8, 317 runs to the good.
Glamorgan obviously keen to wrap this up, and every 5-10 runs added now is of particular concern, I would think, to David Lloyd. But at the same time, I wouldn't have thought the Glamorgan batsmen are desperate to get out there too early, because they've got a long time to bat. But then again, I suppose it's unlikely that you're going to try and save a game in bat for 5 sessions. They'll either win it or lose it, won't they?
No, the only suggestion is that we get a lot of the showers tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to be that extensive.
Yeah. Harris from the Diglis end bowls to Baker. Gets a run down to long leg, nicely riding the bounce of this on his hip and just turning it down to long leg, where it's fielded by Eddie Byram, and they go through for a single. Baker moves on to 17. Played well. Faced only 16 balls, and it's 186 for 8.
Bevins finally out for 156 for Glamorgan seconds, 370 for 7 at Milton Keynes against Northants.
Here comes Harris again in bowls, and Morris is on his toes, punching this down on the offside behind square, fielded by Salter. No run if you're just joining us. 2 men out today. Gareth Roderick caught at third slip by Colin Ingram off Michael Nisa for 6. Ingram knocking the catch up and then taking it at the second attempt, and Joe Leach caught behind by Cullen off the bowling of Hogan for 2. Wickets falling at 153 and 166, so these two have added 20 so far, as Morris drives this next one from Harris but straight to Carlson at extra cover, and there's no run.
And the most interesting of the championship matches at the moment, Hampshire 105 for 1, chasing 299 to beat Essex. They've just lost Organ, bowled by Harmer for 65.
I think that's all about Harmer, that one, isn't it?
Yes, this is 9th wicket of the match.
Yeah. Here's Harris into bowl to Morris, and Morris drives in the air and it drops just short of the diving fielder in the covers. There's Carlson, got his left hand to it, hurt him a little bit. They took a single as the ball ran away from him, and Morris goes on to 27 valuable runs from the night watchman. 187 for 8. The lead goes to 319.
That must have been quite close to carrying.
Yeah, it was, I think.
If I didn't have a pole in the way of my vision.
Yeah. Here's Harris again to bowl to Baker. Bowls, and Baker, well, just flashes at this. Well, not quite flashes really, just pushed at it as it bounced quite steeply outside the off stump, and he's fortunate not to get a touch. Cullen, as ever, in the game behind the stumps. He's picked up 8 catches, so he's 1 away from equalling the Glamorgan record, 2 away from setting a new record. The 9 has been done on several occasions, as Nick was telling us, but never 10. I believe he's in with a chance if he knows about these sort of things, as Harris comes in and bowls, and Baker gets a run as he turns this on the leg side to mid-wicket. He'll keep the strike because that's the end of the over. Josh Baker goes to 17 off, or have they put it on yet? I'll just wait and see. 18 off 18 deliveries, and the lead goes to 320, 188 for 8.
Yeah, frustrating times for Glamorgan, having claimed a couple of wickets in relatively quick time this morning. Those of Gareth Roderick caught at slip off Michael Nisa for 6, and Joe Leach caught behind off Michael Hogan for 2. In the women's test, England 42 for no wicket in reply to South Africa's 284 all out. Emma Lamb is 18. Tammy Beaumont is 24, and she'll be plying her trade in Cardiff with Welsh Fire at some point in August, once the women have returned from the Commonwealth Games, because they play a couple of games fewer than the men in this year's franchise tournament. Lloyd then from the New Road end to bowl to Josh Baker, who slashes that one into the offside, but straight to cover, no run. Byram is the man there, and the firing line at cover. Kieran Carlson is shooting to the pavilion at mid-wicket, wanting something maybe off the 12th man. Tegid Phillips has been on the field today. Briefly, Lloyd is in to bowl. There's a quarter of an appeal for LBW, but there'll be at least a couple of leg byes as the ball trickles down towards the fine leg boundary. It doesn't have the impetus to make it, as Lisa hurls it in to leggies. 190 for 8. Lead 3-2-2. And if Worcestershire can get it up to 350, then that really will be the steepest of mountains for Glamorgan to climb in the final innings. Lloyd, pale in the sunshine, bowls, hammered through the offside for 4 by Baker. 194 for 8. And bowling full length is not to be recommended. Everything that's been scored off comfortably has been reasonably well pitched up. It was just back of a length maybe from Lloyd looking at the replay, but it was wide outside off stump, and really can't afford to bowl there. 22 to Baker, 194 for 8. Worcestershire in their second innings, 326 ahead. Lloyd bowls, Baker turns it on the leg side, calls for a quick single, diving stop by Hogan, but no chance to throw at the wickets. Thought that was tight when he called it, but realised that he'd not hit it that hard, and it was to the right of Hogan. 195 for 8, Baker to 23. Morris 27. 29 added by this partnership as Morris defends. No run. Baker going at a healthy runner ball, and Glamorgan just having to work quite hard to get through this Worcestershire lower order. 51 minutes in, a couple of wickets in quite quick succession. England women have 50 on the board without loss against South Africa, as that's run down off an angled bat by Morris to third man. And once Glamorgan get past the pace of Nisa and Hogan, there's not quite the speed with Harris and Lloyd to bowl the short pitch deliveries that are causing the batsmen so much trouble in this match.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and that was the same problem that Worcestershire had, wasn't it, when they bowled? Leach was the only bowler really that was exploiting the conditions to their absolute maximum. He looked completely different from all the rest, although Barnard, with a mixture of skills, was also quite threatening. But there was a similar picture here as Harris comes in to bowl to Baker, who goes on the back foot, drives on the offside. Carlson fields, no run, and I think the one who could step up in the fourth innings and exploit these conditions, were he to get things right, would be Pennington, who's got a bit of pace and also got the height as well. Not as quick as Nisa and Hogan, but he's got potential, but he didn't quite get things right in the first innings. In comes Harris again to bowl to Baker. Morris pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. Morris 28 off 60 deliveries now. Good night watchman's innings. Baker 23 off 22, as I was saying. Oh no,
ball time.
Guess what?
They're checking the cricket ball.
The gauge comes out and the ball goes through quite comfortably. So Steve O'Shaughnessy says, nope, get on with it. I think I've seen about a 50-50, maybe a little bit 60-40 in favour of the gauge in all the inspections that I've seen this year, and they have been countless. But on this occasion, the gauge wins, and James Harris is told to get on with it, and here he comes to do just that. He bowls to Morris, who goes back and jabs down on a ball that kept quite low and pushes it out to Carlson, who's been the busiest man in the field by some margin today, and a real live wire, and it's been all over the place. 196 for 8. 328. the lead. And Morris waits again as Harris comes in, and he just turns this almost one-handed on the leg side for a single as Billy Root comes off the square leg boundary. Josh Baker remarks his guard with his spikes at this New Road end. Grey skies again, but it's reasonably bright, quite a breeze blowing. Similar crowd to yesterday. Harris in again, bowls. Baker on the back foot, on his toes, pushes this behind square on the offside, and he'll pick up 2 more here as Hogan comes round from third man to do the fielding, the ball having evaded Salter, who was at cover point. No fault attached to Salter, it was well wide of him, he couldn't cut it off. Baker goes to 25, good runs from the youngster, and Worcestershire 1 run away from 200 in this, their second innings. They lead by 331, and there'll be an update very shortly for BBC Over and Worcester's FM listeners. Into the news. Here's Harris again into Baker, and he bowls, and Baker drives firmly, but the live wire Kieran Carlson picks the ball up in the covers. Excellent ninth wicket partnership developing for Worcestershire here after they lost 2 wickets this morning. Gareth Roderick was out for 6 and Joe Leach for 2. That was 166 for 8, but since then 33 runs added for the ninth wicket. Charlie Morris, the night watchman, still there on 29, and he's been joined by young Josh Baker, who's batted beautifully so far. He's 25 not out off 24 balls, and Worcestershire are 199 for 8, and the lead is currently 331. As we're about to see the first spin of the day, Andrew Salter coming into the attack at the New Road end. A tidy off spinner on the strength of what we've seen in this game, gives very little away. 18 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 47 in the first innings. So far in this innings, 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18, and he's been on the mark really. Only really remember one properly bad ball he bowled yesterday that was short and got cut for 4.
He's enjoyed bowling a few longer spells in recent games as Andrew Salter, as his first ball is played out on the offside by Morris. He suffers slightly with Marnus Labuschagne in the team, in that that offers another spin option, and Salter doesn't get to bowl as long, which any spinner will prefer lengthy spells, I think, as that's turned on the leg side. Not entirely under control as bounces out towards Carlson at short mid wicket. Morris 29, Baker 25, pushing this game further into the control of Worcestershire and away from Glamorgan's reach, you feel, as Bolden pushing forwards. Morris didn't quite get to the pitch of that, flicked the top of the stumps. 199 for 9 as Andrew Salter has his first wicket of the innings and his second of the match. Morris 29 off 65 deliveries, but he really has done his job and more. Charlie Morris as night watchman just went straight on that one, I think. Didn't it might have turned in a fraction, but very, very little as we watched the replay through the gate. That probably shouldn't have been there, but as I say, he's done more than his job. Added 33 for the ninth wicket with Josh Baker, who's got most of those, but hanging around very effectively. As Dylan Berrington comes in at number 11, and, well, 72nd over. Unlikely now, you feel that Glamorgan will need the new ball, but they'll need to get their batting heads on and combat not only Joe Leach and the Worcestershire attack, but a pitch that is still, it's not particularly variable bounce, but it's consistent depending on where it lands, isn't it? It's not going through particularly high from balls pitched up, but anything short of a length is coming up at least chest high.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it, really. Consistent according to where it lands. It's not as if they're banging it in short and it's shooting along the ground, or they're pitching it up and it's flying, but it's just not easy to bat on, is it? It's okay when it's a length, as it were, and you can hit through it, or a half volley is a half volley on any pitch, I suppose, and a long hop, but just generally pace and bounce and assistance, encouragement for the bowlers, you could say. You don't feel in on it, maybe that's the best way to describe it.
Salter bowls to Pennington, who drives it back to him, and that is the end of the innings. That was so matter of fact that I was fooled for a moment. I thought it was on the bounce as Pennington poked it back to Salter, who has 2 wickets in 2 balls. Worcestershire are all out for 199. The lead is 331. Glamorgan will need 332 to win in 5.5 sessions. So we've got plenty of time, but 332, highest score of the match, will be a long battle if Glamorgan are to stand any chance in this match.
And we'll have a quick break, having just wrap up what happened this morning. Roderick out for 6, Leach for 2, and then in successive balls, Morris bowled by Salter for 29 and Pennington caught and bowled for 0. About the 5th man in the game, I think, to be out first ball. Worcestershire 199 all out. Bowling figures for Glamorgan: Nisa 4 for 50, Hogan 3 for 42, Harris 1 for 39, Lloyd no wicket for 36, and Salter in quick fire fashion 2 for 18 from 9.4 at the end of the innings. So 332 the Glamorgan target. Do join us when we return at just before 12:20.
Indeed. As bails have blown off, Byram bangs the stump back in and adjusts the bail. And O'Shaughnessy decides that's not quite right and gives them gives the stumps another knock with Byram's bat. Checks with umpire Longley as all is straight, and they'll have another go. 6 without loss, Glamorgan, but all 6 off the edge. There's Morris balls, and that one flies. Oh, there could be a run out now. It's shambles out there. It was lobbed off the edge of Byram's bat towards gully. Didn't carry. For some reason, Lloyd wanted a single and was rightly sent back by Byram. Oh, this is a horribly nervous start from Glamorgan. They really look jittery. There hasn't been a shot off the middle of the bat so far. 6 without loss. Morris into Byram, who either plays inside the line or is beaten. Clammy podcast say, if Glamorgan manage, it'll be one of their greatest feats. Anyone else nervous? No pressure, lads. Well, I suppose there isn't. There is pressure on themselves, but I think few Welsh supporters will expect a victory from this position. 326 needed to win, and Byram does get one off the middle of the bat finally, and drives it back past Morris. D'Oliveira is in pursuit. Fields just inside the boundary at the New Road end, and they're comfortably through for 2 runs, 8 without loss.
And the sound on the stream apparently now sorted. Thank you for letting me know, John O'Blaine. Very helpful. Yeah, it is a nervous start as we expected.
As Morris runs away from us and bowls to Byram, who defends. Edward Cooper reports there was plenty of sunshine at 6 a.m. when he was obviously awake earlier than I was. Emir Evans on Twitter. A couple of key recruitments required this bowling attack for next summer to replace Hogan and Ashes bound Nisa. I'm not sure that Nisa will be in the initial party. They will be on standby. As this next delivery is defended by Byram, and D'Oliveira at mid-off throws his arms up in the air as if it had just gone past the outside edge. It was in fact defended perfectly competently due to the compared to the previous view. So Nick Webb 2017 or Frank Watson 58 if you wish to contact us, with a maximum of 280 characters on Twitter.
8 without loss then after 2 overs. Joe Leach will feel disgruntled that he didn't make a breakthrough in that first over when he had one not so much put down as tipped over by Josh Baker at 4th slip. Comes in now to bowl to Lloyd again and bowls, and Lloyd is beaten outside the off stump. He's got it absolutely spot on so far, Joe Leach, and he's on the hunt. The Worcestershire paceman, having got a career best in the first innings, and he's got a chance here of bowling a nice little spell before lunch and then having a little break and coming back and having 2 goes. I don't think he'll bowl straight through to lunch, but he'll probably bowl a little 4 or 5 over spell. Comes in now again to Lloyd. Bowls, and Lloyd is turned round by this, and then just gets in behind. He gets it on the splice, drops it down. But there's a real threat all the time at the moment, as you'd expect in these circumstances, with Joe Leach with the new ball in his hand. 3-3-2 the target, looks a long way away. Nothing is impossible in these days of baseball. But Worcestershire's strong favourites, I suspect, at the moment. 4 slips wait, short leg in as well. Leach once more is in and bowls, and Lloyd gets runs, 4 of them I fancy, as he punches this nicely off his off the back foot through the vacant mid-wicket area, and Dylan Pennington makes a forlorn chase to the ropes out there in front of the cathedral.
You mentioned Bazball, Glamorgan, of course, and the temporary charge of assistant coach David Harrison, which means it's Hasball.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. Well, that was a good punchy shot from David Lloyd. He stands again now, quite a wide stance, taps the crease, squats in his stance as Leach comes in and bowls, and he's beaten by an absolute beauty. Just about perfect from Joe Leach, that one. Just on off stump, maybe just outside, bouncing, leaving the right hander. Had to play at it, I think, and not much he could do, just happy to miss it. And he walks away, the captain, leans on his bat, probably reflecting on exactly that. Just make sure you miss those, mate. Taking guard on off stump, or bat's almost outside off stump as he takes guard now, and Leach comes in again and bowls to him, and he drives firmly for 4. Good shot, over pitch from Leach, leg stump, and punched down the ground for 4 by David Lloyd. And he moves into double figures. He's 12, I think, now, off 11 deliveries, 3 boundaries, one of them involuntary, down to third man via the fourth slip's hands. 16 without loss to score. 1 ball left in the third over.
Just backs up what we've been saying. Anything pitched up can go. Anything short of the length is causing problems.
Here's Leach again and bowls, and Lloyd is beaten by this time. By this one taken by Roderick. It's the end of the over. I described it as leg stump, middle and leg, that one. It wasn't, it was off stump, but of course because where he's batting so far across gives that impression as we look from third man, but watching the replay it was actually much straighter than that. 16 without loss at the end of the over.
Our Kent colleague Ben Watts provides a summary lesson on the dangers of expressing opinions on Twitter. Daniel Bell Drummond is quietly having a very good red ball summer. This is his 3rd county championship century, etc. Ben tweets. 2 minutes later, Bell Drummond is out for 102. So I'll be joining the BBC Radio Kent boys on Sunday night as Morris bowls and beats Byram, I think. Although, having watched Byram throughout the first innings, it's just easier to say the ball's through to the keeper rather than he's beaten or he's not played a shot, because there is very little difference in them, and particularly when you're looking from wide long off. 16 for naught, Glamorgan for 316 to win. Can they survive until lunch? That's the first target. As Byram plays that one down to 4th slip, it's fielded by Baker and there's no run. Not quite sure whether they'll have a 6-minute delay for lunch. Radio update.
Well, Glamorgan have begun their second innings in pursuit of a target of 332 for victory after Worcestershire managed to add 52 to their overnight score this morning before being all out for 199. The men out: Roderick 6, Leach 2, Morris 29 and Pennington first ball without scoring. Josh Baker played really well for his 25 not out. Joe Leach has begun where he left off in the first innings with finding the edge of Glamorgan skipper David Lloyd's bat early on in the proceedings, but Josh Baker at 4th slip unable to hold on to the chance, and it went to the boundary. Glamorgan currently 16 without loss. Lloyd is 12, Byram is 4 as Worcestershire seek early wickets before lunch. The target, remember, 332.
Which is a formidable target in the 4th innings of the game to get the highest score of the game. As Morris right arm round bowls to Byram, through it goes to Roderick. So Worcestershire with that steep cordon of slip fielders as looks currently like 3 slips and a gully.
Yeah.
Though from my angle, they're virtually all in a line, the 3 slips anyway, as they go down again. And Morris runs away from us and bowls to Byram, who turns it to mid-on. No run. Oop, food trolley is on its way back. Or is it a different trolley on its way over?
It sounds so rattly, does it? No, different, slightly different, I think.
Different trolley heading towards the pavilion. The excitement of watching some grounds you get trains, some buses. Here, the food trolley. 16 for Glamorgan. Morris into Byram, who does well to defend that one. That one did get up at him, and he really, for a man of medium height, got up well on his toes to play that one down.
Yeah, no vehicular movement visible from our commentary box here at New Road, and except occasionally a car moving in the car park in the gap where the 2 old chestnut trees have gone between the marquee and the end of the Basil d'Oliveira stand, of just one of those horse chestnuts left. So sad to see those 2 lost to disease a couple of years ago, but other than that, it's a fairly cricket based scene as you look at it, whereas at some grounds, particularly the test grounds, and if you're high up in the stand, you can see all sorts of traffic outside the ground and trains and buses and goodness knows what, but not here. Here's Leach in from the Diglis end, and Lloyd on the back foot punches up to mid-on, and there's no run. Eddie Byram is doing exactly what he did in the first innings, you know. He's playing Joe Leach very, very well indeed from the non-striker's end. He did it for about 10 or 12 overs in the first innings. I'm sure it's a key to staying out there at the beginning of the innings and leaving it to Lloyd, the right-hander, who's already survived 1 chance to 4th slip, but hit 2 sweet boundaries in Leach's last over, and he gets another one here, I think, as he turns this on the leg side. Not a boundary, just a 1 square on the leg side, Azhar Ali Fields. So Byram, the left-hander, will now face Leach, and the Byram leave, I think, might well come into play here. Eddie Byram, one of those batsmen who, like Sir Alistair Cook, another left-hander, like Mark Benson was the first that I ever saw really do it, another left-hander. Marcus Trescothick also did it, and when I say did it, what I mean is left the ball sometimes by just pulling the bat. I call it like a curtain rail, just a horizontal movement inside the line, and it makes everybody around the ground think he's played at it, but in fact he hasn't done anything of the kind. Here's Leach into him now, round the wicket, and he bowls, and Byram is on the back foot, just pushing this one out square on the offside. Jake Libby is the fielder at point. 17 without loss. Charlie Morris down below us, just taking in a few gulps of air as he recovers from his efforts of the previous over. Wipes his brow on his shirt, claps his hands in encouragement for Joe Leach, and Leach turns once more at the Diglis end and comes into bowl to the left-handed Byram. He bowls, and Byram is, gets 4 down to 3rd man, but he was slightly defeated by that one, outside edge, and looks a bit fed up as he punches gloves with his captain David Lloyd, because it didn't go where he wanted it to go. I was watching that one on the monitor rather than in real life, and he clearly got a bit squared up by it, and it just fizzed away off the outside edge. So Leach has been going to the boundary fairly frequently, but he's still asking the most questions, and it's 21 without loss.
If it looks murky on the monitor, that's because it is. Thick grey cloud.
In comes Leach again then, round the wicket to Byram, and bowls, and Byram drives nicely this time. Well, not drives really, just sort of pushes, but quite firmly back to the bowler, and there is no run on this occasion. 21 without loss, the score remains. 3 slips, 1, 2, 3, 4 slips still for the left-hander, and they're steeply arced, as Nick was saying, which is a deliberate policy that Worcestershire have adopted this year. almost as though they're maintaining a specific distance as Leach bowls again, and this is pushed out on the offside by Byram. End of the over, 21 without loss. Lloyd has 13, Byram has 8, and remember the target was 332, so a further 311 runs required for victory.
Yeah, if it is a policy, it might have needed a rethink for this game. It's obviously easy to talk in hindsight, but that chance in the first over where David Lloyd was dropped by Josh Baker at fourth slip, who was in relatively close. Now, if that had been a shallower stagger of the slips, then he'd have had a better chance of patching it. Yeah, you might be right. Because a lot of pitches, it doesn't come through to fourth slip. Here, it's liable to fly. Yeah, I think it's good. That's a good point. 21 for naught as Lloyd drives, but it's fielded by Morris in his follow through, and there's no run. Yet more trolley sounds in the background. So try and keep an eye to see what's on the trolley, if anything. Probably better commentate on the cricket. Tempting though it is to see what's being had for lunch in various parts of the ground, as Morris steams in and Lloyd defends, getting right on his toes. Now it's another empty trolley. How was your breakfast this morning? Did you go big again this morning? I went big, I went big, because I wasn't entirely sure to be here tomorrow morning, so I allowed myself my bacon and sausage morning. So if play does go into day 4, then I'll be back on the non-meat options. 21 without loss. I had a long walk, all of 60 metres. Morris bowls, Lloyd defends, and at mid-on Pennington Fields. It's always interesting to discuss the routines of the various visiting commentators, regardless of where they stay. But we've got one or two. We've got one I can think of who brings a folding bike and goes for a bit of a cycle around. Got what Richard from Leicester is also very
puts us all to shame.
Goes running along the towpath of the canal and the river, and he sees all of the city before about 7 o'clock in the morning when he's here. As next delivery from Morris is firmly met with the middle of Lloyd's bat. D'Oliveira fields, no run. Richard Ray bounces into the commentary box for the Worcestershire against Glamorgan game in Cardiff. Oh yes, I went round Cardiff Bay Barrage this morning. Oh, well done, Richard. I've never done that. I live there. I did a Sunday game with him in a T20 last year at Grace Road, and he came into the box in full cycling kit, having just cycled 60 miles in a charity cycling race. Wow. Didn't even have time to get changed. 21 for naught, Glamorgan, as Lloyd drives and is caught by D'Oliveira at mid-off, firmly punched straight to him. We haven't seen that many dismissals caught in front of the wicket in this game, but that was one of them, and Lloyd's struggles continue, only just into double figures this time. He's caught D'Oliveira, bowled Morris for 13, and Glamorgan are 21 for 1, and that is the one before lunch at least that Worcestershire wanted. But not, probably, I suspect, how they thought they'd get it, because it was just a routine good length delivery really, and it was just a bit loose. I think might have been a little bit of movement away off watching the monitor, but just a fairly loose drive really straight to D'Oliveira, who threw it gleefully skywards, and Lloyd is gone for 13. And what I'm getting at really, and it's understandable, we've said throughout that on pitches like this, when you get one that you think is in the slot, you probably go for it a little bit too eagerly, but there are kind of enough ways to get out, as Eddie Byram was suggesting to you last night in his interview. Enough balls come along, as they say, with your name on it to make it even more annoying when you get out to one like that, I think. Absolutely, yeah. Go hard for the balls that you think are hittable, but that can lead you to take extra risks.
I think he just lost shape a bit on that one.
Two lefties now at the wicket. The Zimbabwe-born Byram, educated in Taunton, so cricketing education in the Northern Hemisphere. Colin Ingram, 40 limited overs appearances for South Africa, but now this season back in red ball mode after 4 years. We only played one championship match. This is now his third of the season. Scores of 87 in the first innings against Durham and 178 in the first innings against Sussex, but failed in the first innings here. He was dismissed for just 4 as Morris comes round the wicket and Ingram defends back to the bowler. So the end of Morris's successful over, which earns him that applause. They will hear from the New Road faithful. Glamorgan chasing 3-3-2 to win at 21 for 1.
3 overs, 2 maidens, 1-4-4 for Charlie Morris. Joe Leach, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. Much more expensive, but you'd have to say also perhaps much more threatening. Charlie Morris gets a round of applause from the members down in front of us as he makes his way down to fine leg, and he just nods quite shyly in appreciation. Good effort from him. 21 for 1 as Leach comes in to the left-handed Byram, who looks to turn it on the leg side and gets a thickish outside edge out on the offside, and again looks a bit fed up with himself because he's just been deceived a bit by that one. Not looking comfortable at the moment, Byram, but as he showed in the first innings, there's great powers of stickability, and he will put that to the back of his mind and settle again now as Leach comes in. Over the wicket, bowls, and he drives nicely this time on the offside. Only gets 1 because D'Oliveira, who is the Carlson of this team, fielding in front of the wicket on the offside, really quick on his feet and gets across and makes a sliding save, and they only get a single. So Ingram comes on strike against Leach, having been dismissed by Leach LBW in the first innings. He'll be aware of that, and Leach is certainly aware of it because he's gone immediately round the wicket and will be attempting to do something similar. 24 for 1 as he comes in now and bowls, and Ingram lets that go outside the off stump. Good leave. Leach be looking to just possibly straighten up a little bit and just get the ball actually angled in at the stumps.
Stephen Hedges says, is the pitch making it tough to score? Chris Drew replies, I think Joe Leach is making it tough to score in the Twitter debate, yeah. Though Leach has gone for a couple of boundaries, but don't think he need worry about that as yet.
And he comes in now. Ingram waits, and Leach bowls, and Ingram is turning this on the leg side, and well, initially thought not going to get a run, gone straight to Azhar Ali, then sees Ali misfield and thinks, oh, there might be a run, but in fact decides at the end of it all that there isn't, and sends his partner back, and it stays at 24 for 1. Very tense little period, I sense this now before lunch. Worcestershire really will feel if they can send a second Glamorgan batsman back before the interval that they're right on top. And Leach comes in and bowls, and Ingram is beaten outside the off stump. There's a sort of stifled, strangled appeal from the slip cordon as Roderick takes the ball. But we're into one of those little periods again now. We've seen it in with both teams batting, both when Glamorgan were batting first time round, and particularly when Leach was bowling. Also when Nisa was bowling, I felt in both innings we're expecting something to happen almost every ball as the bowler hits the crease. You can almost feel the expectation both out there in the middle and around the ground and here in the box. Here's Leach again, he bowls, and Ingram is forward this time and pushes out square on the offside. Libby Fields, end of a good over from Joe Leach. Certainly his best so far. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20, his figures. Morris 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. And Glamorgan are 24 for 1.
Gareth Lewis on Twitter says Glamorgan need decent partnerships from the top order. It's not insurmountable. Well, not insurmountable, but certainly not easily mountable. This target of 332. Glammy podcasts suggest that Glamorgan could have sent in a lunch watch person. Never seen a lunch watchman before. 24 for 1. Morris right arm round, 2 left-handers at the wicket. Byram defends back to the bowler. I did play in some bizarre all-day game which was 2 innings for some reason where we used a tea watchman, but that was I think semi-in jest. 24 for 1. Probably one of those games where you reverse the batting order in the second innings. As in comes Morris, holding the ball very deliberately. As that is a play and miss, or did it?
It went to slip. I don't think
it carried. So it's the wrong angle from there.
We are going to see a replay.
We'll get a replay of Byram's false shot.
Yeah, edged and didn't carry.
The outfielder at first slip. I have to try and change my viewing angle so I can actually see the whole flight of the ball. 24 for 1 Glamorgan, 308 more needed to win. Morris to Byram, that was left, but it came back quite a long way and may indeed have gone over the top of the stumps.
I'm just wondering if I can move along further.
Oh, don't worry.
Are you looking in that slot now? Between
yes.
I was doing that yesterday. It's quite tricky, isn't it?
24 for 1. Yes, could you please play on straighter pitches towards the pavilion side? We'll move our box 20 metres to the left. Hogan to Morris to Byram, and that one is definitely allowed to go through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. So Glamorgan keeper Tom Cullen, 1 short of equalling the county record of 9 dismissals in a first-class match. He finished with 8, 5 in the first innings, and 3 in the second innings. As in comes Morris, bowls, defended back down the pitch by Byram, and Morris chucks it back to the keeper for some reason, for a bit of polishing in the slip cordon before it's
they don't like doing their own polishing anymore, do they, these the bowlers? I'd rather someone else does it.
Hogan bobble-hatted, which tells you it's not exactly midsummer as it should be.
Came on a mission. I think he was looking for someone in the press box and they weren't here.
As in comes Morris, bowls, and Byram playing inside that one allows it to go through to Roderick. Probably dropping by in the hope of shooting the breeze with Edward Bevan, but Edward was only here for the one day for this game.
I thought that might be the case.
Edward will be joining me at Chelmsford on Saturday, where there will be a BBC Sport Wales commentary on Essex against Glamorgan. It will not be on the video stream, but if you want to listen to it from the Welsh point of view, please join Edward and myself at 6:30 on Saturday evening, and see if you can sync it up with the video stream.
And Dylan Pennington coming into the attack at the Diglis end, as I kind of thought he might after Joe Leach had 4 overs. Joe Leach suggesting to me last night that he thought if Dylan Pennington could get it right, this pitch might suit him, bowling from that Diglis end. the end from which Nisa was a real handful almost all the time when he bowled, to be fair. And Pennington is in, and his first ball is a good one, really good one. A good leave by Ingram. Pitched on and just went past the top of off stump. 24 for 1 it remains. The man out is the captain, David Lloyd, who was caught at mid-off by Brett D'Oliveira off Charlie Morris for 13. Pennington again to the left-handed Ingram is in and bowls, and Ingram is on the back foot, punches this one to wide mid-off where D'Oliveira fields. And he is not yet off the mark, Colin Ingram, but that won't bother him too much. Just wants to stick out there till lunch. That's the definite priority now. What have we got? We'll have one more over after this, I would imagine, before the break. And it's Pennington racing in, bowls, and Ingram's off the mark now because that's short, wide, and just dismissed. That's a really poor delivery from Pennington. Kicks at the ground in frustration, and that one races away to the boundary. Four on any pitch, I would say, really, in any circumstances, that one.
Colin Ingram strong with the forearms, very powerful square of the wicket. It's the tyre bashing that he does in his South African farm with a giant hammer and a giant tyre. It's part of his strength training. Pounding away.
Well, he certainly gave that one a crack, and he waits now for the next one from Pennington, who's in and bowls, and more runs, or at least one of them, as he goes on the back foot and punches through the covers. Libby chases, slides, picks up, springs to his feet, returns, and they've taken that single. So 29 for 1. Ingram goes to 5. Byram has 11. Earlier today, Worcestershire extending their overnight score by 52 runs from 147 for 6 to 199 all out. Pick of the batsman this morning, Charlie Morrison made 29 and Josh Baker an attractive unbeaten 25. Pennington in, bowls to Byram, and 4 runs for Byram here as Pennington gets his line wrong, drifts into the batsman's legs, and Byram just gets inside the line and plays a cute little leg glance down to the ropes for 4.
The usual token cries of catch it, but I don't think anyone meant it. So that was well wide of the keeper.
Miles wide, just nicely by perfect execution of that shot. Margins for error for Pennington, even on this pitch, not that great. He's bowled 2 very loose deliveries, and we're going to see 1 over of spin, I reckon, before lunch. Seeing Josh Baker opening up, bit of a token gesture, but he's going to have a little roll, I reckon, from the New Road end as Pennington finishes the over with one that goes through outside the off stump, and Byram held the pose, but I don't think he really played at that. He knew he was well inside it, and that is the end of the over. 33 for 1. And as I say, I reckon we'll have 1 over. We might have 2 because Baker bowls his overs remarkably quickly if the batsmen aren't getting after him. I've put the clock on him a few times this year, sub 2 minutes on a couple of occasions.
I'll see if I can get through it then with that promise before I depart next door for some radio duties.
Well, unless he gets clipped to the boundary, or they take too long to get these pads on and everything, he does honestly absolutely whizzes through his overs.
So the teenager Josh Baker to purvey his slow left arm. 33 for 1. Been describing a few slow left armers in T20 cricket these days where the description is patently inaccurate because so many of them actually fire it in the or most of their deliveries in the shortest form of the game. 33 for 1 Glamorgan. Can they get through to lunch without further damage?
This messing around with helmets and pads has probably meant it will be the last over before lunch, I think.
So Gareth Roderick needs a helmet since he'll be standing up, and he gives his cap to slip He's taking his gloves off. He's messing around. And Josh Baker and everyone have to wait. Ingram on 5, Byram 15, man out Lloyd for 13. As Baker is in, bowls at a reasonably fast pace for a spinner, and it's just worked away to backward points by Ingram for a single. Ingram on to 6, 34 for 1. Bit of an autumnal breeze, it feels like. Can't be autumn yet, we've hardly had summer. Baker to Byram, beaten, prodding forward. An appeal from keeper and slip. Barnard, hand held high, triumphantly, but not so. Baker to Byram, who's forward, killing any turn there may be. Playing on the offside, no run. Spirits high in the Worcestershire camp from the volume levels in the field. Baker bowls. Byram defends towards gully, retrieved by Roderick. No run. Plenty of encouragement for the teenager as he bowls his first over of the match, having contributed 25 not out with the bat, and Byram is forward defending. Again, it trickles out on the offside this time. It's retrieved by Pollock from short leg, where he's under the lid. Baker in, bowls, driven by Byram down towards backward point. Single taken, 35 for 1. And that is the end of the Baker over. Worcestershire want another over. It'll be described by Frank Watson. I'll be rejoining him on commentary at 1:40.
Thank you very much to Nick Webb of BBC Wales Sport for his company and his commentary this morning. And I think we are going to get that one more over. Josh Baker did whiz through that one, as is his wont. And Dylan Pennington will bowl one more before lunch from the Diglis end. And he starts off bowling to the left-handed Colin Ingram. And Ingram pushes that one back up on the onside, fielded by Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. 35 for 1 then. This morning Worcestershire began the day on 147 for 6. Gareth Roderick was out with the score on 153, caught at third slip by Colin Ingram at the second attempt off the bowling of Michael Neser for 6. Good rising delivery outside the off stump. Pennington bowls to Ingram, who turns this down to long leg for a single. So 153 for 7 when Roderick was out, 166 for 8 3 overs later when Joe Leach was caught behind by Tom Cullen off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 2. And thereafter, with Glamorgan thinking they might wrap things up very quickly, a very useful 9th wicket partnership of 33 between Josh Baker and Charlie Morris, the night watchman, who played admirably this morning until the introduction of the off-spinner Andrew Salter brought a brisk conclusion to the Worcestershire innings. Here's Pennington again, he bowls, and Byram pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Morris bowled by Salter in his first over for 29, that was 199 for 9, and then Dylan Pennington hitting a return catch off the first ball that he received, and the innings closed on that score of 199, a lead for Worcestershire overall of 331. Pennington is in once more to bowl to Byram, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. And the overall bowling figures for Glamorgan in that Worcestershire second innings: Michael Neser, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 40, 4 for 50, I beg your pardon. 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 50. And then Hogan, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 42. Harris 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. I'll just break off as Dylan Pennington comes in to bowl the 5th ball of this over, the 11th of the innings, and it's pushed out on the offside by Byram, and there's no run. Completing those bowling figures, David Lloyd 14 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 36, and Salter with that double wicket burst at the end of the innings, 9.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. So Worcestershire added 52 runs this morning to their overnight position, 199 all out, set Glamorgan 332 to win, and we're on the edge of lunch now. Just update FM listeners. And the players are just leaving the field for lunch as Glamorgan have reached 36 for 1 in their second innings, having been set 332 to win. Worcestershire adding 52 to their overnight score this morning for the loss of the last 4 wickets. Roderick out for 6, Leach for 2, Morris for 29, Pennington without scoring. Josh Baker was unbeaten on an excellent 25, and Worcestershire's final second innings total 199 meant Glamorgan need 332 to win. They've lost 1 wicket. David Lloyd, the captain, caught at mid-off by Brett D'Oliveira off Charlie Morris for 13 with the score on 21. So Worcestershire very much on top. 296 more runs needed by Glamorgan. At lunch they're 36 for 1. And that's just about it from New Road here until play resumes at around about 1:40. We'll be with you then. Thank you for your company this morning, and look forward to joining you again this afternoon. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume after lunch on day 3 of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. The lunch situation, Glamorgan 36 for 1 in pursuit of 332 for victory. Eddie Byram is 17 not out, Colin Ingram is 6 not out, and we're going to see Ed Barnard bowling for the first time in this innings. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford from Worcester. Alongside me is Nick Webb of BBC Sport Wales. We're both contactable on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58. Nick is at NickWebb2017. And Ed Barnard begins bowling to Byram, who tucks him off his pads down to long leg, well short, it doesn't really reach long leg, but in that direction, pursued by the keeper Gareth Roderick, and they take a single. In the first innings, Barnard 2 for 25 off 8, bowled pretty well. And Nick, you've already given me your prediction for the way the game's going to turn out.
Yes, I'm not sure I'd like to repeat it all now at this juncture.
Barnard is in and bowls, and this one is dug out by Ingram. Good delivery, 37 for 1. Nick's prediction perhaps a bit pessimistic, but I think we're all a bit like that. You know, we
most county cricket
we look at our own teams. Look at our own teams and we imagine the worst. We look at other teams and we think, goodness me, they're strong. And then people say, well, you've got him and you've got him, and you go, yeah, but he's not in very good form. You see him all the time. I'm sure most of us feel exactly the same way as Barnard moves away from us again and bowls, and that's nicely driven by Ingram up to mid-off where D'Oliveira fields. D'Oliveira, the man who took the catch to dismiss the one batsman who has been removed so far in this innings, David Lloyd, who mistimed a drive at Charlie Morris and was caught at mid-off for 13 when the score was 21. Overcast, bits of blue sky visible, bit of a breeze as Barnard comes in and bowls to Ingram, who goes on the back foot, covers up nicely, pushes out on the offside, but good start from Barnard. Appears to have settled quite quickly into a nice groove here. He has a very, very easy approach to the crease, Barnard, and it's not one of those seamers that appears to take a great deal out of himself in delivery. He just goes very smoothly through, and this one is a good delivery outside off, some good leave from Ingram and taken by Roderick.
A couple of lower order wickets for Ed Barnard in the first innings, but Joe Leach had done all the damage in double quick time anyway, so he wasn't needed for a massive contribution. He'd made that with the bat.
Yeah. He's a proper all-rounder, Barnard. Always likely to be involved in the game. He's in and he bowls to Ingram, who drives and slices the drive really down to third man, where it's going to be fielded by Joe Leach. End of the over, so just 2 runs coming from it, and 38 for 1 is the Glamorgan score. Ingram is 7 and Byram is 18.
Josh Curtis suggests there's an argument to say Lloyd and Carlson wouldn't be in this side if they were captain and vice captain, struggling for form big time. Well, the averages going into this match were Carlson 29.5, Lloyd 25.8. Tom Bevan is hammering the door down and deserves a chance, says Josh Curtis after 3 second 11 centuries. Glamorgan podcast boy saying it really needs Root to step up today and contribute a big score. Callum Taylor, also a name thrown into the debate. Young batter come off spinner who's been in and around the first team squad for the last couple of years. Chris Manring wish someone would have a word with Derek the Weather, as Ingram steers that one down to third man and goes through for a single. Big ask, says Chris, but time to raise their game. 39 for 1 Glamorgan, chasing 3-3-2. As Eddie Byram takes guard from umpire O'Shaughnessy. And 2-9-3 to win, 9 wickets to win for the home side. 68 overs remaining bar that last delivery. As Pennington is into bowl to Byram, who defends it on the offside. And there's no run. T will definitely be at 20-4 for those of you who like to arrange your lives around such matters. I can't imagine you really do.
I don't know, there might be a few.
But T 20-4, get the kettle on then.
Maybe there's people who are watching the stream and they know they've got to take their dog for a walk at some point. That's the kind of imperative that
absolutely
shapes my days, I can tell you.
Pennington is into bowl to Byram, who defends back to the bowler. No run.
I think, well, I'll watch this and then I'll take the dog for a walk during the tea interval and I'll come back and I'll just be back in time.
Or I'll put the headphones on for the first couple of hours of the afternoon and then I'll do some work for 20 minutes at 20-4 until 4 o'clock. Arrange a meeting quick. 39 for 1. Pennington in to bowl and Byram defends on the offside. Well, I'm sure working from home has probably boosted our listening and viewing figures.
Yeah.
And that people can keep an ear or an eye on this and also get some sort of work done at the same time. Still cloudy. Only very small patches of blue sky visible through some fairly thick cloud as Pennington bowls, and Byram didn't know anything about that as he squeezed it off an inside edge, possibly between his legs, but anyway the ball rolling out towards square leg, and he wouldn't have been able to stop that if he'd been rolling towards the stumps, I don't think. So Pennington's speed causing Byram a few questions there. As Pennington retreats towards the digless end, the white tarpaulin over a section of the stand there for the sight screen. As Pennington's into bowl to Byram, who works it on the leg side, but straight to square leg. There is no run. 39 for 1 Glamorgan. Ingram 8, Byram 18. The target is 3-3-2 overall.
And Ed Barnard will resume from the new road end. Very keen, quickly peeling off his sweater and taking off his cap and strutting back to his mark at the new road end. Started with a tidy over, just 2 runs coming from it, and comes in there to bowl to Ingram, one of the few batsmen in the game batting on a conventional middle stump guard, and he's beaten by a really good one that left him off the pitch, climbed quite steeply and could easily have taken the edge on its way through to the keeper Roderick, or one of 2 slips, Ed Pollock and Tom Fell. Other than that, we have a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg as Barnard is in and bowls, and Ingram is forward to this one. More determined shot from him, better footwork into that one, pushing up to mid-off where D'Oliveira fields. .332 the target. More importantly, get through the new ball. As Barnard is in again and bowls, and Ingram lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick around about knee height. Worcestershire lacking the out and out pace of the Glamorgan attack. Hogan and Nisa in particular able to extract a good deal of help from this pitch, and between them they took 12 of the 20 Worcestershire wickets that have fallen. Barnard again is in and bowls, and this one's short, and Ingram goes on the back foot and tries to punch it down the ground. Doesn't really time it, gets enough of it to force it back past the bowler, but D'Oliveira races across from mid-off, and an athletic tumbling stop from the skipper prevents any addition to the score and brings a ripple of applause. Sets the example in the field, Brett D'Oliveira, the heartbeat of the fielding team, not just as captain but in terms of his energy and his movement in the field. There's Barnard in again, bowls, and Ingram tucks this one away on the onside, and Azhar Ali, despite his age, makes good ground to his left, and almost as though he's feeding off that energy from D'Oliveira's stop off the previous ball, and he prevents any addition. 39 for 1.
It's described as leaping onto the field by the public address, and he literally was bouncing around.
He's a bundle of energy. Barnard bowls, he won't stop that one though. D'Oliveira has driven properly this time, got all of that. Ingram, nice drive, last ball of the over, half volley and driven straight down the ground for 4. End of the over then. Ingram 12, Byram 18, Glamorgan 43 for 1. Good shot. Watching the replay, that was lovely.
Well, Colin Ingram in full flow is lovely to watch, unless you're bowling to him. So innings against Sussex last time out of 176 and 2, as both he and Byram made huge scores in the first innings and were dismissed cheaply in the second. In the end, that didn't really matter because Glamorgan had a low victory target and scrambled home 140 odd for 5, thanks to 45 apiece from Carlson and North East. They too have first innings failures to make up for, as does Ingram. Byram, the only man who really settled in for a long dig, despite the efforts of Cullen, who showed some decent application in the first innings. Pennington into Byram, and through it goes.
A Byram leave.
A Byram leave. A Byram leave. Just have to check on the replay.
I think we should do teamwork here. When Byram's on strike, whoever's not commentating on the delivery should watch the monitor, so they can either confirm or deny that it was a Byram leave.
It only involves about 2 inches of bat movement in towards the body, which is why it's difficult to tell from fine leg. Pennington in, bowls to Byram, who drives to mid-on as the bowler tries to stop it in his follow-through. Goes to ground.
Slightly apish.
Looking slightly suspicious at the wicket, Pennington, but on the other end he shouldn't have been in the middle of it anyway. Dylan Pennington looking to add to his 1 for 37 from the first innings. Tall, slimish build into bowl. That's definitely a Byram leave. That's one of his more demonstrative ones, with the bat raised high. So Pennington retreats into the distance, a peer around the pole that's holding up the stand that we're located in, and comes in towards us, bowls to Byram. Leave. Maybe? Frank?
Close. That was so close. I could have almost not. You know that one where he plays down the wrong line on purpose? It was one of those rather than one where he pulled it away. It's difficult to say sometimes. It really is. He does that the curtain rail leave, and then he does that one where sometimes he plays and he carries on playing even though he knows that he's going to miss it. So sort of deliberately plays down the wrong line.
Pennington bowls. That's the definite leave since the bat is upraised above the helmet. 43 for 1.
Got the leave, the curtain rail leave, the push leave.
He's never beaten by anything at all.
Bring back Marnus, and we all know what we are.
Yes, as the bat describes a parabola, an arc, ends up pointing towards square leg. Pennington bowls, and that is edged and
just
didn't quite carry to slip.
Just picked it up on the hard volley.
Just a little bit surprised that it's not carrying really, unless the pitch has flattened a modicum, as that one bounced about 6 inches short of first slip. But Pennington's bowling at a fair lick, so I'm surprised that one didn't carry, but maybe he did well just to, even though he didn't control it, just got slightly on top of it.
Yeah.
43 for 1 at the end of a hostile over from Dylan Pennington.
And Ed Barnard to continue. Moves in now from the New Road end to the left-handed Ingram. He bowls, and Ingram is flashing at that one as it went across him. It's quite wide, taken by Roderick, and Ingram is annoyed with himself he's either annoyed at himself that he played it, or he wishes he'd gone at it harder, because his reaction to missing it is to rehearse a much more powerful cut shot. Settles himself again now as Barnard is into him, and he's on the back foot, pushing this one through the covers between Baker and D'Oliveira, and he takes a single, moves on to 44 for 1. The total moves on here, the total is, and Ingram is 13, Byram is 18, the man out Lloyd for 13. We're in the 16th over of the innings as Glamorgan pursue 332 for victory. Barnard strides in again and bowls short, banged in halfway down, and a no ball is called by umpire Lungley. So the score moves on to 46 for 1. Barnard just showing the batsman that he has that ability to bowl a bouncer when he wants to. It's not the quickest, but it's something that he uses occasionally. Bowls again now, and this one is pulled short again, but pulled by Byram, and he was in complete control of it. Out to Azhar Ali on the square leg boundary, and they go 3 for 1. Byram 19, 47 for 1. Certainly got his money's worth, Byram, in terms of occupying the crease in this innings, in this game I should say, as he lets this one go outside the off stump. Ingram. Byram in the first innings, what did he faced? 131 balls. And so far he's faced 47 already in this second innings.
Well, this is something that Glamorgan need a player to nail down that opening spot, with playing the anchor role alongside the attacking David Lloyd.
And there's Barnard again, takes him on the pad as he tries to turn it on the leg side. No appeal. But yeah, he's applied himself very well in difficult circumstances. Byram. Ingram, also left-handed, waits now as Barnard comes in and bowls to him, and he plays defensively out on the offside. End of a tidy over from Barnard. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. His figures, and 47 for 1, the Glamorgan second innings total.
On this day, in 1773, now I don't remember it personally, first recorded instance of an attacking field match between England and Hampshire, presumably the rest of England outside Hampshire, at Sevenoaks. In the second innings, Hampshire all out for 49. England opener Richard Simmons was told to field close in and greatly intimidated the Hampshire gentleman. Bennington is in to bowl, and that is punched but straight to mid-on by Byram.
Interesting that. So the first example of intimidatory fielding.
In your face.
Face fielding, yeah.
No helmets in those days. 1773. Nothing new under the sun.
Sledging.
No intimidatory fielding at the moment, because there is no short leg or similar, as Pennington is in and Byram defends back to the bowler. Missed yesterday the anniversary of the alleged record innings of all time at 628 not out in a match at Clifton College.
House match.
A house match, yeah. I mean, good luck to Arthur Collins, but certainly when I've visited that location, it was a very small field. As Byram hooks towards long leg and clears the ropes by about a metre as the umpires check, but that one has gone all the way, and Byram just about getting enough on that as Charlie Morris down in front of us looked interested.
50 up.
50 up, 53 for 1. Byram taking on the short ball. I mean, it may have changed the topography of Clifton College since those days, but certainly that particular area was probably only about 60 metres across, so you're talking 30 metres boundaries. May have changed since between 1899 and when I was there, which is slightly after 1899.
I don't think it was actually on the close, was it? On the
No,
main
it
ground
wasn't on the main bit, no.
A beautiful setting on the close.
As, that's allowed to go through by Byram. It is, yes, but being in the fourth 11, I never got to play on the middle there.
Did you go to Clifton College?
Yes.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've taken football teams there actually from RGS Worcester in the past.
It is a beautiful setting, as you say.
absolutely.
Gloucestershire have played second 11 matches there. Glamorgan spinner Prem Sisodia went there a couple of years ago. As Byram drives and is definitely beaten by that one, looking for a forcing shot through the covers. 53 for 1.
Glamorgan making decent progress since lunch in their pursuit of 332 for victory. 36 for 1 at the break, the one man out, the captain Lloyd caught by Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off off Charlie Morris for 13 this morning, but since then Colin Ingram, who's on 13, and Eddie Byram, who batted very well in the first innings, is on 25. They've made good solid progress, and indeed in the over that we've just seen concluded, Byram managing to hook Dylan Pennington away over the rope at long leg for 6. So in pursuit of a distant 332 at the moment, the visitors are 53 for 1 off 17 overs. As Pennington finishes that over. Ingram will be on strike against Barnard. Just get the impression that the Worcestershire bowlers would rather bowl at right-handers on this pitch for whatever reason. These two left-handers making it a bit more difficult for them, and Ingram just tucks this one from Barnard away off his pads as Ali fields.
Yeah, this is
a single.
A bit of an outlier for Glamorgan with 3 left-handers in the top 6, with Root presumably coming in at 6 this innings. It was 7 in the first innings with the use of a night watchman, but not very often Glamorgan in recent seasons have had that many lefties.
It's interesting. Worcestershire have had a dearth of lefties as well. In comes Barnard and bowls, and this one is across Byram, and he lets it go. I think he pulled his bat out of the way. He might have played at it. Can't always tell from our position here. But Worcestershire, they've picked up Pollock and Cornell this year, who are both left-handers. But with Ross Whiteley leaving, they've lost one. And there have been Worcestershire teams in recent years where there have been no left-handers at all. I think I'm right in saying. Barnard bowls, and he definitely played at that one. I think I'll just have to have a look at the replay. It's gone through, bounced a bit, that one as well. That was a good delivery from Barnard. It's gone through to the keeper, and they're not going to show me a replay. I'm not going to be sure, but it certainly looked as though he played at it. It is very difficult for us to tell from our position at wide long off when Byram pulls his bat away and when he plays. Barnard again, he's in, bowls to Byram, and he gets a run this time, just tucking it off his hip down to long leg where Pennington fields. 55 for 1 the score in the 18th over. I think we might have probably expected a few more fireworks with the new ball in the first 20 overs than we've actually seen, which is good news for the Welsh county. But of course Joe Leach has only bowled 4 overs. Here's Barnard again in, bowls, and that's driven by Ingram very nicely, but he doesn't get any runs because Charlie Morris moves quickly across at mid-on and on his knees makes a good save.
Well, Glamorgan lost 2 wickets in the first over in their first innings, didn't they? And they were 6 down in the 20th, so unless there's a real clatter, it will be an improvement of some sort, yes.
Barnard hoping to begin that clatter. He's in and bowls, and Ingram is on the back foot, plays forcefully but defensively up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. End of the over. 18 gone in the innings, 277 more runs needed. Glamorgan are 55 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Leach went for a couple of boundaries, but one of them was through Slip's hands, so 0 for 20 is meaningless really. Charlie Morris was the only wicket so far. I wonder how long it'll be before we get another blast of Leach, Hurricane Joe heading at the Glamorgan batters. At the moment, it's Dylan Pennington to propel this still newish ball, the 19th over. Now square leg has been pushed back as well as fine leg after Byram took on a hook shot in the last over. That one defended back to the bowler, and Byram, unless he gets a real lollipop, might be well advised to put the hook shot away. When he hit for 6 was deliberately hit in the air. He's shown he can pull along the ground as well. 55 for 1 then Glamorgan. 332 is their overall target as Pennington is into bowl. Byram drives to mid-off, no run. Virtually no blue sky at all at the moment, apart from way over behind the cathedral, which I think is going to impact us because the weather appears to be coming from somewhere over the ladies' pavilion.
Southwest, yeah. That blue sky's over towards where I live, on the Vale of Evesham.
Yeah, well, the sun would be shining on you if you were at home. Pennington to Byram, who drives nicely back down the ground. There's a chase on for the mid-off fielder, and they're safely back for a couple of runs. That looked to be sweetly timed by Byram. It was decently timed, but maybe not quite as powerful as I'd thought originally.
Just wondering if the bowler might have taken a little bit off it. Possibly, I don't know, but D'Oliveira hastened back and made the sliding stop.
So many players who are so good at that stop these days, aren't they? And the outfield, as Pennington is in to Byram, who defends just the slide from about 5 metres out from the boundary, so that you can get your hand on the ball and tap it back, and it doesn't matter if the fielder goes over the rope because the aim is that they are no longer in contact with the ball at that point.
Just got a tweet in from Paul who says Wisden editor Lawrence Booth is speaking at the Ranking Club in Leicester tonight from about 7:30. There may be a few tickets left at £12 each.
As the next ball is short and Byram ducks underneath it.
Hits the helmet. Goes for 4 leg
Oh,
buys.
sorry.
He was taking evasive action. He's headed it for 4. And umpire O'Shaughnessy hasn't disallowed the runs like Lungley did in the first innings. He's given 4 leg buys, but he's now called for a helmet to be brought out and the usual protocols to be undertaken. So I'll just repeat that. Wisden editor Lawrence Booth speaking at the Ranking Club in Leicester tonight from about 7:30. There may be a few tickets left at £12 each, so if you're interested, if you live in the Leicester area, you're interested in going to that, could be an interesting talk, then get down there.
Indeed, thank you for picking up the course of that ball, which I'd lost.
Just nodded it down to third man for 4. So we've got quite a
On the
lengthy
edge.
break in play again, although he appears to be okay.
Yes, that's 12th man coming on. No sign of medical appointment for Eddie Byram at the moment. And they usually require helmets to be replaced, but
Yeah,
must have been just the merest of glancing blows.
blow, yeah.
61 for 1. Byram to 20. That's 28.
See, there you
not
go.
out.
There's my leg by theory again. Why do you get 4 runs for that? Completely defeated by the ball. Took his eye off it. Allowed it to hit him. I don't know. Probably didn't allow it to hit him, but
Pennington into Byram, who turns on the leg side for a single. 62 for 1.
it's a nonsense that that the batting team, and I'm not saying it because it's Glamorgan, because you know my feelings about this anyway, but it's a nonsense that the batting team profits to the tune of 4 runs. I think it's an anomaly in the game that could be removed quite easily, I think. Be interested to see what other people think. Get in touch if you want to, at FrankWatson58 on Twitter, at NickWebb2017 on Twitter. We had this debate yesterday. My feeling is that the leg buys are a reward for the batting team often that they don't deserve, and although I might keep them behind square on the leg side to stop bowlers from targeting the pads, otherwise I'd make them redundant. As Barnard begins a new over with the ball to Byram that he just pushes back up the pitch.
Yeah, there isn't really much of an argument in favour of them continuing, other than it helps those of us tail-enders in need of scrambled singles just get something behind it and run like hell.
We've all benefited. We've all seen our teams benefit, but it just logic defies really. Barnard bowls again. Barnard pushes back up the pitch, and in case people didn't hear what I said about it yesterday, my feeling is that, let's just imagine in any scenario, T20, Test match or whatever, bowler runs up, bowls a really good delivery, which defeats the batsman, all ends up and takes him on the pad, and it isn't hitting the stumps, there's no appeal or anything, but it whizzes down to third man for 4. Barnard again is in, bowls, left alone, taken by the keeper, and the batting team, who have done nothing other than their batsmen be, to all intents and purposes, defeated by the bowler's skills, benefit to the tune of 4 runs. It just doesn't make sense to me. That one in the previous over, Eddie Byram, I'm glad he's okay, of course, and thank goodness for helmets, but he's hit on the helmet. Clearly hadn't got much idea what was going on. The ball runs away for 4 and he gets a boundary, or the team does. Barnard bowls, he's turned around a bit by this one, Byram, and it slides off the outside half of the bat behind square on the offside, and Jake Libby fields. And just to expand on that, people have often said to me when I've said this, well then you'll just get bowlers bowling round the wicket at the pads, and they'll be just doing that negatively. So that's why I say, well, okay, we'll keep leg buys behind square on the leg side to stop that from being a deliberate policy, but outlaw them elsewhere. Barnard bowls, this one keeps low, very low, and strange
shot.
going for almost Well, he started to go, he thought it was going to be a pull, I think, so he got into position and then realised it was a lot lower, so he quickly adjusted that shot and made it almost into a sweep, sinking down to his knees, but it had gone through and it bounced again before it reached Gareth Roderick, and then twice Byram just indicated to his partner with a gesture that one stayed very low. Probably didn't need to tell Colin Ingram, he could see it for himself. As Barnard is in, and this one is... I think he played at that one. I'm just guessing, looking at the monitor. I think he played. It wasn't a Byram leave, but it's always difficult to tell. Excuse us for repeatedly saying that. But if you're watching on the monitor, you'll know, I'm sure, what we mean. 62 for 1 at the end of the over. 14 to Ingram, 29 to Byram.
So here we are. Hurricane Joe is summoned up by Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, under rather murky skies, so the visibility isn't the best. If you weren't with us first thing this morning, the players came out ready for combat at 11 o'clock. The umpires took a light reading and the players retreated for the next 6 minutes. But the light has not been spectacular all day when you consider that we're only a week after the longest day of the alleged British summer.
I've had a weather report from the Vale of Evesham from Tim Mason, who's working on the square at Peopleton Cricket Club, and he says it's not sunny.
Leach bowls, Ingram leg glances for a single, 63 for 1. Ingram to 15.
A bit deeper into the Vale it might be.
I thought you were going to say he was working on your back garden or something.
No. I don't have anybody to do that other than my wife and myself.
News from the international scene is that, as flagged up yesterday really, England's World Cup winning captain Owen Morgan has confirmed his retirement from international cricket. Joss Butler is expected to take over the role, as Leach doesn't bowl. Well, he did everything apart from let go of the ball there.
I rarely see him do that. He's obviously bothered by the footholds. Yeah, having a little dig at it, sharing a little joke with the umpire as he walks back.
Owen Morgan said it hadn't been an easy decision, but he believed that now is the right time to do so. In other words, step down. England record of 225 one-day international appearances and 115 T20 appearances. Leach bowls, Byram defends on the offside.
And by all accounts, an inspirational leader, from what I've heard from people who know. Truly imaginative captain and one who definitely brought the best out of people around him, I think.
Well, if you've got a World Cup winners medal in your trophy cabinet, you can't really argue with that.
And if you don't believe us, read the wonderful Steve James, who Eddie Bevan and I were talking about yesterday, who wrote that book called Morgan's Men, I think. It's a very good read.
As Leach bowls, Byram gets on top of it and defends it back to the bowler. Yes, unfortunately, Steve's other commitments for his national newspaper precluded him from joining us on BBC Wales T20 coverage this season. Hope to have him back in future.
Lovely cakes coming from the ladies' pavilion by the look of it. I hope we get some of those.
Marvellous. Well, there's not too many vultures in the press box today, so one of them goes off in pursuit of the cakes. Leach bowls, Byram flicks it away towards square leg. Square leg is back on the boundary, so there's an easy single as the ball rolls past umpire Lungley. It's gone to the scorers and the public address man Bradders next door.
There were 2 plates, I think, so we might still be lucky.
You won't hear anything on the PA for a bit. Bradders will scoff the lot. Gosh, that's a generous helping for next door. As Leach round the wickets and Ingram defends to mid-wicket and there's no run. Owen Morgan has only scored 1 half century in his last 26 white ball innings for England. He said To call time on the most enjoyable and rewarding chapter of my career hasn't been an easy decision, but I believe now is the right time, both for me personally and for both England white ball sides. Well, yes, they need to get someone in place before the T20 World Cup in October, and allow someone else to get their feet under the table. As Ingram defends on the offside, and so Morgan's decision, therefore, quite a selfless one, really, to say, well, I'm not quite justifying my place in the side anymore, and it's time for someone else to take over. End of the over, 64 for 1. Ingram has 15, Byram has 30, and a reminder that Glamorgan's target is 332, and the man out, David Lloyd, caught off Charlie Morris for 13. Meanwhile, in the women's test, England 120 for 3, in reply to South Africa's 284.
Here's Ed Barnard from the New Road End, bowling to Byram, who clips him tidily off his pads for a single as a rally fields on the square leg boundary. 65 for 1.
Batters out, Emma Lamb for 38. Before that, Tammy Beaumont for 28. Both to Ms. Bosch, Annika Bosch. And Heather Knight got run out for 8. So Sivan Dunkley at the wicket at the moment.
Barnard in. Oh, we've got a couple of pieces. Should you leave that here? Do you want to take the plate away? No. Single taken by Ingram down to long leg.
Bring it out after.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Proper cake from the ladies' pavilion. I'm going to put it away.
Marvellous, yes. Keep it out of temptation
so
until
we can't be tempted.
Until 15:40 p.m.
Yeah, there we go. A fixed tea. And there it is, just lurking on the plate away to my left. 66 for 1 now with that single. Just going back to Steve James, we were talking about it when I was on air with Eddie Bevan yesterday. Barnard bowls again, left alone, taken by the keeper, and I was saying how much I enjoy his writing, and we occasionally contact each other on Twitter, and I know that the boys at Monmouth School are very lucky to have his input too from time to time. But he wrote 2 articles recently about batting during the second test match, I think it was, and about Alex Lees and Zach Crawley and the way that they had their various travails. And what struck me about both articles, I'll just break off as Barnard bowls, and that is a play and a miss, I think, by Byram, taken by the keeper. 66 for 1. What struck me about both articles was the way that he has this very, very well, not quite unique, but enviable capacity to write about the technical and make it seem simple to the layman, and it's just a brilliant skill, as well as understanding batting as he does. Barnard again bowls, and this is pushed out on the onside by Byram, and there's no run. And he wrote these 2 articles, and I just think for the man in the street reading in the Times, and having watched the cricket and perhaps wondered why Zach Crawley keeps getting a nick or etc., Steve James's ability to explain that is really impressive.
Well, that is the best art of the best pundit, isn't it, to explain why things are happening.
Yeah, exactly. In terms that are understandable. I think it's just brilliant, and he's great at that. And Barnard in, and Byram plays defensive off the back foot, and I don't know from first-hand experience, but I bet, because it's exactly the same quality, that's what makes him a really good coach of young batsmen as well. 66 for 1 at the end of the over. Ingram is 16, Byram is 31, and I would think Worcestershire are just a tiny little bit concerned at the moment that they aren't making more things happen out there.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. There are obviously 266 still to win, and I think Worcestershire are still heavy favourites for this game. It's just if the ball gets beyond 40 overs, maybe there might be a difficult patch for Worcestershire's bowlers then. As Leach is in to bowl to Ingram, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. When the ball goes softer, it might be easier for the batters to survive and prosper. Second 11 scores: Glamorgan 413 all out, Northants 45 for 1 at Milton Keynes. That 1 wicket to Jamie McIlroy, who's been on the fringes of the first team squad, and good to see Rory Smith opening the bowling there after a lot of injury worries. Leach in, bowls, Ingram drives to mid-off, and there's no run. As for Worcestershire's second 11, I'm afraid to report that they're still in the field at Edgbaston, with Warwickshire 490 for 7. Maddie, the wicketkeeper, is 97 not out. 2 wickets apiece for Finch and for Singh in the Worcestershire attack. But their batters will be facing a big total on the board from the Bears. Ingram works to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder, no run. Well, I don't see any second 11 cricket. Always trying to keep an eye on the who's doing well and who's likely to be challenging for first team places. The applause you may have heard on the effects microphone, that's delivered by Charlie Morris, trying to encourage Joe Leach from 80 metres away. As Leach in, bowls, Ingram slices a drive rather, but he's got enough of it to send it away for 4 runs through point. He was looking to play much straighter than that, so it wasn't off the meat of the bat, but Colin Ingram hits the ball hard, even when it's not entirely off the middle, and that is 20 to Ingram, and Glamorgan on to 70 for 1, and more applause from Charlie Morris, who's working hard to be a good team man down here. His trousers flapping slightly in the breeze, which is getting up a little bit. Leach in, bowls, Ingram again plays not as convincingly as he was looking for, but picks up a couple of runs through the covers. This time it doesn't find the boundary. Glamorgan move on to 72 for 1, and the ripple of applause that you probably detected was not just for the shot, but for the fact that this is now a half-century partnership. BBC Sport Online, our commentary also through the two clubs' websites with the video stream. As Leach has a brief exchange with his captain D'Oliveira. He's pointing as if he wants a fielder change somewhere, in response to which fine leg moves about 2 metres squarer. It was obviously not much of a tactical lad on the third man rather, for the left-hander in front of the hotel on that short 45-degree angle boundary. Leach in, bowls, Ingram drives straight to mid-on. There is no run, so Leach has bowled 6 overs without reward. He's 0 for 28 and Glamorgan is 72 for 1, needing a mere 260 still to win.
And the other bowling figures: Morris 4 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 4. Pennington 6 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. Josh Baker 1 over no maidens, no wicket for 2. And Ed Barnard, who's just been withdrawn from the attack, 6 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Baker is coming back into the attack, and he's going to be bowling at the New Road end, and I would guess that what we might be looking at here is a hope from Brett D'Oliveira that Baker can come on at this end and just tie things up a little bit and bowl tidily and bowl a fairly lengthy spell whilst he rotates his seamers at the Diglis end, from which most of the damage has been done in the game. Ed Pollock has gone into short leg for Baker, for the left-hander, and there's a slip as well as he comes in and bowls, and that's a bit too full and a bit too quick, and it's just run away behind square on the offside for a single by Byram, who goes to 32.
His over before lunch seemed to be pushed through a little bit.
73 for 1.
He's got plenty of runs to play with.
He comes in again now and bowls. Same field for the left-handed Ingram, and Ingram is down the pitch and smashing this for 4. And we were discussing what might happen this morning in the press box, and one thing I said was that I thought that if it was a run chase situation and Glamorgan, who had kind of promised to be positive, really, judging from what we heard last night, that we thought Baker might get targeted. I thought it's happened before. And Glamorgan are going along quite nicely in pursuit of what looks an unlikely 332 for victory. They're 77 for 1 at the moment. They were 36 for 1 at lunch. The man out this morning, Lloyd, who was caught by Brett D'Oliveira off the bowling of Charlie Morris, for 13. But the left-handed duo of Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram are at the moment going along very, very nicely. And Glamorgan at the moment just 255 short of that victory target. I say just, it's still a long way away, but a good partnership developing. Byram is 32, Ingram is 26, and they're 78 for 1. Big shout for LBW, that one, but nothing doing as Baker bowls and Byram plays an uncharacteristic reverse sweep. Not quite sure why you would be doing that in the spinner's first over, but it was just outside the line, I think, but really only just outside the line, that appeal. Just watching the replay again. Baker again is in over the wicket, and Byram is out this time. And I really cannot, for the life of me, understand why that has happened. He's gone for the reverse sweep once, he's missed it, he's gone for it again, he's got a little top edge, it's lobbed up in the air, and Barnard has taken a wicket. Baker's taken a wicket, Barnard's taken a catch, and I regard that as a bonus for Worcestershire, and a wicket thrown away as far as Glamorgan are concerned.
Well, there was obviously a plan there from Glamorgan, wasn't there, to try and take down Baker straight away, as Ingram came down the wicket and straight drove him for 4. But Byram really needed, you feel, and it's difficult to criticise because he's been Glamorgan's best batsman in this match by a long way. But that struck me as a plan that was badly executed and could have been implemented an over or 2 later once they'd had a look at the spinner. Ball just lobbing up, and the simplest of catches once Barnard had run backwards a couple of paces from the slip.
Maybe I'm just a bit old-fashioned, but I yes, go to the reverse if you need to score runs and you can't score them in a conventional way. And there's an obvious gap, but what's the rush? Baker's just come on, and Ingram had already hit for 4. He played it once and not got it right. Just did not see the need for that, and I think you're right. They may have said if Baker comes on, we're going to try and target him. We think that spinners are easier to get after on this pitch than the seamers, and if we're going to win, chase down a big target on this pitch, then we need to be positive and aggressive. Well, I agree with all of that, but I just think I think let me put it this way, I think the Worcestershire fielders out there will be feeling that they've kind of not had to work as much as they might have done.
It's a Brucey bonus, isn't it?
It is.
The seamers trying to blast them out, the spinners trying to winkle them out, and Glamorgan have gone slightly too hard too soon against the spinner. Just have a look for a couple of overs, see what he's bowling, what sort of pace and length and line, and then go if you feel confident. But there we are. Here comes Leach to Ingram, no shot. 78 for 2. So Byram can look back on this match as a personal success with 57 and 32, but and he did say that they would look to be positive in any run chase, but Just a touch too much positivity, it's easy to say in hindsight. Sam North East, he only got 9 in the first innings, and he's watching on from the non-strikers end as Leach into bowl, and Ingram shoulders arms against a ball that came back quite a long way after it had passed the wickets and was taken by Roderick going down the leg side, which is
quite low as
unusual.
Well. I thought it kept a bit low as well. I just watched the replay. Yeah, it did.
It did both come back and keep lowish, went through about half stump height. 78 for 2, Worcestershire was the breakthrough. Leach in and Ingram defends, and there is no run. The batting to come for Glamorgan. Kieran Carlson, who's not in the best of nick, is next in. Billy Root probably at 6. He got 88 in his first class innings of the season at Durham, but needs another one with nothing over 20 since then. Leach to Ingram, who's up on his toes defending back to the bowler. It's Billy Root at 6. Well, the next 4 you could stick in almost any order, really. Probably to be Tom Cullen at 7, Neeser at 8, Harris 9, Salt at 10, I'd guess. Hogan definitely 11. Didn't get to face a ball in the first innings. I think we're due the entertainment of another Hogan 50 somewhere before he retires. Leach bowls and Ingram drives ferociously but straight at a shortish cover point. It's an unusual position. Ed Barnard is probably just in front of square there, but he's quite close in.
Drive, didn't he, in the previous over, I think. Man just walking away to our right, Josh Tongue. He's the man I think Worcestershire are missing most in this season. That extra bit of pace that he's got, that little bit of devil that the big lad's got on pitches like this, be very, very useful, but he's got a long-term shoulder injury. I gather the latest news is good.
Leach bowls and Ingram is beaten by a corker of a delivery that did come back, and Ingram's struck a few boundaries, but he's struggling slightly at times. 26 off 53 deliveries, not at his most fluent at the moment. Successful over from Josh Baker last time out. Can he repeat it?
Yeah, and will they repeat their aggressive intent against him? I would, if I were captain now, in my dreams, I would actually try and maybe just put a little bit more pressure on. Might have a silly point as well as a short leg, and just see if I could induce a little bit of another mistake like we've just seen. D'Oliveira bowls and North East drives on the offside. Plenty of runs to play with, and a wicket or two now could materially transform the game. Just might try it for an over or two. Baker round the wicket, bowls to North East, and he drives nicely straight down the ground. Morris will stop it, moving over from mid-on, and they take a single. Ingram now on strike. Let's see what happens. Field spreads, not surprisingly, given what he did last time. Baker, will he hold his nerve? Over the wicket to the left-hander. Tall young man who's in, and he bowls, and Ingram is forward and is taken on the pad, I think, as it runs away past slip. And no, there's no signal, so there was a bit of bat in it, an outside edge. Ingram profits to the tune of 1 and goes to 27, and it's 80 for 2. And Baker comes round the wicket again to the left-handed North East. He's in, he bowls, and North East drives on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. Guy Fell moving to his left.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought North East was the ideal candidate for trying to psych him out or put extra pressure on. Very unflappable character.
Baker in, bowls, and all of these drives, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm not really suggesting that you'd psych him out, but I just, new batsman comes in, 2 or 3 around the bat, not quite got used to everything yet. I just think it's an opportunity. With this many runs ahead, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
This Baker bowls a little bit slower this time, which is nice to see, I think. And North East waits for it, pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira Fields 80 for 2, end of the over. Ingram 27 and North East on 1. The man out since lunch, Byram caught at slip off a top-edged reverse sweep by Ed Barnard off the bowling of Josh Baker for 32.
Yeah, he made those runs off 79 deliveries, 2 fours and a hooked 6, strike rate of 40.5. But notwithstanding the manner in which he departed, I think Ed Byram has already shown enough in the 2 championship games that he's played as an opening bat to suggest that he is a serious candidate to occupy that long term. Leach is in, bowls, Ingram drives. Beautiful shot for a no runs. Fielded at cover. Morris looks as though he is winding.
Just got the signal from Brett D'Oliveira.
Charlie Morris, 1 for 4 off 4 overs, is vigorously rotating on the boundary ropes in front of us at fine leg. Leach into bowl, and that one's gone through for 4 runs off what?
Inside edge, back past the stumps, I think.
Shot past the keeper, who is left unable to change direction in time, and certainly a false shot from Ingram. Must have been a skinny edge. Oh dear, yes, it's nearly dragged it onto his stumps on another day. Ingram is on 31, it's 84 for 2. This goes down as not a chance, but a false shot and a near miss for Worcestershire. 84 for 2. Huge amounts of experience between these 2 batters. Ingram mid-30s, North East 32. North East really has enthused Welsh followers with his performance so far. As Leach bowls to Ingram, who's forward carefully, bat and pad together, no run. So what a stupid shot, says Edward Cooper.
Yeah, well, I've had a couple of messages saying
Byram's dismissal.
Yeah.
Ian Evans, we have absolutely no chance of knocking these runs off. Whenever I'm optimistic, it usually ends badly.
Well, there you go, that's what I mean.
Ingram pushes at that one and misses again. He's having a torrid time against Leach.
About people being negative, I just think, there'd be lots of Worcestershire fans saying, oh, if they could get these, we've got to be careful.
Yes, each side's supporters expecting cloudy skies at any moment. Well, we've got cloudy skies in the literal sense as the door blows shut nearby us, and a bit of breeze as well. By no means is it t-shirt weather today. There's Leach into bowl, Ingram stabbing down on that one, defending it on the offside, and there's no run. Morris walks with intent towards the middle from beneath us. Is he going to come on now? Baker
I
hasn't.
think Baker and Morris replacing Leach is my guess.
Well, it's only 4 overs Leach has bowled. Perhaps he thinks that's his best modus operandi coming back from a back injury.
Yeah, I think that's right. having had a very serious back injury before that one that kept him out for a year or so. I think he's
doesn't want to push
cautious.
it. Yeah,
very cautious.
Bowled really well in the first innings, of course, but then I think he bowled, what was it, 5 overs on the first night, 4 or 5 on the first night, so it looked like a longer spell, but he had a night's sleep in between.
Exactly.
So today's bowled 2 spells of 4 overs each.
Baker from the new road end round the wicket, breeze ruffling his clothing as he moves in to bowl to northeast, who is all forward, just pushes out on the onside, slipping a short leg in, man on the drive at short extra, otherwise it's fairly conventional backward point, cover boundary, fielder mid off, mid wicket, mid on and a deep backward square as Baker bowls, and northeast drives to that man at wide mid off, and there's no run. You mentioned about the pace the spinners bowl at. I think they all tend to bowl a bit quicker these days than they used to. Baker can slow it down, but he has probably bowled a little bit quicker since he's been in first class cricket. This one is just eased away on the onside, and there's a good diving stop by Azhar at mid wicket. And Brett Oliver, the captain, sees fit to jog up from mid on and give him a little low 5 to say well done. Moved the old limbs well. Baker gets through his overs really quickly. In again now and bowls, and northeast again works it on the onside, and again Azhar is the fielder. And again, just a sense that was a tiny bit slower from Baker, a little bit more air given to it.
Is he bowling slightly into the wind?
Yeah, probably just slightly. Yeah, comes in, bowls, nicely bowled. I thought that one. Even though, ironically, he concedes the first run of the over as it's steered out on the offside by northeast for 1. 85 for 2. And Ingram, who began aggressively against the left armour, waits again now. The short leg crosses over for the left-hander. Baker over the wicket, bowls, and he's taken on the pad. I think it hit the foot first, pops up on the onside, a kind of half muted appeal, and the end of the over from Baker. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10 his figures. It's 85 for 2. Glamorgan still trailed by 247.
So 49 runs accumulated since lunch for the loss of Byram's wicket, but it's never looked as though the batters have been on top at any particular stage. 28 overs of this innings gone.
Well, Leach is having another one, despite what we said.
There we are. Morris's warm-up was a little premature, but he's been dispatched elsewhere in the field because Azhar Ali has come down to join us at third man.
Yeah, I think he is going to bowl at that end, and I reckon that D'Oliveira thought Leach would have had enough, and he's just said, no, I'll tell you what, I'll have one more.
Leach bowls, northeast defends.
And I reckon, could be wrong, but I reckon that might be simply because the right-hander has come down to this end. And he just thought, I'll give it a go, see if I can just get him.
I don't think it's very pleasant conditions out there, because looking at the bunting on the ladies' pavilion, it's absolutely flapping away in the wind, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite chilly. The old bushes are moving quite strongly as well, aren't they?
Leach bowls, northeast pushes to cover, no run.
He got northeast, didn't he, in the first innings? Did he?
Yes.
Yeah, bowled for 9. So maybe that was in his mind, and he said, let me just have one more go. I reckon that's what's happened. 3 slips.
That's right. Watches on from beneath us as Leach bowls to northeast, who works it on the leg side, thinks about a single. Well, Ingram thought there was a single, but northeast wasn't particularly interested because Mid-wicket had made ground. Baker quickly to his right to field. 85 for 2. Glamorgan and a really difficult pursuit of 3-3-2 to win. As Leach bowls, North East plays this one fluently through the offside. Won't quite go for 4, I don't think, because the speedy skipper is off in pursuit. D'Oliveira feels really well there. That did allow them to come back for a third, but D'Oliveira fired his throw right over the stumps at the bowler's end, and Leach held the ball for bails as if to say, it's a good job you put the burners on there, Sam North East. 3 runs to him. He goes to 5. Glamorgan on to 88 for 2. Ingram on to strike. 2 balls left of Leach's over and possibly his spell, as Ingram noodles that away on the offside and eventually beats a diving Barnard in that close point position, and they'll go through for a single. Everyone swaps round again between right and left-handers. Over 8 is 0 for Worcestershire, which is good to see, although they've bowled, well, they didn't bowl any spin in the first innings, but their seamers have got on with it at a good rate. Hasn't been too much messing around between overs, as Leach to bowl the final ball of his 9th over to the right-handed Sam North East, and he's timed that one nicely through wide mid on. The chase for Pennington, is it going to reach the boundary? Yes, it does. Diagonally opposite us towards the area where I'm told the ice cream pod was due to be open today, in that area of the ground at Cow Corner. 93 for 2 Glamorgan, need a further 239 to defeat Worcestershire. Frank's got the binoculars out.
I can't see it.
Well, I think it's hidden
behind
that little low area of the
I think we should go and have a little
stand.
stroll at tea. Do you think we should?
Oh, it might be a bit parky for ice cream, to be honest. We've got cake here. Cake and coffee will do.
They bring the cake too soon, so it sits in the corner of the room going, eat me.
But there's only 2 of us on commentary today, as opposed to yesterday's 4 contributors, so you're stuck with us, I'm afraid, dear listener.
Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram in now and bowls, and Ingram is very, very carefully forward to that one. So the initial plan to have a go at Baker appears to have faded with the loss of that wicket, but I could be wrong. 93 for 2 as he comes in again now and bowls, and Ingram is back and working that one away to mid-wicket. Charlie Morris is repeating his warm-up, this time for the benefit of the spectators over on the side of the ground near the cathedral, as Ingram takes a single, hesitant as D'Oliveira fields, but North East gets home. And when I say for the benefit, I don't mean, I'm not suggesting that he's only doing it for their benefit. He's doing it in front of them, having done it in front of us, but he's definitely going to bowl the next over, I think, from the Diglis end, Charlie Morris. He's back in the circle now for the right-handed Sam North East, who's facing Baker round the wicket, bowls, and North East drives up to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. North East is 9, Ingram is 33, 94 for 2, the men out, Lloyd for 13 and Byram for 32. Slip and short leg in place as Baker comes in and bowls again, and North East is on the move before the bowler bowls, and then just stops and waits and pushes a full delivery out on the offside, and Tom Fell makes a good stop at extra cover to prevent a run. Gets through his overs as quick as any bowler I have ever known, Josh Baker. He's in now and bowls. North East drives up to mid-on, end of the over already. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11 for Baker, and it's 94 for 2 as Morris returns to the attack.
Well, it can be a useful tactic, can't it, for the spinner to try and put it's an additional way of putting pressure on the batsman at the other end.
Yeah. I sometimes think when it's going well, it's good, but when Baker has occasionally got under pressure, I think there have been times where it might have been to his benefit not to get through his overs so quickly and just to take the heat out of it. But he, under normal circumstances, he bowls his overs very quickly. I always recall the Middlesex one-day team under Mike Gatting when Embry and Edmonds used to get through about 12 in the half hour before lunch. People would look at the scoreboard at lunch in a 50 over game and think, goodness me, they've already bowled 30 odd. Edmonds off about 2 paces, Embry the same, just whiz through those overs. But it can be a blessing and it can sometimes work against you.
England's women are struggling a little in the test against South Africa as Charlie Morris does take over from the Diglis end, and Colin Ingram plays no shot to hit the first delivery of his spell. England have lost Sophia Dunkley for 18 and Alice Jones without scoring. Third wicket to Annika Bosch and 1 to Malaba. England 132 for 5 in reply to South Africa's 284 all out. Nat Siver is 30 not out. 94 for 2 at Glamorgan, chasing 3-3-2 to win as Ingram plays gently to mid-off. Essex look as though they're going to win thanks to their captain Simon Harmer, who's added 6 wickets to his first innings of 8. In fact, he's bowled unchanged for 31 overs, Simon Harmer at Chelmsford.
Wow.
Liam Dawson got loads of wickets as well, so it's obviously turning square as Ingram hits it down into the ground but bounces up to cover, and there's no run. So Harmer's bowling figures 6 for 160 in the second innings, and Hampshire 268 for 9, 35 runs short of victory, with Keith Barker and Brad Wheel at the crease. Idiosyncratic innings from Aneurin Donald, the former Glamorgan player who made 29 off 16 balls, 2 4s, 2 6s. 94 for 2 as Ingram defends Morris's next delivery. In Division 2, still in the first innings at Trent Bridge, Middlesex 256 for 6. In reply to Notts' 558, 1 for 8 declared. You'd think they'd need to have to enforce the follow-on there, Nottinghamshire, if they're going to give themselves time, unless they have a quick slog in their second innings. They're also still in the first innings of the match at Hove, as Morris bowls to Ingram, who's back on his stumps defending. Back to Morris, who lobs it to Roderick for a bit of polishing from Ed Pollock in the slips. At Hove, Sussex are 317 for 7. In reply to Derbyshire's 551 for 8 declared. Mohammed Rizwan made 130 as a half century for Ollie Carter, who made 180 odd at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. Morris to Ingram, who is beaten by that one through to Roderick. Colin Ingram 33 not out off 70 deliveries. He's really looked at his fluent best. Timed a couple of shots nicely, but has played and missed quite a lot. Morris has now bowled 5 overs, 1 for 4. Elsewhere in the First Division, Lancashire into the lead at Bristol at 378 for 8, lead of 41 over Gloucestershire. Northants made 451, Warwickshire 214 for 4, century for Dominic Sibley.
Baker, new over, round the wicket from the New Road end, bowls to North East, drives up to mid-on, no run.
And the runs continue to pile up at the Oval. Kent 310 for 6, but that's in reply to Surrey's 673 for 7 declared.
Baker again round the wicket, bowls, North East drives. nicely, flamboyantly, but straight, or not quite straight, but just to the left of Libby, who makes a good stop at mid-off. Baker again, northeast back this time to a ball of slightly shorter length, pushes out on the offside. Barnard fields in the covers.
Hasn't got runs in this match yet, but northeast is generally a very correct technique.
Yeah, good player. And he's on the back foot, steers this down behind square on the offside. Morris Fields, 20 odd first class hundreds in his career, mainly with Kent of course, but you don't get those sort of figures unless you're a very, very capable technician. And this one's pushed through by Baker and nicely driven by northeast. Beats the diving Barnard, but Leach on the boundary is covering, and they only take a single. But he's into double figures, Sam northeast, and it's 95 for 2, 237 more runs required. Colin Ingram on 33 now on strike as Baker goes over the wicket and bowls to him, and he's forward and pushing out on the offside for a single. End of another quickly delivered Baker over, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12, 96 for 2 after 32.
Yeah, there's not much danger Worcestershire falling behind on over rates if they've got Baker whipping through overs that rapidly. As far as northeast's performances with Glamorgan is concerned, he's gone into the 80s 3 times. Could have had a century at Derby, but perished in the cause of a late slog towards a victory target, which was an excellent championship match really. Reached the 80s 3 times, yet to provide a century. Also got to 89 in a T20 match the other night. There's Morris bowls and Ingram drives.
Good fielding of his own bowling. Lost it.
Yeah, I was looking down the ground there, disappeared behind the pillar. But Morris prevented any runs. Ingram timed that one nicely. Northeast having scored relatively slowly compared to the other batsmen in the T20 up till about the 10th game, and went absolutely berserk against Middlesex, hit 89 off 46.
Update for FM listeners coming imminently. Good solid progress by Glamorgan in pursuit of a victory target of 332. They've lost 1 wicket since lunch. Eddie Byram giving a catch to slip as he tried a reverse sweep against the left arm spin of Josh Baker. He was out for 32. The man out before lunch in this innings was the Glamorgan captain David Lloyd, who was out for 13. A wicket for Morris, a wicket for Baker, but solid progress from Glamorgan. Innings being held together to some extent by Colin Ingram, the left-hander. He's on 35. Sam Northeast has joined him. He's on 10. And at the moment, Glamorgan still trailing by 234 on 97 for 2.
We've had a lot of non-deliveries in this match, haven't we? As Morris there pulled out at the last moment.
Nearly all at that Diglis end. There's something wrong with the foothold there, I think. We'll probably see a bit of repair work at tea time by the ground staff.
Azarali went in for a little stomp as well on the offending area. As Morris bowls, and on the half volley, that's hit by Northeast back to the bowler. 97 for 2. Ingram 35, Northeast 10, the men out. Lloyd for 13, Byram for 32, but you get the feeling that Morgan really need a century off one of these two if they to stand any sort of chance of reaching this improbable target. Morris from the Diglis end, longish run, bowls to Northeast, who noodles it down towards third man, but it's intercepted by Pollock running round from point, and there's no run. Still no sign of the sun. If anyone knows when the British summer's going to be, please let us know. because there's not much of it around at the moment. As Morris into northeast, 2 drives, and will get no reward at all for that because it's a scrambling stop by D'Oliveira at mid-on. There's quite a lot of pleasant driving going on without rewards at the moment, isn't there? They must be bowling pretty straight because there's a lot finishing up either back to the bowler or mid-off or mid-on. Please drive with due care and attention. Morris into northeast, who plays no shot that outside off stump. 2 slips in attendance, or there were, because that's the end of Morris's over. He's still conceded just the 5 runs in his 6 overs, but hesitate to say it because it sounds dangerously like a cause for optimism from the Glamorgan point of view. But the ball is not quite flying through with the same regularity as it has been earlier in the match. Maybe it's finally starting to flatten out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would say that Worcestershire would be a little bit concerned at the lack of threat at the moment, given that the only wicket they've picked up really since lunch was more down to injudicious batting than anything else. Baker starts a new over, bowls to Ingram, who goes for the sweep and gets hold of it. That's 4 runs. Hits it really hard actually, and it smashes into the advertising boards out at deep backward square leg. So Ingram beginning in aggressive fashion in this over. 4 off the first ball, takes a bit of pressure off, and he moves on to 39. That's the 100 up for Glamorgan, 101 for 2. Further 231 needed for victory. Baker left arm over the wicket. He's in and he bowls, and Ingram is forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. Azhar Ali does the fielding, and there's no run.
Hampshire now need 13 runs to beat Essex with their last pair at the wicket.
Wow, tension there. Baker bowls, full toss, driven by Ingram. Straight down the ground, gets away with it a bit really, Baker. Libby is down at long on and does the fielding. 102 for 2. Yes, that'll be really tense down there at Chelmsford. They get decent crowds in, don't they, most of the time. And
Harmer's still bowling. He's bowled throughout.
Harmer's the man. Gosh, I bet there'll be a few fielders round the bat. It'll be a bit of an in-out field, one imagines, as Baker bowls and northeast drives up to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's finished. It's finished. Harmer's got his man. Barker's last out for 42.
Oh dear.
Harmer has got 7.
Be leaving the field to tumultuous applause. And Baker, well, induces a full shot here from northeast, looking to turn it on the leg side, gets a leading edge in the air, square out on the offside, and they go through for a single.
Hampshire 286 all out. Essex win by 12 runs in Division 1.
Cracking game.
It's the sort of contest the Championship needs.
Yeah, but might be some questions asked about the pitch. Baker bowls, Ingram defends. End of the over from Baker. Had the stopwatch on that one, as I often do with Baker. First ball went to the boundary, took a while to come back, and he still completed the over in 2 minutes and 7 seconds. So there we are. Sometimes well under 2 minutes if it's a maiden. It wasn't. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19, 103 for 2 Glamorgan.
Yeah, you can imagine an over of defensive shots would probably be about a minute and a half, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's extraordinary.
So, surely Morris will take rather longer than that, but he has been economical in the extreme. 1 for 5 in 6. Wicket of David Lloyd, who drove to mid-off. As Morris motors in and northeast defends. It's strange, isn't it, having had all these edges and nicks throughout the first 3 innings and lots of catches behind the bat. Wickets so far in this 4th innings of the match have been a catch at mid-off and a top-edged reverse sweep, which all right was caught at slip, but it wasn't the
you're right.
The usual edge to slip.
And it hasn't been fizzing through as it did at all.
103 for 2 as North East drives handsomely, and that's gone through Baker. Well, he got half a hand on it. Should have done a bit better as 2 runs. As that one was hit very hard, and Baker looks down and counts his fingers.
It hurt, that one, I think. Just rubbing that one finger. You find a lot of cricketers as the season goes on, they've got little swollen knuckles, haven't they, from bangs that they've received at various times.
I think Baker deciding that discretion was the better part of valour on that occasion. 105 for 2, North East on to 13. As Morris steaming in, the Sins played this time rather more gently to cover, off the back foot by Sam North East, no run. Worcestershire trying to turn up the volume in the field to keep spirits high as we still have half an hour to go until tea. This has seemed quite a long 90 minutes for no particular reason. I'm not quite sure why.
No, I agree.
In the 35th over of the
lack of wickets,
innings. Yes, and the batsmen have never really got away at any point. Morris in, North East defends to cover, and there's no run. He had 11 overs on the board at lunch, so there'll be 35 at the end of this, so 24 in 90 minutes. Decent over 8 from the home side with the assistance of their young spin bowler Josh Baker, 1 for 19 to add to his 25 not out this morning. Some valuable runs from him and night watchman Charlie Morris, who made 29. Morris bowls, North East tries to cut and doesn't time it at all. The ball goes down into the ground and is eventually bounced up to the keeper. Wasn't particularly close to playing on though. So this morning Worcestershire resumed at 147 for 6. Lost 2 quick wickets. St Easter and Hogan as Roderick and Leach went quickly. And as I say, those runs from Morris and Baker before Andrew Salter finished it off with Morris and Pennington in successive balls. North East forward defensively to the final ball of Morris's over. 7 overs, 1 for 7 now for Charlie Morris. 105 for 2 on Glamorgan, and further 227 runs needed for victory for the Welsh side. Glamorgan looking for their 4th win of the season, Worcestershire for their 3rd, but Worcestershire only a point behind Glamorgan coming into this game, and therefore are currently a point ahead, having taken the bonus point to count 5-3.
Well, it won't be a draw, I don't think.
No, unless the weather forecast is seriously wrong tomorrow.
Yeah. Baker over the wicket, starts a new over now to Ingram, who drives the first ball away on the offside for a single. Fielded by Pennington, coming in off the boundary. 106 for 2. Ingram goes to 41. He's played pretty well, I think. Hasn't really played many false shots. There's one sort of uppish edge, wasn't there, that went for 4. Played and missed maybe a couple of times, but generally been a pretty good innings. Round the wicket, Baker to North East, drives up to cover, fell sprawling, stop, diving to his right at extra cover. No run.
It's a bit frustrating this for North East.
He's silly point.
He's hitting a lot of sweet shots, but straight to fielders.
Yeah, and D'Oliveira bringing his short leg into the ring on the offside in a short extra cover sort of catching position, confident then that Baker's going to bowl a good line, and he does, and North East pushes from about middle stump up to mid on where D'Oliveira feels the lights. Not great again, although obviously neither Morris nor obviously the spinner Baker is of express pace. Baker Past umpire Lungley, bowls, and North East is forward, plays back to the bowler. 106 for 2, 226 more required for victory. Baker again is in, bowls, and North East drives up to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields.
Just wonder whether at any point North East will be tempted to try and go over the top.
Yeah, I can't see why not. It wouldn't be high risk, provided it's not turning a great deal. He's got no men back. Baker bowls, not this time as he pushes defensively out on the offside end of the over. Single taken off the first ball. Bit of messing about with the field, with Pollock coming over from one side to the other, and still 2 minutes and 1 second for that over. So he is the man to keep the over rate up, no question about that. 106 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, must remember to have a look at it after the tea interval to see if there's a nice plus figure next to it on the over 8, which was level at luncheon. But we can do with a bit of warm weather in the UK at the moment. It's been decidedly below par. Morris going up 1 run and over to Ingram, who defends back to the bowler.
Thanks to Paul for his tweet. It's just reminded me that there's a thing on Twitter, I don't know if you've come across this, Nick, but Hampshire have been winning quite a few games, haven't they? And, and the old line from Fawlty Towers that the Major used to utter as he walked into reception, Hampshire won again, Fawlty. They've been putting that all over Twitter, and somebody's just pointed out the Major won't be too happy today because Hampshire didn't win.
I think Essex official account drew attention to that.
Did they? As
that's down the leg side, and it's a no ball from Morris. Extra 2 to the Glamorgan cause. 108 for 2.
It did always used to tickle me, that on Fawlty Towers. Which of course was set in Torquay, wasn't it? I think that was
yes.
Or supposedly.
Yes, the other great line was took the wife to see India. Did you, Major? Yes, at the Oval. As Ingram is on the back foot playing on the onside no run.
I loved it. I also remember those guests that complained that I was guaranteed a room with a sea view. And he took him upstairs and said, "Now come here, come and stand by the window. Now look, over there, between those two buildings, you see that blue there?"
Oh dear, what do you expect, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon? There we are.
Exactly.
Morris runs towards us from the Diglis end, where we have a view of the cathedral opposite us, and bowls, and Ingram plays no shot. As we look out from our position at fine leg for the left-hander, we have a view of the cathedral, we have a view of the chestnut tree, the one remaining, the ladies' pavilion away to our right, where fine cakes will no doubt be purveyed to an eager public shortly. The hotel away to our left, and grey skies overhead. Morris to Ingram, turned towards square leg. Square leg Baker is back on the boundary, therefore there is an easy single. 109 for 2.
The saddest sight, Nick, is the old scoreboard there at the far end of the ground that you can just see behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand, which it was a beautiful scoreboard with its sort of panelled frontage and a green fascia. It was a very famous old scoreboard which we all used to love on this ground, and it's in many famous old pictures, of course. And unfortunately, when everything was modernised and the stand was built and so on, it was unable. It's not like Edgbaston where they took it down and sort of rebuilt it. It was lost to the ground. Such a shame.
As North East drives but doesn't time it, There's no run.
It's part of the groundsman's facilities now.
Yeah.
They store machinery underneath it and everything. But
Is the playing arena smaller than it used to be?
No,
or
I
was
think
it
it's
just
the same,
set back a
but
bit anyway?
Yeah, it was set back anyway, but it was just such a lovely part of the scene, really, at New Road. But it's times change and things move on, and of course, it wasn't possible to preserve it quite in the way that they did with that old one at Edgbaston. And I do think that the modern scoreboards are just so much more informative. They're brilliant, aren't they?
There's a lot of info on that. Morris in. Balls could be caught at third man. Underneath it is Pennington, and North East is out in extraordinary fashion, top edging to third man. Pennington didn't have to move. He knelt down and took the catch, and Glamorgan are 109 for 3 as North East goes for 13 of 42 deliveries. Morris has 2 for 10 now in his 8 overs. Well, it's absolutely extraordinary after a series of nicks and edges throughout this match, and Glamorgan batsmen have found odd ways to get themselves out.
Just going to say something along exactly the same lines. You think it's going through a quiet little period and they're not going to get a wicket, and something weird happens. It's the second wicket in succession that has fallen in extraordinary fashion for me. I thought that the Byram wicket was an odd one to could give away, really, and that one, I'm not saying he gave it away. He obviously saw the ball and thought that it presented a scoring opportunity, but maybe it just bounced a little bit more than he thought. But you don't see many caught at third man in a game where they're not really chasing it, and that's exactly what happened. But Morris won't be complaining. He's picked up his second wicket, his reward for persistence. His figures are impressively miserly: 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10. And Colin Ingram, still there on 42, is being joined by Kieran Carlson, who got a first ball, isn't he? The first one, did he or not?
He did, yes. Yeah. Caught at third slip off Joe Leach by Josh Baker. Be nice to see a replay of that one if we could, because it was such an odd wicket.
It was really strange, wasn't it? It'll be up on the NV Play website shortly, I should think. Good to see Ben Cox out there doing 12th man duties, carrying the drinks. Hope he's feeling a bit better, and we might see him back out there shortly, or in the not too distant future anyway. Here it is. I'm just going to have a look at it now.
Yeah, it was a wide delivery. North East did try and chuck the kitchen sink at it, but he sunk to one knee immediately. He knew what was likely to happen.
Believe it. There was no foot movement, was there? Just threw his hands at it, and it wasn't a back and across with your back foot and hit the top of the ball sort of cut shot. It was a flailing throw of the bat at it.
Probably thought he was smashing it through backward point.
Yeah. Ingram on strike as Baker comes over the wicket to the left-hander, and he pushes out on the onside. 8 overs, no maiden, 1 for 20 Baker. We got the impression they were targeting him at first, but that's changed a little bit as he bowls again, and Ingram is forward and taken on the pad, and there's a strangled appeal. I think he might have got a nick on that. I definitely have a silly point in there as well if I were in charge at the moment. Baker again, 109 for 3 as he bowls, and Ingram is forward and pushes up to mid-off. 109 for 3 then. At lunch it was 36 for 1, and we're about 15 minutes away from a fixed tea interval on this third day at 3:40 as Baker is in and bowls, and Ingram goes for a little ramp shot. And again, I'm mystified as to why he would feel the need to do that. A good boundary if he gets it, but I don't. It's a risky shot to play in my book at this stage. And although they get a single, it's when you weigh up risk and reward, as they say, I can't quite understand it. Anyway, 110 for 3 is got to the other end. Carlson is on strike and now changing the field, so we've got short leg, slip short leg, and Tom Fell not quite as close on the drive on the catch at extra cover as Pollock was, and forward comes Ingram. There's a bit of
Carlson off a king pair at least there.
I beg your pardon, yeah.
For first ball up, so he's at least survived one.
Baker, left arm round the wicket to Carlson, bowls, and he pushes out comfortably this time on the offside. And that's the end of another very quickly delivered over from Josh Baker. 110 for 3. Ingram 43, Carlson yet to get off the mark.
And Carlson is a player who likes his footwork against the spinners, quite often plays defensive shots coming down the wicket as well, so it'll be interesting to see whether we get dancing feet from Kieran Carlson against Josh Baker today, particularly as he's not in the best of form. He's got 3 low scores recently, but he did get an important 45 in a dodgy position in the second innings against Sussex, as Morris is in to bowl to Ingram, defending on the offside. He did get 53 in the first innings against Durham, so it might be a little unfair to call it a run of bad form when it's effectively 3 low scores from 4 innings. I don't think that's quite a trot of bad form as yet. Top score this season of 91 against Leicestershire. As Morris from the Diglas end is in to bowl to Ingram, who plays it on his toes into the offside, and there's no run. And Matthew Maynard was particularly delighted in the last match when there were big hundreds from Byram and from Ingram against Sussex, that was hoping that Glamorgan got the 3-figure habit, because there hadn't been that many, just the one from Labuschagne in the first half dozen matches. So Glamorgan needing a century from somewhere today if they'd have any sniff of victory. Ingram drives thick edge down to third man, single, fielded in front of the hotel, shortish boundary. 111 for 3. Ingram to 44 not out. Kieran Carlson on to strike. As watching family, he'll be particularly keen to delight here. But first aim, I guess, survival till the tea interval, 13 minutes away. Morris bowling well, 2 for 11. And Carlson plays no shot through outside off. Getting the bat high. No doubt there as to whether it's a leave or not. The Women's Test latest, England 154 for 5 in reply to South Africa's 284. That's about this 46 not out. Division 1, Hampshire did not delight the Major. Morris bowls, Carlson defends on the offside. Essex victorious by 12 runs.
He's a great bowler, Simon Harmer, isn't he? I know he gets helpful conditions sometimes, but he's a wonderful technician, I think.
So 15 wickets in that match. 7 for 167 in the second innings, 8 for 46 in the first innings. So yeah, as an overseas, he's certainly worth his salary. As Carlson drives to mid-on, no run. Carlson rehearses that shot. There's always quite a lot of movement with Kieran Carlson. Likes to get on the front foot if at all possible. Glamorgan head to Essex Saturday evening for their penultimate T20 game. And that's probably, unless he's done something previously this season, a record match haul for Simon Harmer.
Josh Baker to continue from the New Road end at the other end of his career as a spinner. Over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. He's in now, and Ingram is beaten outside the off stump, taken nicely by Gareth Roderick, riding with that one. So it bounced up into his gloves. 111 for 3. Update for FM listeners to BBC Heaven was coming shortly as Baker bowls again, and this one is edged, or steered to be fair, by Ingram behind square on the offside for a single.
Was indeed a CB for Simon Harmer, 15 for 207.
Crikey.
Oh, he'll have his feet up this evening.
Yeah, he will. Tremendous.
Can or a bottle of something cold.
Tremendous effort. Baker round the wicket to the right-hander. Short leg and slip in place. He bowls, and forward correctly comes Carlson, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, who is smartly back to his mark and just walks in 4 or 5 paces. He's in, he bowls, turned on the onside by Carlson, who's off the mark. Applause from a few people in the know, clapping that he's escaped,
possibly the Carlson family.
escaped the dreaded pair. Not a nice experience for any cricketer, a pair. As Baker is in and bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who pushes out square on the offside. 113 for 3. 1 ball left in the over, and then there'll be about 8 or 9 minutes left till tea. Baker bowls, Ingram plays defensively forward, umpire calls over. I stop my stopwatch. 1 minute 55 seconds for that over. I'll stop doing it now, it gets boring, but
Yeah, I think
it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just does it all the time. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire have taken a wicket since you were last with us. The man out Sam Northeast caught at third man by Dylan Pennington after he lost control really of a cut shot and got a top edge to it. Charlie Morris, the successful bowler, and the other wicket to fall this afternoon, Eddie Byram, who was caught at slip when he tried to reverse sweep Josh Baker but got it all wrong. He went for 32. Glamorgan have been set 332 to win this game. We've had 40 overs of their second innings. Colin Ingram, the left-hander, is holding it together somewhat. He's on 45, and he's just been joined by Kieran Carlson, who just got off the mark. And at the moment, the visitors, with about 7 minutes left before the tea interval, are 113 for 3.
so. Glamorgan just about hanging in there. Couple more wickets, and they really would be up against it. Need a partnership, either this wicket or the next one. You'd have said if they're to stand any chance of winning this game. Ingram is capable of going big as Carlson plays no shot. Lots of encouragement from the infield for the efforts of Dylan Pennington. The tall 23-year-old seamer, 14 wickets at 27 coming into this game, 1 for 37 in the first innings, 0 for 20 so far in the second. On this third day of the match, which could conceivably be the last day, Pennington in, Carlson plays that one to point, slight misfield by Libby, but not serious enough to allow them a run. So, ball transferred back towards Pennington, who, like Morris, seems to come off a longish run, or at least that's the impression we've got from our vantage point at third man. Moves the way back towards the stands as he bowls, and Carlson defends correctly. The bowler fields in his follow through. Still got the television gantry up with a load of black sheeting over the seats in front, so I presume that will be the T20 pitch for the weekend entertainment here at New Road.
We've got two coming up, one on Friday and one on Sunday. Lancashire and Notts. Not sure which one it will be.
As
probably find out actually.
That's defended by Carlson, no run. So Friday's game is starting at 5:30. So I hope it's a brighter evening than today.
That's the usual time.
Yeah, no lights here, of course. So Glamorgan struggled when they had a floodlight malfunction last season. Tried a 5:30 start, and it got rather dark.
No, I don't think either of them are on Sky.
As Carlson ducks underneath a short delivery from Pennington, which concludes his over. 113 for 3, so it's 5:30 on Friday, and then on Sunday it is 2:30 start against Nottinghamshire Outlaws. You can follow those games, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app, as you can Glamorgan's matches in Essex and Kent, and the latter of which for some reason is 6:30 on a Sunday night. Why oh why oh why?
Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. Bowles. Ingram's forward defensively playing out on the offside. I'd probably get another over in after this before tea, which means we'll have 37 left in the evening session. Started just a couple of minutes, 5 minutes or so late this morning because of bad light. Baker bowls, Ingram drives up to long on for a single. We had the peculiar spectacle of both teams going out there and everybody set to play, and the umpire said, hang on a minute, bit dark, and they took a light reading and they took them off. As you said at the time, Nick, one of the more peculiar happenings in county cricket. Baker round the wicket, bowls to Carlson, who plays defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Not the strangest thing I've ever seen here at New Road in those terms. That was a game against Northamptonshire in the late 80s when Phil Neal enforced the follow on. Carlson bowls, and this is steered out on the offside, and he enforced the follow on by signalling from the middle to the dressing room of Northampton, tapping his leg to indicate a pad like an umpire would a leg by.
Yeah.
Baker round the wicket bowls, and this is an attempt. Well, Carlson turns it on the leg side, fielded it short leg by Pollock, and there's no run. But Jeff Cook, the canny Geordie, who was captain of Northampton at the time, with there would have been about 15 minutes, 20 minutes of batting in the second innings at the end of the day, which would have been tricky for the Northampton openers. So Jeff Cook very cleverly on break-off as Baker goes round the wicket and bowls, and Carlson gets a couple of runs here, steering a full toss through mid-wicket, so he goes on to 3, and it's 116 for 3. Jeff Cook pretended that he hadn't seen the signal, so 10 minutes later we had both sides out on the field, 22 players out on the field, none of them padded up, and Phil Neal was annoyed, and Jeff Cook said, well, you didn't come into the dressing room and invite us to follow on properly. And so the umpire said, well, we don't know what to do. So they phoned Lords, and Lords said, I think they said the follow on had to be enforced, but the whole shenanigans took up so much time that Northampton didn't have to bat until the following morning. So there we are. It was a really strange situation to see all the players out on the field, 2 wicket keepers with gloves and pads on, and no batsman. 1 over left to tee here, 116 for 3.
You'd thought that someone would have realised, you know, when they both went down the dressing room.
The same steps in those days as well from the old pavilion.
As Ingram shoulders arms the first ball of Dylan Pennington's over.
Dennis Lilly was playing
for 3
for Northampton that game.
The oddest thing I saw when playing on a cricket field was a game abandoned because of flooding on a day when it hadn't rained.
Gosh.
Which is very peculiar. Started in sunshine, match abandoned in sunshine. As Pennington is in and bowls, and Ingram plays to backward point.
Water coming up from underneath the ground?
Indeed, there was a river on two sides of the ground. It had been raining heavily for a couple of days previously, and someone somewhere upriver opened some sort of sluice gate to greatly increase the volume of water coming, and it didn't come over the bank, it came up from underneath.
That's what happens here. People don't realise it doesn't pour into the ground, it just comes up from underneath. And
yes.
it can be underwater within minutes because it just comes from underneath.
As Ingram will get a single off inside edge and pad. Pennington thought it almost struck the pad first, maybe. 117 for 3. I suppose I shouldn't really talk about flooding being an unusual instance on a ground where it's an annual instance.
It's not just here, it's all these grounds around us, all the King's School fields and the car parks, and well, in bad occasions the road down by the river. And
yeah, it was just the fact that the water started appearing during the course of play that was so bizarre.
Extraordinary.
We had a game of football on the remaining half of the field before it all went underwater. 117 for 3. Pennington 2. Carson, that one spat.
That's the one, isn't it?
That's the one, and Carson defended it well in front of his face, well in front of his chest. But
that's what Pennington's got to do. He's got to get more in that area, like he saw Nisa doing in particular, I think. Yeah,
maybe it's just that Worcestershire aren't bowling back of the length as frequently as teams have throughout the first course of this match. But we've had 3 catches of various sorts, none of them off an edge. As Carlson plays no shot, ball outside off stump. We are past 15:40. So therefore Dylan Pennington has a maximum of 2 legitimate deliveries to bowl. No, 1 actually. This board's ticked over, so this will be the last over of the afternoon session. Glamorgan set 332 to win. It looked a long way away. It still looks a pretty long way away. 215 further needed to win in the afternoon. The wickets of Byram for 32, North East for 13, 1 apiece to Baker and Morris. As Pennington bowls, Carlson defends. He goes to tee on 3 not out. Colin Ingram has 47 not out. Pennington 0 for 21 of his 8 overs. 117 for 3. Glamorgan chasing 332 to beat Worcestershire. Frank Watson and myself will be back, and I will be back. Incorrect use of myself, slap wrist. We will be back as the scoreboard shows Glamorgan 0 for 3. Come on. It's had a senior moment. We will be back at 4 o'clock with commentary.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play's about to start in the final session on day 3 of this championship game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan, with Glamorgan 117 for 3. Ed Barnard to take up the attack from the New Road end, bowling to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's on 47. Barnard bowls and Ingram clips this away on the onside up to mid-on, where Charlie Morris fields, and there's no run. 117 for 3. Score remains 215 more needed for victory for Glamorgan. 7 wickets needed for Worcestershire to claim a win. Barnard bowls, let go outside the off stump by Ingram, taken by Gareth Roderick. The ball is 43 overs old. Perhaps seen it doing less off this surface in the last couple of hours than at any stage previously, which might be a bit of a worry for Worcestershire and might be a bit of an encouragement for Glamorgan. Barnard bowls and Ingram drives and edges down to third man for 4 past the left hand of Tom Fell at second slip. Not catchable, but first boundary of the session, and Colin Ingram bringing up his 50, not in the most convincing fashion with that shot, but that won't worry him too much as long as he's still there. 7 fours and 103 balls for Ingram in that innings. Barnard in, bowls to him again, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW, turned down by umpire Lungley, possibly on height. Barnard disappointed, looks inquisitively at the umpire for a guide maybe on why it was turned down, but he's not going to get one, I don't think. Height maybe was the issue. Update coming very shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners into the 4 o'clock news. Play has just begun after tea here at New Road. Glamorgan are 211 runs away from victory, 121 for 3 at the moment. The 2 batsmen at the crease, Colin Ingram on 51 and Kieran Carlson, I beg your pardon, on 3. 2 men out in the afternoon session, both rather gifted their wickets to Worcestershire. Eddie Byram top edging a reverse sweep off Josh Baker, caught at slip for 32, and then Sam Northeast caught at third man off Charlie Morris for 13. Still could go either way. Worcestershire favourites, but Glamorgan batting reasonably well. 121 for 3 at the moment, 211 away from victory. And the end of the first over of the evening session with a cover drive by Ingram, bringing him a couple of runs, and 123 for 3 is the total. And from the Diglis end, Dylan Pennington will continue where he left off just before the interval. Got the raw materials, got the pace, got the height to get maximum response from this pitch, Dylan Pennington, you would think, but perhaps not quite getting a sufficient number of balls in exactly the right areas in his bowling so far in the innings. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 21 so far, and Nick Webb is back alongside me.
Pleasantly full of cake. Pennington is in to bowl to Carlson, who appraises his bat high above his head to remove any doubt about playing a shot about that one. Through to Gareth Roderick, 123 for 3. Compliments to the cake producers of the Ladies Pavilion. 123 for 3. Used to be one of the reasons for going to Abergavenny. Marvellous cake production there as well. Pennington bowls. Carlson drives pleasantly, hasn't quite timed it through the offside, but will pick up a couple of runs as Barnard fields about 10 metres inside the boundary in front of the Sad Ladies Pavilion. And Carlson moves to 5 and Glamorgan 125 for 3. Well, they batted better than they did first time round, but in that first innings they were blown away by the hostility of Joe Leach early on. Career about 6 for 44 he finished with, including the first 5 wickets to fall, as Pennington bowls and Carlson drives again, but it's well fielded by Barnard at cover, and this time there's no run. Ingram 53 not out, having to dig in and produce some grit together with his normal fluent stroke play. So this his 3rd match of the season, and he's produced at least a half century in each one in the championship, as that's allowed to go through. And a rare error from Roderick, who drops it, but doesn't cost his side any runs because he dropped it at his feet. So Ingram 87 and 19 against Durham in the first match, after which he was promptly dropped because Marnus Labuschagne's plane had arrived by then, and Labuschagne and Nisa preferred as the 2 overseas. 178 and no score against Sussex, 4 and 53 not out in this match. So obviously there might have been some question marks as to whether Ingram could return successfully to red ball cricket after so long away, but he has so far, as Carlson leaves that one from Pennington outside off stump. And in the 45th over of the innings, so the ball might be getting a little bit soft by now, you would have thought. And Worcestershire's bowlers will have to work harder. It's not flying through as frequently with the same venom as it did in the previous 3 innings, as umpire replaces the bail at the non-striker's end. Pennington is into Carlson, who drives, but again straight to Barnard at cover. And again there is no run. End of the Pennington over, 0 for 23. Off 9 now for Dylan Pennington. Glamorgan 125 for 3 after 45 overs. Need a further 207 for victory. Still looking improbable, but at least a little more resistance in this second innings than in the first.
Yep, that's the way I summed it up. Worcestershire still favourites, but not by as much as they were 2 or 3 hours ago, let's put it that way, as Barnard starts a new over from the New Road end. Bowls to Ingram, who drives and edges, and that's just evaded the hands of Tom Fell at second slip. I think that one might have carried. The one in the previous over didn't, but he dived to his left for that one, Fell, and got a low left hand to it. Don't know if we're going to see a replay, can't be absolutely sure, but the way that he's kicking the ground, I think we're going to see a replay now. The way that he's kicking the ground, I reckon that one carried. I'm just watching it. Yeah, it did. Put down then by Fell at second slip, diving away to his left. It was a difficult one, but it was catchable. Barnard in again now, bowls, and that's left alone by Ingram. So a life for Ingram on 53.
I think Ingram's always the sort of player who's going to go at the bowling now and again, although he's scoring about a run every other ball at the moment, which is fairly average for county cricket, but Ingram is always going to give the bowlers some sort of opportunity or encouragement with some of his shots.
Barnard in again, bowls, and he turns this one off his pads down to long leg. Well, that's twice since tea that Barnard's found the outside edge of his bat. One travelled to the left of Fell at second slip, wasn't a chance, and he got a couple. He got 4 for that one, and that one was a chance, and Barnard is uncharacteristically shoulders slumped as he walks back to his mark here, a bit fed up with life at the moment. Snatches the ball almost from his captain D'Oliveira and turns now and comes in again to bowl to the right-handed Carlson this time, and he bowls and Carlson is beaten outside the off stump, and Barnard holds his face in his hands now. Can't believe he hasn't got a wicket in this over. He's found the edge of Ingram's bat and he's just gone past the edge of Carlson's bat with this one, and it also kept a bit low and it didn't miss the off stump by very much either. So Ed Barnard feels a bit hard done to at the moment and comes in to bowl the 5th ball of his 8th over and bowls it, and Carlson is forward and pushing back to the bowler. Just a sign that things are happening a little bit more for Barnard.
This is quite a start than usual from Carlson. He likes to impose himself on bowlers, but I think he's trying to rein himself in today.
5 off 28.
It's not his usual way of going about things.
There's Barnard in again. Bowls, and Carlson pushes out on the offside, thinks about a run, turns it down as Azhar Ali Fields. End of the over, almost a breakthrough for Ed Barnard. Glamorgan 128 for 3, still 204 runs short of victory.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire did not impose the follow-on against Sussex despite bowling the home side out for 337 at Hove, which was 214 behind. Derbyshire 28 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 2-4-2, so they're well placed. Derbyshire down on the south coast of England, and on the far side of the Midlands from here, Middlesex 321 for 7 in reply to Notts' 551 as Ingram defends the first ball of the over back into the pitch and bounces up to the bowler. So Middlesex is still 230 behind with just 3 wickets remaining. Max Holden made 86 and John Simpson 92 in that match, but Simpson out just before tea there, or on the stroke of tea. Surrey have enforced the follow-on against Kent in Division 1. As Pennington bowls and Ingram slaps that one through the covers, dismissed that. Must have been a bit of extra width, and Ingram launching the kitchen sink at it, and away it went for 4. Ingram to 60 and the total to 132 for 3. So Kent 11 for 0 in their second innings, still 331 behind Surrey, who posted a mammoth 673 for 7. As see the replay, indeed a bit of width and back of a length from Pennington, and Ingram had no hesitation in going for that one. Pennington recovers himself with a good straight full length ball that Ingram chops down on and defends. No run. So in Division 1, Essex beat Hampshire by 12 runs, with Harmer claiming 15 wickets. Simon Harmer, the South African spinner for Essex in the course of the match. At Bristol, Gloucestershire had a first innings deficit against Lancashire, made 402. Gloucestershire 20 for 1 second time round, still 45 runs in arrears as Ingram defends again to mid-on, and there's no run. Northamptonshire made 451, Warwickshire 258 for 6. Dominic Sibley was out for 102. Slow going there for the Bears. They're going at less than 2.5 and over at Northampton. And in the women's test, England 190 for 5 in reply to South Africa 284. Pennington in, bowls to Ingram, drives into the offside. Hasn't timed that quite as fluently as his previous shot in the over, but enough to travel beyond the infield and earn him a single. 133 for 3 in that women's test. That's Sever's 65. Morris Davidson Richards, 25 not out. Recovery from England, who lost half their wickets for 121. South Africa made 284. So, Pennington again under dark grey skies. It's into bowl to the right-handed Kieran Carlson, plays no shot. Through to Gareth Roderick. Pennington 10 overs, 0 for 28. Glamorgan 133 for 3, and the number of runs to win has just gone under 200. 199 to win, but 7 wickets for the home side, Worcestershire, to win.
Yeah, so it's still in Worcestershire's favour, but the longer that the game goes on and we don't see these deliveries taking off like we saw in the Worcestershire second innings, Barnard bowls and Ingram covers up defensively on the offside. The longer it goes on like that, the more the scales tip towards the Welsh county. I'm not saying that it's likely or that it's easy, but as I said about an hour ago, I think I'd be a little bit concerned as a Worcestershire supporter or captain if I were Brett Dolliver out there, that there's not a lot more happening. It's Barnard bowls, that's left alone by Ingram, taken by the keeper. The light's not very good now, although it will be again in a few minutes because the skies across to the west from whence the weather is coming are a lot brighter, but it's a bit gloomy at the moment. Barnard has, for all I've been saying, been quite threatening and has found the edge a couple of times since tea and seen Ingram missed at slip, albeit a hard one. He comes in now and bowls again, and Ingram is turned round by this one and then gets a leading edge back up the pitch. So there's a suggestion that Barnard's asking a few questions. Nobody's been terrible. Morris has been incredibly economical. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. But the difficulty that the batsman has had previously in the first 3 innings in this hasn't been reproduced so much this time round. Barnard bowls again. Ingram is watchful on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. Baker fields, and there's no run.
But it's worth reinforcing that Glamorgan do need the highest score of the match to win. Worcestershire having reached 271 in their first innings. Had we had some sort of parity on first innings, I think Glamorgan would be very optimistic around now.
Barnard in again, bowls, and Ingram leaves that on length. Good leave as it's slanted across him. Taken by the wicket keeper.
Hang on in there, says Keith Davis on Twitter. Emir Evans, King Ball, Colin Ingram, known as Kingram. Win or lose it tonight? Don't think so, Emir.
No, I don't think so either.
Glamorgan could be bowled out tonight, but they're not going to win it tonight, that's for sure.
They won't be bowled out tonight either, I don't think. So you'll have to make that decision about breakfast tomorrow. Barnard over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. He is out this time, I think. Caught behind. No, he is not. He's given not out. Massive appeal, massive celebrations, and umpire Tom Lungley says no, not out, and the celebrations are abruptly halted, and it's the end of the over. Have a look at the replay, make of it what you will.
Barnard looking furious as we watch on the stream. Well, that went inside between bat and pad. It could have flicked the inside edge, it could have flicked some part of Ingram's clothing. Obviously there was some contact with something on the way through, judging from the reaction from Gareth Roderick, and they were right to ask the question. Umpire Langley, he say no.
But Barnard's still looking the most likely, I would say.
Pennington is into Carlson, no shot. Carlson looking to grit it out against his nature.
Apologies to any viewers or listeners who I misled by saying he was out, but it did look for all the world as though he was going to be on his way. But of course the man that matters is the umpire, and Tom Longley, a bowler himself, said no.
Pennington into Carlson, defends on the offside. Well, there seemed to be some sort of deviation on the way through to Gareth Roderick's gloves, but could have been off the hip. That's a decent ball, beat Ingram, but didn't get the ultimate reward. 133 for 3. Glamorgan is stuck on at the moment, as the run rate has dropped to 2.75, and Pennington into Carlson, who defends on the offside to Libby at point. And you have to give credit to these Worcestershire bowlers. They are certainly bowling very tightly indeed most of the time, just a very occasional bad ball, and they're stopping these two putting together any sort of momentum for Glamorgan. Last week it fell on the 37th over. So these two have been together around about 12 overs, and they've put only 24 runs for this 4th wicket so far. As Carlson is caught behind, he's walking. Pennington finally getting one to fly, and Carlson's defensive efforts are in vain. He walks off without waiting for the umpire's finger. He is caught. Roderick bowled Pennington for 5. It's 133 for 4, and that one did get up a little bit, came in a little bit as well, and it's too good for Carlson. 133 for 4, and Worcestershire's win probability goes up by several percent.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's finding that delivery as Nisa did so frequently, as Hogan did, and as Worcestershire have not really done from that Diglis end, apart from Joe Leach in the first innings. It was a difficult one to play for Carlson. He's not the biggest man in the world anyway, and it bounced on him and came back at him, flicked the glove, and there was nothing he could do. Taken by Roderick. Billy Root, one of your messages said that they thought it was time for Billy Root to make a big contribution. I suspect that there'll be fewer, more appropriate occasions for him to come in and play a big innings than this. Makes his way out there now, the left-hander, and the first thing he's going to do is have a chat with his fellow left-hander Colin Ingram.
Emir Evans, who's in West Wales, says if the Lampeter weather is moving across the country, it could be a wet one tomorrow, so Worcestershire might be keen on that front to get it wrapped up tonight, though the forecast at the moment for the Worcester area is for only a couple of showers, if anything, tomorrow.
That ties in with that forecast that I was saying I watched last night on TV that said that certainly in Wales it was going to be wet tomorrow, but it was going to drift up through Wales and kind of skirt round the Midlands. So Lampeter's fairly deep into Wales, isn't it?
Fair way west, yeah.
One of my choices for university, Lampeter.
No, right.
One of those that I didn't end up exploring, but yeah.
Pennington to the left-handed Billy Root, who leg glances for a single. Down to Morris at fine leg in front of us to get off the mark first ball. 134 for 4. So 31 overs remaining after this next delivery, and time for Worcestershire to make potentially significant inroads, and this Glamorgan innings has never quite got any momentum really, even when batters have stuck at the crease. Pennington into Ingram, left on length again, through to Roderick. 134 for 4 through 49 overs, so the run rate, well, Glamorgan don't need to worry about the run rate because they've potentially got all day tomorrow, but 198 to win. You just get the feeling this innings is stalling a little bit. Even Ingram has got a bit bogged down, and Worcestershire can just keep plugging away, and they are creating the odd chance.
Ed Barnard just sharing a little word and a smile with the umpire, Tom Lungley, when he took his sweater off and gave it to him there, and it ended happily enough after the last ball of the previous over saw Lungley turn down that appeal for a catch behind. Barnard starts a new over, bowling to Billy Root, and Root is looking to turn this on the leg side, taken on the thigh pad and sent back by Ingram as he looks for a leg by. I wouldn't blame Ed Barnard for feeling a bit cheesed off at the moment. 4 wickets gone down, he hasn't got any of them, and yet he's probably induced more full shots from the batsman than any other bowler in this innings. In his 10th over, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23 for him. Had Ingram dropped at second slip by Felt after tea. He comes in now and bowls, and Root drives straight back to the bowler, does his own fielding, and the score remains 134 for 4. I'm tipping Barnard to take a wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs. I don't know how many more he'll bowl. He's been bowling since tea. He might bowl another 1 after this, maybe 2. Baker might be then reintroduced at the New Road end. Here is Barnard. He's in, he bowls, and he beats Root with a good one outside off stump. Not sure he had to play at it, but he's got a good line and a good line going here against the left-handers. Barnard just pitching on and moving across them and just making them play all the time. And as I say, I would think he'll consider himself a bit unfortunate in this particular little spell not to have picked one up. He's in again now, and he bowls to Root, who drives him through the covers nicely. Slightly too full in length this time, and he'll get 2. He won't come back for 3, I don't think, as Baker pursues from cover and returns to Roderick. So 2 to Billy Root, goes to 3. 136 for 4. 196 more needed for victory. And Colin Ingram, 61 not out, the non-striker. Still there, the man out since tea. Kieran Carlson for 5. Barnard is in again and bowls, and Root is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler.
How far away is Stourport from here?
Not very far, probably about 8 miles.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah. Why, is it raining there?
No, it is the venue of an international match, I've just been told, on July the 17th.
At Stourport Cricket Club.
Stourport Cricket Club is the venue for an international match.
Between. Barnard in again, bowls. Root gets in a bit of a tangle, drops it down and then kicks it away involuntarily up to mid-off, Oliver Field's end of the over, 136 for 4.
It is the venue for some very senior internationals. England against Wales, over 70s.
Wow.
So that's at Stourport on July the 17th, which is a Sunday, I believe, and hope you get a good crowd for that one.
Yeah, nice cricket club. I've got a couple of former Ombersley players who have moved to Stourport now, playing there. Both of them were here actually last week because their sons were in the Guard of Honour for the T20 last week, but I won't name them. They know who they are. Pennington in.
Bowls, and Ingram jabs that one off, I think, bat and thigh pad out on the offside.
Worcestershire have played county cricket at Stourport, but not that ground. They played at a ground called the Chain Wire Ground in Stourport in the sort of 70s and early 80s. I think Worcestershire might have played some first class cricket there. One of the outgrounds they no longer use, along with Dudley and Stourbridge. Still use Kidderminster. They've also played at the Hereford at the racecourse in the past.
As Pennington pounds in, bowls, Ingram drives, pleasant shots, should be worth 4 runs. It will be worth 4 runs as Baker gives up the pursuit up to Extra cover. I was going to say cow corner because that would give the entirely the wrong impression. The facility in that area of the ground is called cow corner. 140 for 4. It was actually through extra cover, that shot from Ingram, one of his more pleasant efforts. 65 to Ingram, 140 for 4. Pennington is in to bowl, and Ingram looks to work on the leg side, but just gets a little bat on it, and it rolls out in front of him. So go along and watch that if you can on July the 17th. England against Wales over 70s in Stourport, and had that information from the captain of the Wales over 70s team. So good luck to Robin and his merry men. As Pennington right arm round to Ingram, who will get a single down to backward square leg. So,
update coming for BBC of Worcester momentarily, I hope.
At the bottom of the hour, as they don't say in pop radio land. 141 for 4. I shall be sure to shut up and get a blast of radio output in my ears. Steve West, very optimistic still about Glamorgan chances. Root drives to cover, no run. 141 for 4. So the men out in this innings: Lloyd for 13, Byram for 32, North East also for 13 and Lucky for 2, and Carlson for 5, despite having hung around for quite a long time. As Pennington retreats towards that old scoreboard at the Diglis end, which is 3/4 hidden by the newer stands, and Root will pick up another single to finish the over as he deflects one off his legs down to Barnard at backward square. Some extra equipment is being brought in, so I suspect we'll see spin back in the attack. Glamorgan are 142 for 4, but they still need a further 190 to win. Worcestershire need 6 wickets, and there are 29 overs potentially remaining tonight, unless the light intervenes.
Yeah, so my tip of Barnard getting a wicket this spell is not going to happen because he's been withdrawn from the attack. Here comes that update that I was promising. Glamorgan have lost 1 wicket since tea, and it's that of the batsman Kieran Carlson, caught behind the wicket by Gareth Roderick off a really good rising, lifting, nasty delivery from Dylan Pennington. He was out for 5. Colin Ingram, though, is holding things together for the visitors. He's still there on 66, and he's been joined by Billy Root, who so far has made 4. Worcestershire just reintroducing young left-arm spinner Josh Baker into the attack at the New Road end, and I suspect we'll see the seamers rotating at the Diglis end as they attempt to patiently work their way through this fairly long Glamorgan batting lineup. Currently Glamorgan need a further 190 to win. 29 overs left in the day, plus all of tomorrow. They're 142 for 4. As Baker comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Root, who lets that go outside the off stump. I'd still like to see another man in there under the helmet, one on the offside, one on the leg side, just still with plenty of runs to play with, but just the one at the moment, and he's at short leg as Root pushes forward and is taken on the pad, and that's what I'm getting at really. It's turned down that appeal by umpire Lungley, but another man in there might just increase the pressure on the batsman a little bit and make him a little bit less certain. As Baker bowls and Root squeezes down on a very full delivery, and it runs out on the offside. One
of my favourite sights in cricket is when you have 4 in a square around the back leg, slip, silly point and forward short leg.
I certainly think it's worth another one. Anyway, here's Baker. He's in, he bowls and Root tries on the offside. Good stop by Azhar Ali at extra. He's very full at the moment, Baker. The leg slip certainly wouldn't come into play because it's not really turning it very much, but possibly just needs to slow it down and pull the length back a tiny bit. That's a bit better, but possibly a bit quick. Better length for me. 142 for 4. Plenty of runs to play with. Baker is in and bowls. That's a bit better. That's slower and just back of, well, not as full as the first couple, and Root just turns it on the onside. That was a really quickly delivered over. I'd reckon less than 100 seconds, I should think. 142 for 4 at the end of it.
There we are. It'll get us through to the close more quickly if he continues to bowl. Andrew Chapman on Twitter says that he played in Stourport in 1977 while on tour. Lovely ground, excellent wicket. Let's hope that's still the case 45 years later.
Barnard has changed ends. I didn't think he would be withdrawn completely, and it'll be interesting to see what he gets out of the pitch bowling from that end. He might well get that one to just lift from a length.
As he races in, bowls to Ingram, down leg side, and that's run away for 4. For what? Runs. A little bit of bat dive from Roderick, flinging himself across to his right. Couldn't get a glove on it, ran away for this fairly short straight boundary with the rope, in accordance with health and safety these days, is in 4 metres or so from the advertising hoardings to prevent anyone from sliding into them and doing themselves some damage. 146 for 4, Ingram to 70, and there's another big appeal, but sort of didn't last very long from the slip cordon there as the ball went through to Roderick.
That was a good delivery.
What did that one hit on the way through from Barnard? Yeah, flicked off the pad or the thigh pad.
Movement back into the left-hander off the pitch.
The big appeal when Ingram was on 61, also involving Barnard. He drives, does Ingram, to mid-off, no run. Nick Webb 2017 or Frank Watson 58 if you wish to contact us. John Stevenson, the Chief Executive of Essex, describes his team's victory over Hampshire by 12 runs as the perfect advert for our great sport. I think he might be a little biased there, but certainly sounded like a very tense match, obviously dominated by spin, with Harmer and Dawson getting most of the wickets. Barnard bowls, Ingram on his toes plays defensively to cover. Azhar Ali fields no run. 146 for 4, Ingram 70, Root 4, but Glamorgan best partnership so far, just 57 for the second wicket between Byram and Ingram. And they're continuing to battle, but it's a long way. Barnard bowls, Ingram drives to mid-off. No run, and what Worcestershire are doing when they're not creating chances, but they're also, when they aren't creating chances, they're still bowling very straight and not allowing Glamorgan the chance to get away and the scoring rate to rise at all. So Barnard to Ingram, still the 2 slips. Ingram plays it out on the offside and there is no run, and this the time when you'd think that Glamorgan would need to accelerate, because the ball is 53 overs old, so it's getting soft, and you'd thought there might be a chance to accelerate, but Worcestershire's seamers have bowled pretty well. don't often like talk of a bowling unit, but you know what they mean in this case, in which everyone is keeping the pressure on.
Yeah. Well, they do talk about the unit, don't they? Quite a lot. And,
it's quite annoying sometimes.
Yeah, they do. Kind of. I can see why that is to some extent. As Baker starts a new over, and this is pushed defensively out on the onside by Root. I suppose it's to foster that sense of togetherness and teamwork. But
basically means two guys bowling well together at the same time, isn't it?
Well, and back each other up. Yeah. Baker in again, bowls, and Root drives on the offside. No runners as are Ali Fields, and also two guys bowl well. What we don't want is the next guy to come on and let them down by being sloppy. But they have done well. Keep it tight if you're not taking wickets, I suppose. Baker down the leg side, taken by Roderick, who whips off a bail. Pollock appeals to the umpire from short leg, where he had a good view. Might feel that Root's foot was just slightly raised, but umpire's got to be sure. And these days, with obviously no third umpire, county cricket, although I believe there are feelings that wouldn't be too difficult to a system to establish, but he turns it down. Baker bowls, Root drives up to mid-on. D'Oliveira the fielder this time.
There's a bit of a kick there, you had to get everything behind that. Well, we've got these fixed cameras now, so it wouldn't take much more of a stretch.
You'd think not. Here comes Baker. Roots forward, pushed out on the offside. It'll come, I think, fairly soon. And then, if it does come, then how soon are we going to have a DRS system? If we still have county cricket, of course. 146 for 4. Baker completes the over. Again, Root pushing out on the offside. Maiden from Baker, very quickly delivered, of course. 13 overs, 2 maidens. 1 for 26 his figures, and it's 146 for 4. 186 more needed. Worcestershire needs 6 more wickets. 26 overs left in the day, and of course we've got all of tomorrow.
It looks dark on the video stream pictures. That's because it is quite dark.
I have to leave you just for a moment.
And it could be that bad light will intervene towards 6 o'clock. We're meant to have another 26 overs to go, and Barnard will deliver the first of those to Colin Ingram, who plays it down into the ground on the offside, and there's no run. Century stand for England's women in the test at Taunton. 235 for 5 with Natsiva 86 not out. Alice Davidson Richards is 49 not out. England 49 runs behind South Africa, recovering well. Barnard bowls, Ingram defends on the offside. Colin Ingram dropped 153 by foul at slip off Barnard. Big caught behind appeal from Barnard when Ingram was on 61. May have struck some part of his anatomy rather than the bat on the way through. As Ingram turns this away on the leg side, but will only get the single as D'Oliveira fields athletically to his left at mid-on. Keeps them down well, and Worcestershire have to give the home side credit. They've been really on it in the field. Moved 1 point ahead of Glamorgan in the Division 2 table, courtesy of the bonus points 5-3 in the first innings. Looking to add a further 16 to that. Barnard to Root, who noodles one down to fine leg for a single. Morris does the fielding. Remember, Glamorgan did have a 5-wicket win here around about 5 years ago, chasing 260ish in the final innings as their night watchman Owen Morgan batted through the final day with an unbeaten century to get them home, or anchor them home. Ingram ducks underneath the short ball from Barnard, so there is still occasional bounce on the pitch, but it's not quite as severe as it was in the first couple of days of the game. Davidson Richards has reached 50 on debut for England in the test against South Africa. Barnard bowls, England back on his stumps, plays it back down the wicket. End of the Barnard over. He's bowled 12 overs, 0 for 31, but is somewhat unlucky. A couple of people in front of the hotel making their way out of the ground, it would seem. It hasn't been the most pleasant watching conditions today. We're alright behind the glass, but out there it's been jackets and hoodies. None of the t-shirts and shorts that you might expect at this time of year. End of June. 148 for 4, so we're roughly halfway through the cricket season in terms of duration. Baker to continue from the New Road end, and Root defends his first ball back down the pitch. No run. Breeze getting up. Baker bowls. Root squirts one down into the slip area, thinks about a single, but quickly has to turn as it's retrieved by Barnard, who flicks it back towards the stumps. 148 for 4 as Baker is in to bowl, and Root drove, and the ball has ended up somehow at fine leg, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. They'll pick up 4 runs. I think was that off the edge or down into the ground? Flew away for 4. It's 150 up for Glamorgan. It was a fortuitous shot. Whatever, it was off. Yeah, looks like an inside edge on the replay. Can't have missed the leg stump by too far. Root survives. Goes on to 9. Baker bowls. Root drives hard, but it's well stopped by a scrambling Azhar at cover. The veteran Pakistani batsman. And to call him a veteran, what is he, 37?
Yeah, 38, I think.
Yeah.
I think you can, yeah.
As Root is forward defending. No run. So 152 for 4. As down the wicket and got a pad on it there, I think, Billy Root, or is it inside edge? It's run down to fine leg for a single. There is no signal, therefore there was a bit of pad, but Root had to scramble there to avoid being stumped as he used his feet to get out of the crease. He's moved on to 10, not looking entirely secure as yet. Glamorgan 153 for 4. So they're still some way from halfway. 179 runs needed to win for Glamorgan, as Joe Leach, Worcestershire's first innings hero, with 6 for 44. 0 for 40 in this second innings, so hasn't been as potent so far, but he will be into the attack from the Diglis end.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a long spell, because obviously the new ball's only 14 overs away, but he will be bowling to Billy Root, and he is that sort of a bowler, as we've said lots of times, who when he gets a wicket often gets a couple, picks wickets up in little bunches, and no doubt that's what Brett D'Oliveira is hoping he might be able to do now. Comes in round the wicket from the Diglis centre, Billy Root, who pulls his first ball nicely, actually plays a very controlled shot to a high bouncing delivery from Leach, and rolls his wrists over the top of it, the left-hander, and the ball is fielded by Pennington out on the square leg boundary, and Billy Root goes to 11, and it's 154 for 4, and Leach will be bowling to Ingram. round the wicket from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and Ingram is in behind this, just sort of drops it down on the offside. Quite a chilly afternoon, isn't it? Nick's been bemoaning the lack of sunshine, and there's quite a stiff breeze blowing in our direction. Looking at the bunting that's left over on the ladies' pavilion from Jubilee celebrations, one or two unerected parasols outside the marquee, also flapping as Joe Leach comes in and bowls to Ingram down the leg side, and he misses it, taken by Roderick skipping to his right. Must say Gareth Roderick's kept wicket very, very tidily since he's come into the side to replace Ben Cox, not just picking up his catches but generally keeping things ship shape in terms of gathering the ball and returns. In fact, he's dropped very few. You noticed that one nick earlier today that didn't stay in his gloves, but very few deliveries. And I don't just mean catches, I mean throws and everything else have not stayed firmly in the gloves. Round the wicket comes Leach again and bowls, and on the back foot is Ingram defending back to the bowler. Worcestershire bowling figures in this innings in full. Morris 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for a miserly 11. Pennington 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Baker 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. And Barnard 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 31. Leach currently in his 10th over has conceded 41, so he's been the most expensive. And he comes in now and bowls to Ingram, who pushes up to mid-on. Morris has been a model of economy though in amongst those figures, and what you see is what you get with Charlie Morris. To be fair, doesn't often try and do too much with it, doesn't often try and do anything special, just works on the basis that the benefit of good areas, as they say, good line and length, will eventually pay off for him, and generally it does. Here's Leach round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram from the Diglis end. Ingram turning this one down to Morris, the aforementioned, at long leg. He gathers and returns to the keeper, and that's the end of the over from Joe Leach. So Ingram will keep the strike, 72 now to him. 155 for 4 with 23 overs left in the day.
Mention the over 70s international at Stourport on the 17th of July. For Welsh listeners, the Wales over 50s have got their first hosting of West Indies in Wales, and there are a couple of 50 over matches there. They're at Pontarddulais on Sunday the 3rd of July and Aberystwyth on Tuesday the 5th of July. Both start at 11:30, so I'm sure they'd welcome some support at Pontarddulais and Aberystwyth. Wales against the West Indies. Then there's a tournament at Marlborough College involving England as well. Baker in to bowl, flicked away off the legs by Ingram, safely down to square leg for a single. Ingram to 73. And Glamorgan on to 156 for 4 as they crawl towards the halfway point of their target. They need another 10 runs to get there. And already 4 wickets down as forward comes Root to defend. No run. 22 overs to come after this one, so unless Baker bowls non-stop, we're probably heading for a 6:30 finish. As back on his stumps goes Root and just turns it gently away down towards square leg, who is set back on the boundary, and therefore it's an easy single. Root to 12, 157 for 4 are Glamorgan. Baker has the wicket of Eddie Byram, and back on his stumps goes Ingram and punches it along the ground up to long off, along on for a single. 158 for 4. In the first over of his afternoon spell, Glamorgan obviously decided to try and get after Baker. Ingram hit him for a straight 4. That's down the wicket, and that's up in the air. Has he been able to get back to it? No, he's just survived there as Billy Root really didn't time that one, and it was almost a second wicket for Baker as the Glamorgan batters tried to get after him. I was about to say how Eddie Byram had perished top edging a reverse sweep, and on that occasion Root coming down the wicket trying to hit straight over the top and spiralled it over deep mid-off, and D'Oliveira couldn't quite get back to it. Just beyond his outstretched hands. 159 for 4. Ingram defends to backward point. No run, but that flurry of excitement will certainly have given Worcestershire a little bit of encouragement that the spinner is capable of making breakthroughs.
And I've just had a message from somebody you'll know, Mark Frost.
Oh yes,
who I played with in the Birmingham League for Old Hill.
Afternoon, Frosty.
Frosty said he's enjoying the commentary. Great to hear from you, Frosty. And I was just telling him by my reply that a couple of our other teammates were here on Sunday when I was toing and froing to the marquee on the Old Players' Day. Keith Wilkinson and Bob Lunchbury, both ex-Worcestershire players and also ex-Old Hill players, were all in that side together. Enjoyed keeping wicket to Frosty back in the day. Here's Leach round the wicket, bowls to Billy Root, who nudges this round the corner for a single. But then Pennington, the fielder. Frosty might have been quite useful on this pitch in his day.
Yes, I played against him in a couple of knockaround matches, but very kindly he was bowling spin on those occasions rather than seam, because he'd still have been too good for that.
He was pretty sharp when I played with him. It was pre his Surrey days and Glamorgan days, but he was quite lively. Hope he wouldn't mind me saying he occasionally a bit raw and a bit wayward, but he was pacey, that's for sure. And what a great contribution he's made to the game of cricket in the time since. Leach just aborts his run up as he comes into bowl to Ingram. Didn't quite get that one right, but great chap to play with. And you know, not a bad comic writer. You probably don't know this. He's probably hiding his light under a bushel down there in Wales, but went through a phase, Frosty, of writing in the style of was it Peter Tinnisbrook, who used to write those comic tales, and Frosty wrote one or two very good ones as well. Leach bowls and forward comes Ingram, pushes up to mid-off. Hope he doesn't mind me mentioning that. He's probably still got a few copies hidden away. Old Hill revisited and that kind of thing. Very good stuff.
Still there's sterling work spreading the gospel for Glamorgan and Cricket Wales involved on the community side.
Yeah, absolutely. He's I follow his tweets and so on, and it's clear how very much involved he is in community cricket, and a great ambassador for the game, I'm sure. Joe Leach round the wicket, bowls. Ingram on the back foot, pushes out on the offside. Ed Barnard fields in the covers, and there's no run. Anyway, good afternoon, Frosty. Hope you're well, and hope you're enjoying our coverage. 172 more needed for Glamorgan. There was a time when we all thought this game could well be over today, but I'm almost certain that we're going to be back tomorrow, and I'm almost certain that when we do come back tomorrow we'll still have a game that could go either way, because digging in, if not scoring freely, Glamorgan at the moment, as Ingram lets this one go outside the off stump from Joe Leach through to the keeper, Gareth Roderick.
You think though they do need a period of acceleration somewhere. I don't know if it's feasible to get a further 172 via digging in and scoring it.
You never know.
1.5, 2 runs and over.
Get within 70 or 80 of it, and a flurry of hitting from Nisa or something like that. You just never know, do you? Here's Leach anyway, hoping that won't be the case. He bowls and Ingram edges, not in control of that, down to third man for a single. You can tell that he wasn't in control because he anxiously followed it, didn't he, with his eyes after he'd played the shot, and it's always a telltale sign that the batsman's a little bit unsure where it's gone. He was happy to see it going all along the ground to the fielder. Takes another single. He's played well. He's on 75 off 148 balls, and to some extent he's curbed his natural style in favour of a more circumspect approach. Leach bowls to Root. Root gets a single, turning that on the onside, and it's the end of. Leach is over the 59th of the innings. Ingram 75. Root moves on to 15, 162 for 4.
So Glamorgan needed a 4 to reach the halfway point of their prospective run chase. They've got a reasonable amount of batting to come. It's a fairly strong, potentially lower order with Tom Cullen, James Harris, Michael Neser, and particularly Andrew Salter. Wales over 50s are playing Staffordshire tomorrow in Cardiff, I'm told.
There we go.
So a lot of that senior cricket going on, as that is defended on the leg side by Root, and there's no run. Root having got away with a skied near chance in the last over. Matthew Maynard has made a couple of appearances for Wales over 50s, and on his days off from Glamorgan, having been newly recruited to the cause. As forward comes Root, and there's no run. Baker into Root again, short leg crouching in his eye line, but he defends on the offside. No run. The light has not been good at any point today, really. Baker to Root, who defends again on the offside, plays to point this time, and there's no run. Oohs and ears and ahs, but Glamorgan really are on the defensive at the moment, and everyone virtually on the Worcestershire side is keeping it tight. Root stretches forward again to defend, back to the bowler. No run, and Baker is whizzing through these overs so quickly. He got ahead of the scoreboard there, which showed 15.4 next to his name when he bowled the last ball, and then someone had to press the button twice to catch up with the Josh Baker over. 162 for 4 maiden over. Glamorgan still need 170 to win. Worcestershire still need those 6 wickets.
And here's an update for BBC Heaven Worcester. Glamorgan's second innings continuing to move along at a fairly steady pace. 162 for 4. They need a further 170 to win. One man out since tea. Carlson caught behind by Roderick off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 5. Brett Oliver, the Worcestershire captain, keeping Josh Baker, the spinner, going at one end, rotating his seamers at the other. But at the moment it's slow going as Worcestershire attempt to take these 6 wickets they need for victory. 20 overs left in the day, plus all day tomorrow. Ingram is still there on 75. Billy Root is on 15. Glamorgan 162 for 4. Still need another 170 to win.
And you haven't missed any cricket while that update was carried on, because it was a ball check.
And through the rings it went, and get on with it, they were told.
Jumping through the hoops.
And Joe Leach is about to do that from the Diglis end, round the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram. He bowls, and Ingram is pushing defensively up to mid-off. He's been very, very watchful, Ingram. 149 balls now for his 75, and carrying the burden of responsibility on his shoulders very professionally at the moment. The left-hander been what number did he come in? Number 4? Number 3. He's been there since
3. Sorry,
three. He's been there since the 6th over, in fact. So excellent effort from him. Leach round the wicket is in again and bowls, and Ingram is forward and pushing out into the covers where Barnard fields, and there's no run. Billy Root, the non-striker, brother of the England captain, left-hander to his brother's right-hand style, but the one time I think he really looks like Joe is when he runs between the wickets. So that carries the bat in the other hand and has that sort of high-kicking running style. Very similar. 162 for 4 as Leach turns under heavy cloud and bowls to Ingram, who's forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Libby at cover point. It's all about patience for Worcestershire. Wait until the chance comes along, make sure you take it when it does, and it's all about patience too at the moment for Glamorgan. I agree that, as Nick said, that there needs to be a bit of acceleration at some stage, but they've got all the time in the world to get these runs. When you think about it, it's just about making sure that when that one comes along that is a bit difficult to play, you maybe manage to miss it. Leach bowls and Ingram drives beautifully for 4. Half volley's a half volley on any pitch, as we've kept saying, and that one was just right in the slot, and I suspect that Colin Ingram would hit that for 4 through the covers around about 985 times out of 1,000.
That's very precise.
And
drilled away, just skimming over the turf. Wasn't it beautiful to watch? Unless you're the bowler.
79 now to Ingram.
That's halfway there.
Yeah.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Bon Jovi.
And that's his 11th 4, and he won't have played many better. 166 for 4 round the wicket. Leach in again to Ingram, and he's half forward, really just pushing this one up to mid-on. He's played well for a man who's not played a lot of red ball cricket in the last 3 or 4 seasons. He's applied himself well. That's the skill, because if you haven't played a lot of red ball cricket, I know he's had some big scores, but probably what you've missed is playing long innings. It's not the technical ability of hitting the ball or anything, it's just being out there for a length of time, and that's where he's played so well. High score of the game for Glamorgan, I think, isn't it? Beating what Byram got in the first innings. On the back foot here again, pushing out into the offside. End of the over from Joe Leach. Well negotiated by Ingram. 166 for 4, 166 to win, exactly halfway there, as Nick Webb was saying. Brett D'Oliveira are going to have a bowl, first time for a while.
Looks like the ground staff might have a bit of drying up to do in the morning, because according to the latest Met Office forecast, there is liable to be heavy rain at any point from 7 o'clock tonight through till 3 in the morning. So there might be a bit of drying up of the outfield to be done.
Yeah, I thought the forecast was for rain a bit later on. Won't have to water my allotment tonight then, Nick.
No. Save yourself the trouble. As
D'Oliveira injured his shoulder at Durham in the field and hasn't bowled since, apart from a few that I've seen him roll down in practice, but hasn't bowled in any cricket since. That includes some T20s. So this is his first bowl for a while, but he's been bowling well this season, but like a lot of captains, perhaps under-bowled himself at times.
So D'Oliveira's career best was 7 for 92 against Glamorgan in Cardiff in 2019. Brett D'Oliveira enjoying his visits to Cardiff because his highest first class score is also their double hundred in 2016. So here he is purveying his leggies from the New Road end. 19 overs to go. I wonder if we'll see him in tandem with Baker at some point. As D'Oliveira waits till he's got his field set. Backward point retreats towards the boundary. Some sort of insurance, but his first ball is driven past cover. Not perfectly timed by Root. He fancies maybe 3, but has to settle for 2. Colin Ingram may have reconstructed his knee, but it's as well not to overstress it on the turn for a potential 3rd. 168 for 4. Root forward defending. Glamorgan into the second half of the run chase for the first time. There are fewer runs required to win than the total on the board. 168 scored, 164 to go, but 4 top order wickets gone. Reverse sweep comes out from Root, and he's nailed it straight away. Likes that shot, does Billy Root, and he's got a boundary. But conversely, I think Brett D'Oliveira will not be too unhappy to see Root trying that sort of shot, because it was the one that put paid to Eddie Byram's innings early on, off the bowling of Josh Baker. D'Oliveira then, right arm around the wicket, and Root drives but doesn't time that one. Up to the aforementioned Baker, who's fielding at mid-off in our eye line. D'Oliveira in bowls. Root plays forward, back to the bowler. No run. So replacing one spinner with another in himself is B.L. D'Oliveira, same initials as his grandfather. Reverse sweep again, and again Root has nailed it, and again it will run away to the boundary, just about at 3rd man for another 4, so 10 off the over. But these are risky shots that are being played by Root for a championship game, and he's moved on to 25, Glamorgan on to 176 for 4, but I think D'Oliveira would be quite happy to say to Root, carry on playing them, mate.
Yeah, although perhaps that shot for Billy Root against a leg spinner, or against D'Oliveira, not quite as risky as it was for Byram, who just didn't seem to play it with the same adeptness as Root. And you're suggesting that he is a good player of the shot, but certainly executed those two pretty well, and he's moved on to 25 fairly quickly compared to Ingram, who's been much slower. But yeah, suddenly it looks different. 176 on the board and 156 more needed. You mentioned about D'Oliveira enjoying playing against Glamorgan. I've just been checking a few facts that obviously done a lot of research. But Darryl Mitchell, who was here yesterday, of course, even in the press box, he also used to enjoy playing against Glamorgan. Of his 3,800s for Worcestershire, 6 of them were made against Glamorgan, including the first one, which was made at Colwyn Bay way back in 2006. But he also made one in each innings against Glamorgan at Cardiff in 2014 as well.
Are these fun facts detailed in any publication, do you think?
I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say.
Just search for Frank's name.
Let's say that I had it to hand, so I could find it. I've done the research once, I wasn't going to do it again. But 6 of his 3,800s, yeah, I mean it's quite a chunk, isn't it? There was only one county he didn't get one against, and that was Surrey. But certain players just do have teams that they happen to do well against, don't they? Here's Leach bowling to Ingram, who pushes back up the pitch, and there's no run. 176 for 4. Ingram 79 off 155 balls now. That little flurry of scoring by Billy Root just I don't know, it's just kind of affected the mood a little bit, I think. And you suggested that they needed to do that before the second new ball. I mean, there's still another 17 overs after this before the second new ball, so it'll be due 1 over before the end of the day. Would they take it? Probably wait till the morning, wouldn't they? Here's Leach round the wicket bowling to Ingram, bouncer. We don't see many bouncers from Leach. He ducks underneath it, Ingram, and Gareth Roderick takes the ball behind the stumps.
England women are nearly on terms with South Africa in that Taunton Test match. They're 270 for 5, 14 in arrears. Nat Silver is 95 not out. Alice Davidson-Richards on debut, 75 not out.
The writing theme continues because Frosty's been back in touch. He's written 5 books since the ones I was talking about. I hope they're all as funny as that. As Leach comes in round the wicket and bowls, and Ingram lets that go again outside the off stump, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick quite low this time. Azhar Ali down in front of us just removes his cap and wipes a bit of sweat from his brow. Seen it all before, lots of times I'm sure. I wonder which way he thinks this is going to go. I think Glamorgan probably beginning to believe a little bit now, as the total on the board exceeds the requirement by a considerable amount now. As Leach comes in and bowls, and Ingram turns this on the onside, fielded by Dolliver at mid-wicket. Good throw from him, hits the stumps. Missed it a couple of times yesterday when we thought there might have been a run out. The good news is that Tom Felt was backing up, and as that deflected off the stumps, he dived and made sure there weren't any overthrows. But Ingram goes to 80, 179 for 4.
Yeah, I thought so. I was just checking online. Mark Frost has written some children's books, including one cricket-related novella.
Yeah. He's just informed me that, and he's going to send me some, I think. There's Leach in, bowls, root is forward, pushes up to mid-off where Baker does the fielding. Joe Leach, wicketless in this second innings, 52 runs off his 12.4 overs after his career best exploits of yesterday. It's a great level of cricket. 24 hours later, he's toiling away, wicketless, having probably gone out there thinking, oh yeah, here we go, I'll get 2 or 3 more. And he comes now, a real trier if ever there was one. Root in behind this, pushes back up the pitch.
What happened to Glamorgan in the last match when Ingram and Byram both got 170s in the first innings and diddly squat in the second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rooster feather duster.
You're never too far away from your next failure.
Oh, it's a terrible thing about being a batter, isn't it? You one mistake and you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Leach, last ball of the over. 17 left after this in the day. He's in, and he bowls, and Root is forward. Popped on him a little bit, took his hand off the bat as he fended away on the onside. End of the over. 153 more needed. 179 for 4.
Well, the end of today's play, not that we don't love this job very much, but the end of this day's play is approaching rather more rapidly than it might have, thanks to the application of spin, and Dolivera has had enough. Yeah. And Baker's back in the attack, so after 1 over from Dolivera and a couple of reverse, well, that's odd. That is odd in my view, but what do I know?
Maybe his shoulder's hurting. It could be that. It could be that.
Baker will resume with his left arm spin, and his first ball is driven back to him by Ingram. With Root playing a couple of reverse sweeps, I would have thought, although he nailed both those, I would have thought that would have encouraged Dolivera, but perhaps, as you say, it's not advisable physically as Ingram defends the second ball of Baker's over. It seems as though, although Root is happy to try to get after the spinners, Ingram is mostly content to bide his time as he drives on the offside, and a sliding stop by Azhar Ali at cover, chucking himself around like a spring chicken. 179 for 4, Glamorgan. As Ingram is forward defending, have they got the discipline and the skill to get through a further hour tonight? Glamorgan, we've had the 1 wicket since tea, and 64 5 runs scored so far, as that's turned by Ingram onto the leg side. Might have bounced off the pads a short leg, I suspect there, but it ended up at mid-wicket anyway. Getting murky. Baker bowls, driven by Ingram, gently all along the ground up to long on. Single taken. The cathedral bell tolls. A bit of even song on the horizon, maybe at 5:30.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was we were here with. It might have been Richard Ray when we were trying to work out what the different bells were and what they meant. I think it's a bit early for Compline, isn't it? So it probably is even song. But whizzed through that over, didn't we? Goodness me.
Yeah, so lots of bowling changes.
Charlie Morris
Leach is replaced by Morris at 180 for 4, and D'Oliveira is shuffling his pack.
I did say I didn't think Leach would bowl a very long spell on that occasion, and it was, 2 overs. But Charlie Morris has been the most miserly of the Worcestershire attack. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11 his figures, and he's entrusted with the responsibility of trying to break this obstinate partnership between Billy Root and Colin Ingram. What have they added? 3 short of the 50. Root gave that one chance, didn't he, where he skied an attempted hit over the top off Baker, and it dropped just over the head of D'Oliveira. It wasn't really a chance. He was running back from mid-off, couldn't get his hands on it. Here is Morris, he bowls, and Ingram is on his toes. Plays that defensively down on the offside. Jake Libby fields at backward point.
Listed as 5:30 Monday to Saturday, either even song or evening prayer at Worcester Cathedral.
There you go.
We can't tune into this one, but you can follow the morning communions at 8 o'clock on the live stream, apparently.
You could nip over there probably from your hotel if you felt like it.
I could.
After your 8th sausage. Morris in bowls, Ingram pushes up to mid-off and there's no run. It's a wonderful edifice, Worcester Cathedral. We've talked about it many times on air for obvious reasons, as it dominates the skyline here.
Well, it is the feature for which this ground is known, isn't it?
But when I worked in the King's School and we had assemblies in there sort of twice a week, it's easy to allow familiarity to breed contempt. You don't really appreciate what's there in front of you all the time. Beautiful place. Morris bowls, forward comes Ingram, pushes back up the pitch. Baker comes across from mid-off to do the fielding. 180 for 4. Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, goes for a little walk, takes a little drink round to somebody, which usually means he's seen something out in the middle that he doesn't quite like, and he wants to
pass a message,
have a little word with somebody about something. Must be getting a tiny bit concerned in the Worcestershire dressing room now about the way things are going, as Morris comes in and bowls, and forward comes Ingram, pushing out on the offside. Barnard fields in the covers. 180 for 4. Alan Richardson in conversation with Azarelli. I think they're just wondering why perhaps the pitch has flattened out as much as it has. I mean, we did see the last wicket to go down, that one of Carlson, a real snorter from Pennington, gloving him on the way through, but not a lot has happened since then, or if it has, Colin Ingram's handled it brilliantly, and he's in behind this one from Morris and plays it back up to the bowler. But as they say, one brings two. You can add a couple of wickets, all those cliches, but
bang,
suddenly,
bang, bang.
Yeah, 200 for 6. Needing another 130 would look very different, but at the moment I think they're playing really well, these two, and Ingram in particular doing a great job for his side. I mean, 100 in the 4th innings in a game like this is absolutely priceless, and he gets another one here as he steers it down to third man. He hasn't got 100 yet, he's got 82, but he's well on the way, and he's played brilliantly. Dropped once at slip by Fell off the bowling of Barnard, but other than that, and it was a really hard low chance, but other than that I think he's been pretty faultless.
Well, we saw his application in Glamorgan's last game against Sussex, 178 marathon innings there. I've got so many notes I can't read how many balls he faced, but a lot of scribbling around that area. But Baker to continue from the New Road end, and Ingram back on his stumps defending. The ball just spins out in front of him. Did see him bat through an entire day in company of Chris Cook to save a game against Nottinghamshire in Cardiff against a Notts attack including Stuart Broad. Baker bowls and Ingram drives or tries to, and that has ended up at third man, and it is byes rather than off the edge. So Gareth Roderick was done by Ingram's attempted drive. It missed, and it got through somehow. That one, there was a bit of turn there from a foothold. That one did
That's
turn
why.
and keep low.
That's why he's been bowling that slightly fuller length, I think, to try and find that bit of rough.
As that one's driven by Ingram too long on for a single, and had that, he's turning it the wrong way to take full advantage. Really, that's the trouble. The off spinner, Josh Baker, as that turned away from the left-hander. As Baker is in and bowls. Defended by Root. Had that been D'Oliveira finding that rough, that could have caused problems, but D'Oliveira only lasted one over. Baker bowls and slapped away into the offside. That one wasn't entirely under control from Root, but he'll pick up a couple of runs as the lanky Pennington pursues it towards the Hospitality Suites or the Chestnut Tree, and his throw goes miles over that of the keeper, and Gareth Roderick had that one was backed up rather by Ed Pollock, who had to run about 15 metres backwards to save buzzers on that occasion. Baker bowls, Root defends. Another Josh Baker over has come and gone in the twinkling of an eye. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 39. Glamorgan 188 for 4, need further 144 to win. Worcestershire in pursuit of 6 wickets to win. The batting to come: Cullen, Nisa, Harris, Salter and Hogan.
Plenty of batting to come, I think, and if that target to win goes below 3 figures tonight, then I think the old scales, if Worcestershire got 5 wickets in hand, I think win viz or whatever they call it, win predictor.
I've no idea how they work.
Actually, you know what? There's a chap in the press box over there at the far corner. I think he might have gone now, but he's been here for the whole game, and that's what he does. He's working on the odds all the time on various things. So if he's here in the morning, he's still here, I might go and ask him. If I get a minute, I'll go and ask him.
I think you've got an update fairly soon there.
Yeah, I won't do that until I've done the update. My last one. No, it's 6 o'clock's my last one, but yeah, it'll be interesting to know well, it's always interesting how they work things out like that out. He's well qualified to do it because his dad trained a Grand National winner. How about that? No wonder he's interested in betting. It's in the blood.
Good evening to Neil, who's stuck on the M25 and listening to us.
Oh well.
Hope we can bring you some solace from your traffic jam.
Dreadful. I was stuck for about 10 minutes this morning on the way here, and that was bad enough. Behind a tractor. That's what happens when you live where I do. Here's Morris from the Diglis end. He bowls, and Ingram is on the back foot, pushing up to mid-off. Baker does the fielding. Attritional stuff at the moment, but I think the Glamorgan have done really well here. Since tea, 117 for 3 at tea, and then they lost Carlson, but Billy Root has played well. had a bit of luck, and he's been a good support to the main man, Colin Ingram. 41 on his back, waits now as Morris bowls to him, and that's a nicely timed shot, clip off the legs, out to Pennington. Deep square leg, his throw is ankle height to Roderick, but he gathers it cleanly, and they go through for a single.
Well, this is a really important little period before the new ball, isn't it? If Glamorgan can get through the 8 overs intact and have set batsmen facing the new ball, they might be in with a sniff.
There's Morris to Root, and Root is nicely in behind this, punches that up to mid-on where Brett D'Oliveira is the fielder. 189 for 4. Halfway through the 67th over of the Glamorgan second innings. Morris short, Root swivels on it, pulls it nicely down to long leg for a single. As are Fields, Billy Root goes to 28, and the total of 190 for 4. 142 more runs needed. I think it's level now, the scales of probability. Be very interesting. I'm going to find out shortly.
Yes.
I'll do that update first.
Still in Worcestershire's favour.
Do you? Okay. Yeah. We always, like we say, we always look on the half full side from our team, don't we? Half empty side from our team point of view. Left alone this one by Ingram, taken by Roderick.
Speaking of parity, England women are now just nudged into the lead against South Africa. 286 for 5. Siva 103 not out. Davidson Richards 83 not out.
Great recovery there, isn't it?
Partnership of 166 so far.
Charlie Morris wipes the ball in the folds of his shirt and comes in again now, bowls, and Ingram gets a single, pushing out square on the offside, keeps the strike, and here comes that update. Well, Glamorgan are making very good progress now as they pursue an initial target of 332 for what looked an unlikely victory, but they've done very, very well since tea. At tea it was 117 for 3. Lost a wicket shortly afterwards when Dylan Pennington removed Kieran Carlson for 5, but since then Billy Root has made 28 in support of the main man, Colin Ingram, South African left-hander who has come back into red ball cricket after an absence of some 2 or 3 years with good effect this year. He's played really well today, 85 not out so far off 177 balls, and at the moment 13 overs left in the day, all of tomorrow of course. The visitors need a further 141 runs to win. They're 191 for 4.
Make that 195 for 4 as Ingram drives through the offside and picks up a 4 to the cover boundary. Ball racing away towards the pavilion, and to make things more difficult for Azhar Ali, there is no 12th man lurking in the vicinity to go and get it back from him among the piles of equipment that are parked there for the warm-ups. 195 for 4. Ingram moves to 89 not out. Baker from the New Road End bowls. Ingram watches that one carefully and defensively onto the bat, and there's no run. So Nottinghamshire have enforced the follow-on against Middlesex. There's Baker bowls, and Ingram doesn't time that as he tries to play it away on the offside. Notts were 175 ahead on first innings. Middlesex all out 376 despite some lower order resistance. 4 wickets for Pattinson. As that's again driven through the covers, and it'll be a couple more runs as Azhar Ali pursues towards the pavilion. Will they think of a third? They turn and have a look, but Azhar Ali's throw is already on its way back towards the bowler, and they correctly decide against it. Glamorgan on to 197 for 4.
Right, let's find out those odds.
As Frank is off to get some statistical information on this game. Driven by Ingram back to the bowler, and there is no run. 4 wickets for Pattinson, James Pattinson for Notts in that top of the table clash. 3 for Dane Patterson. As tries to turn it away on the leg side. Does Ingram, doesn't make contact. Roderick has to block it rather than taking it cleanly, or it may have just flicked off the pad. Anyway, it's a dot ball to end the over. Middlesex had some decent scores, but a few of their top order missed out completely. Mark Stoneman made 67, Max Holden 86, John Simpson 92, Luke Holman 52. But still they had to follow on 175 behind in that match at the top of Division 2. Derbyshire have slumped a bit in their second innings against Sussex, but since they had a mammoth first innings lead, it shouldn't really matter. Derbyshire are 88 for 5 in their second innings. Ball check. We'll have a jingle for that. So Derbyshire fighting back a little bit, but Sussex fighting back a little bit, but Derbyshire already 302 ahead with 5 wickets left, and that ought to be enough. While that ball check is going on, Frank has been for
we're not
not
absolutely sure. We think it's probably just tipped in Glamorgan's favour. That's what the latest thinking is. But then obviously it can change so quickly. If Ingram was out, then obviously it would be massively the other way.
They've kindly waited for you to return before starting the next over.
Yeah, very good. Baker whizzes through them, doesn't he? Anyway, so it's Morris to Root. 197 for 4, 135 to win. He's over the wicket to the left-hander this time and angled across him. Root has nothing to do with it. Lifts his bat well clear. Gareth Roderick's going to stand up to the wicket now. No, he's not. He's just walked up to the wicket to check exactly the line of one of the fielders. He's happy with it. He walks back. Morris turns again. He's in. Bowls. Root is beaten outside the off stump by a good one. Taken by Roderick. Just need a wicket or two, Worcestershire, to reinvigorate their belief, you feel. And they've got to persevere in the hope that that wicket is just round the corner. Meanwhile, Billy Root, Colin Ingram just got to carry on doing exactly what they're doing. In comes Morris and bowls, and Root again lifts his bat well clear of that. Just comparing Ingram's innings to Barnard's in the first innings. Barnard made 130 off 181 balls. Ingram's faced 183 balls and he's made just 91. So, compare the innings, but he's not normally renowned for this kind of batting, is he, Ingram? He's played really, really well, very, very responsibly, I think. Key innings. Here's Morris in, bowls to Root, moves forward, pushing defensively out on the offside, and there's no run.
See if we can look up his strike rate for the season.
Yeah.
In the county championship, strike rate of 56. Going into this game.
Right, so it's
I'm not sure if that's quite up to date.
Not dissimilar from today. There's Morris in, bowls, Root again, very solidly forward. Plays back up the pitch. 11 overs left in the day after this, so we're going to get a reasonably early finish compared to previous 2 days.
Actually, that figure does look as though it's being updated continually, because it's got him listed as 6 innings, so, and this is his 6th.
Okay.
And 1 not out, so yeah. Strike rate of 1 of 56 per 100 balls.
Morris in, bowls, and this one is played back up the pitch by Billy Root. Over negotiated without too much difficulty. 197 for Glamorgan. 135 more needed to win. The men out in the innings altogether. Lloyd caught D'Oliveira, bowled Morris 13. 36 for 1 at lunch since then. Byram caught Barnard, bowled Baker 32. North East caught Pennington, bowled Morris 13. Lunch, T 117 for 3 since T just 1 man out. Carlson caught Roderick, bowled Pennington for 5.
So Worcestershire facing a battle. Glamorgan so far making them toil in the field, but we've got 11 overs to go till the new ball. Now, do Glamorgan look to accelerate particularly? They just play everything on merit. I think they'd be happy if they got to the close, even if it was only 2 and over, as long as it was still 4 wickets down and they could reassess. But Baker may have other ideas. As he bowls to Colin Ingram, who drives and will pick up a single into the offside. Worcestershire now have a cover sweeper in the form of Dylan Pennington, who keeps them down to a single. 198 for 4. And whatever happens to Colin Ingram now, I think, say his return to red ball cricket has been a success for Glamorgan this season, and he's chosen, for reasons of his career and his fitness, to concentrate on white ball for the last few seasons. Initially because his knee didn't allow him to play red ball cricket for one British summer. He was limping through. As Root is forward, Pilfell BW not out.
Just outside the line, I think. But fewer white ball gigs to be had these days, and wants to settle down in Cardiff a bit, Ingram. As Root plays no shot to a ball that goes through outside his off stump from Baker. Just outside the line, that previous one, watching the replay.
198 for 4 in the evening gloom in New Road, as Baker bowls reverse sweep, no contact made by Root. Played it twice successfully off D'Oliveira, but it's the shot which proved the downfall of Eddie Byram earlier in the innings for 32. The other man out, Lloyd and North East, for 13 apiece, and Carlson for 5. So quite a few batsmen failing to get going, as has been the pattern throughout the match, as Root is forward to defend, and there is no run. There's no cover sweeper for him, which is slightly odd considering he likes the cover drive as much as Ingram, but maybe they're providing the temptation as Root plays the reverse, and he's played it nicely, and he's got it off the middle of the bat, but not quite firmly enough to get the boundary. 2 runs down to third man, and that brings the 200 up for Glamorgan, which is another little psychological milestone to reach. 132 to win. 6 wickets for Worcestershire to win, and it looks as though Glamorgan may be able to get to the close of today with at least still skin in the game.
Yeah, I think they're in good shape. Personally, I think they're in good shape. A lot will happen. A lot will depend on what happens when the new ball is taken, I think, absolutely. And that will probably happen in the morning, and it will be Joe Leach given the new ball, and he'll have a crucial part to play, I think, one way or another. Charlie Morris continuing meanwhile to bowl to Ingram. This one's short, pulled away by Ingram down to long leg. Great bit of fielding by Azhar Ali. Absolutely brilliant for a man of 38 years old to race round and slide and make the save and get the throw back in. They get two, but that was smashing to watch. Right down in front of us on the turf. Got a big grass stain on his white, but super work from the Pakistani international. Yeah. He deserved that round of applause, I think.
Absolutely.
We were talking about Hogan doing something similar, weren't we, earlier on? Morris in from the Diglis end bowls, and Ingram drops this down on the offside. Libby fields in far more leisurely fashion at backward point. And
those will need to go in the wash.
They don't take
Azhar Ali's trousers, that is.
Yeah, they will.
As he wandered.
They don't have to do their own these days, do they? Thank goodness. 202 for 4.
I was told the players do mostly do their own. Glamorgan?
I don't think Azhar Ali will be doing those. Morris bowls, cut away by Ingram, out to deep cover.
From sources close to one of the Glamorgan squad.
I don't think they do here. I've got a feeling that it all goes into the laundry, but there we go. I might be wrong.
No, well, it might be different situation in different counties.
Anyway, one more to Ingram, goes to 95, 203 for 4.
May have an official washing powder partner here. Yeah. They don't have it anymore.
There are one or two players who I wouldn't trust to do their own laundry. Morris comes in to bowl to Root, who turns this on the leg side for a single. Pennington does the fielding and returns to Roderick. Root's played well. He goes to 31. 204 for 4, and this partnership now worth 71 for this 5th wicket, and it all looks very different. And as I said earlier, if that target figure goes below 100, then I think psychologically it all looks very different again. Could be a tense little session in the morning. Morris in, bowls, and that's left alone by Ingram outside the off stump. Morris tidy as ever, 12.4 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19, his figures. Baker 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 48. Leach wicketless, 52 runs off his 13 overs. Pennington 1 for 35 off 12, and Barnard wicketless, 12 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 31. D'Oliveira just bowled 1 over and it went for 10 runs. Here's Morris in again to Ingram from the Diglis end. He bowls and Ingram is on the back foot, pushes out on the offside, thinks about single but decides against it as the fielding is done by Barnard, or Fowler, beg your pardon, and that is the end of the over. Barnard comes in to have a chat with Morris, and Baker will continue from the New Road end. 9 overs left in the day.
So can Glamorgan negotiate these 9 overs? It seems strange to talk about negotiating 9 overs until the new ball, when it's normally the time that you'd look to press on. But I think Glamorgan would be happy to man the 20 runs without being out, rather than particularly trying to accelerate.
Yeah. Barnard loosening up at slip. I'm not surprised. But D'Oliveira want to get through these 9 overs. This is the way I'd be thinking as a captain. 9 overs to go. Let's get through them with a minimum of damage in terms of runs, and then get the new ball in the morning, and it all depends on that, I think. Then
Baker in to bowl, back on his stumps goes Root, but turns it safely down past the feet of umpire O'Shaughnessy at square leg for a single. 205 for 4. Root onto 32 not out. As Baker into ball to Ingram, who checks his drive to Azhar Ali at cover. No run. Absorbing stuff this game has turned into, as Ingram works it away for a single, again past the feet of the umpire, down towards square leg. 206 for 4, and Worcestershire having really dominated the first innings, 271 to 139. That really looked like a decisive lead, as Root defending, very defensive dead bat on that one, just chopping it down at his feet. Roderick out from behind the stumps to field. 206 for 4. Baker bowls, Root drives, Azhar Ali at cover fields. No run. There's 2 in the covers now. Azhar Ali and Ed Pollock, who's just a little bit squarer and a bit deeper. Azhar Ali is almost in a catching position as Root goes for the reverse, and the ball has got through. Was there any contact from anything? It's 4 more byes for the second time, and Billy Root's reverse sweeps are not paying off in terms of contact against Baker, but he's nutmegged Gareth Roderick for the second time. 210 for 4.
Yeah, tricky. 3 runs. Not what the doctor ordered. 122 more. Yeah, it's coming out of those footholes. We talked about bowlers falling over. We've seen a lot of bowlers digging away at those footmarks at the Diglis end, and looking at the monitor, they've created quite a big hole. It's too full for Baker to be bowling into, really. If you imagine an area just a few inches further back towards the bowler, that'd be ideal. But when it does go in there, as that one did, and Root tries to reverse it, the bounce is unpredictable, and it's done Roderick behind the stumps twice. So it's brought 8 runs to Glamorgan in the last few minutes, and they are now only 122 short of victory. 210 for 4. And Ed Barnard is being introduced into the attack at the Diglis end. Wicketless so far, but unfortunate, and he did produce an edge off Ingram earlier that went to slip and wasn't held onto. This one pushed out into the covers off the back foot by the left-handed Ingram. 96 to him, 4 runs away then from what will be a very, very impressive 100. Should he reach that milestone, it will be his second of the season in Championship cricket.
In 3 matches, and he got 87 in the other match.
So he's in good nick. Barnard in turn bowls, and he drives into the offside for a single. Goes to 97, 211 for 4. And Billy Root on strike. He's also played well. 32 off 70. A little bit iffy at the beginning, I thought. A little bit scratchy, but
was that Skyer on 13, wasn't he, when he came down the wicket to Baker and just about got one over deep mid-off.
Waits now as Barnard comes in, bowls to him, and he's forward to it, pushes out on the offside. Very watchful. I think that probably did him the world of good in a way, getting away with that Skyer, because it's made him just curb his instincts a little bit, play a little bit more sensibly, and he's done well. It's a good partnership.
The reverse sweep has served him well, but you always think there's a bit of a risk in there. But there's a risk in any shot, I suppose.
Barnard in, bowls, Root drives nicely through the covers. That's 4. Half volley from Barnard, and he just leaned into it, didn't try and hit it too hard, punched it through the gap between Morris at mid-off and Fell at extra cover, and that's 4 more runs to Billy Root, 36 to him, and the target, the required amount to win, is reduced to 117. Barnard is in again and bowls, and Root turns this on the onside for a single. He might even come back for two. He does come back for two. Really good running for. He's very quick between the wickets. He saw that Dylan Pennington had a long way to come off the boundary at mid wicket, and he raced back for two. So two more to Billy Root. He goes to 40, I think, and score to 219 for four. They already put it on? No,
it's already up there.
It never is. It was too quick. 38 to Root. 217 for four. Barnard in, and he's taken on the pad. A massive shout. Umpire O'Shaughnessy says not out. We'll have to have a look at the replay. My feeling is that it might have pitched outside leg.
From our expert vantage point at deep fine leg, that didn't look out.
Shows on the replay. 217 for four. Here we go. Barnard over the wicket. Ooh, just pitched outside leg, I reckon. 217 for four. Ingram 97. Root 38.
Might have been reviewed had we had that system in. I think we're going to get some sort of DRS in county cricket in the next few years, because we've already got an extra match official here, haven't we?
Yeah.
There's a third official at every game, and the technology, all right, it's not there at the moment, but maybe if it's not for RBWs, it could be used to decide on stumpings and run-outs, which is relatively simple if you get cameras in at square of the wicket on either side. Anyway, here is Baker to bowl, and cut away by Ingram, but only as far as backward point, and there's no run. I would say I might have to pull out this over, but since it's Baker,
okay,
maybe not. Baker in to bowl to Colin Ingram on 97, remains on 97 as he defends very watchfully on the back foot. No run. Ingram has hit 12 boundaries in that innings, and he pushes on the offside, thinks about a single. Root sees that the man at point is in quickly. Pollock, and decides or advises otherwise. 217 for four, 115 to win, 6 wickets to win. Swept by Ingram, and he'll get runs here. He'll get 4 runs, and that is Colin Ingram's century as he punches the air with his bat in delight, hugs Billy Root, takes off his helmet and acknowledges the support from the pavilion. And Colin Ingram with a lovely sweep shot, his 13th boundary, and he has made what could be a really vital century for Glamorgan to keep their hopes alive in this improbable run chase. 111 to win.
Yeah, brilliant innings from Colin Ingram. 197 balls, 13 fours. Baker now bowls to him, and he drives on the offside, as are Ali Fields. And he's put Glamorgan into a tremendous position. 221 for 4, 111 more to win. I'd have to say, I think that I'm not being overly pessimistic, but certainly the scales of win-lose are evenly poised, at least, I think, if not tipping towards the Welsh county. Excellent performance from Colin Ingram. 101 not out to him, 38 to Billy Root. And the partnership is now going up towards 3 figures. They came together at 133 for 4. So excellent stuff from the pair of left-handers. And Brett D'Oliveira got a bit of a headache at the moment, in conversation with his vice-captain Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick, who's also got captaincy experience, of course, and collective head scratching as they wonder what they can do to break this Glamorgan resistance. 6 overs left in the day, 6 overs till the new ball will be available in the morning, and it could all hinge on what happens in that first hour. Just describe Ed Barnard coming into bowl. and this is pushed out on the onside by Billy Root. Free entry tomorrow, thank you very much. Sorry, just heard from next door. Free entry for everybody tomorrow if you want to come down. I still think there's an awful lot left in this game, particularly when that new ball is taken. Just depends how many more Glamorgan require at that point. Ed Barnard is in and bowls, and this is pushed by Billy Root up to mid-off where Charlie Morris fields. So free entry for anybody if you want to come down to New Road tomorrow to watch the conclusion of this game. A game that has been enthralling, it really has. Topsy-turvy, and perhaps you would say when this fourth innings began and Glamorgan needed 332 to win, it was very much in Worcestershire's favour. Not so anymore, as Barnard comes in and bowls to Billy Root, who is forward to this, pushing up to extra cover where Tom Fell is the fielder. And the main reason for that is that Worcestershire's bowlers have found that the pitch has flattened out a bit and they haven't got the lift and bounce that they did in the first innings, and that Glamorgan pace bowlers Hogan and Nisa managed to extract from the surface, and the Glamorgan batsmen have played very well. Billy Root turning this one off his legs down to long leg. Azhar Ali is the fielder. They take a single, takes Root on to 39, and the total to 222 for 4. Double Nelson, so we shall be hoping one of cricket's oldest superstitions can work in their favour. Ingram on strike now. He's faced 199 balls, and he waits as Barnard is in to him over the wicket, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Gareth Roderick. Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM news programme very shortly. And Glamorgan, having been outplayed really for, well, you would say 2 days and a session, certainly 2 days, have hit back. Here comes that update. They've hit back very, very well. Here's Barnard again, bowls. It's driven by Ingram up to mid-off when Morris fields. No run. 222 for 4 at the end of the over from Barnard, and his figures 14 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39. Dylan Pennington coming into the attack at the New Road end to replace Josh Baker. Baker's figures 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 54. Dylan Pennington so far 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. .222 for 4, and Pennington to bowl to Billy Root, who's on 39. Comes in now past umpire Lungley, bowls, and Root edges down to third man for a single. Morris is the fielder down there. Not much in control of that. Pennington's not bowled from this end in this innings. I don't think. He's bowled almost exclusively from the Diglis end, which is the end from which they expected to get most assistance, I think, for the seamers. Certainly the taller ones, Nisa and Hogan, mostly effective from that end, especially Nisa. Pennington, though, from the New Road end. Now into Ingram. He bowls, and Ingram is forward and drives out on the onside. Thickish inside edge brings him a single. And brings Root back onto strike. Partnership now 91 for this 5th wicket. Pennington trying to break it in, bowls, and Root clips that beautifully off his legs for 4. Lovely shot from Billy Root. Pennington drifting into the pads, timed it well. There's a man out on the boundary on the leg side, but he didn't have a chance of catching that, so beautifully was it timed by Billy Root, and he goes on to 44. And the target to win is going to be below 100 tomorrow, and that a concern for Worcestershire, even though the new ball will be due in the morning. Pennington in, bowls again, Root is forward, back to the bowler. I would say Worcestershire not only desperate to keep the score down so that they've got as many as they can possibly have. There's still as many as possible in advance in the morning, but it'd be such a bonus for them if they could break this partnership before the end of the day. Equally, the two will want to still be there in the mornings. Pennington bowls, and that's driven by Root and well fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. Billy Root goes for a little walk. Comes back to retake his guard against Pennington, who's in now and bowls, and Root is forward, taken on the pad. Big shout. In line, but he's a long way forward. Umpire Lungley says not out. End of the over to 28 for 4. And just watching that one again. Yeah, I think that's not a bad shout, actually, to be honest, looking at the replay. But he was a long way forward, and umpire may have felt that he wasn't certain that wasn't going to run on and miss the stumps. Anyway, end of the over. Pennington 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. Ingram 102 off 202 balls, and Glamorgan 228 for 4, with 4 overs left in the day, and the first of them to be bowled by Ed Barnard, and he's bowling to Ingram, and he's in and he bowls, and Ingram is taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW, and he is given by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Looks disappointed, Colin Ingram. Brett D'Oliveira goes straight over to him and congratulates him, as does Azhar Ali. But that's a big breakthrough for Ed Barnard. Ingram looks devastated. Just saying, rejoined by Nick Webb, how important it was for Worcestershire to get a wicket tonight. The one before against Billy Root, he was a long way forward, which is why he wasn't given. But it was straightish and it looked a bit disappointing. That one, really close again. Like you said before, it might have been looked at again on review, but I could have pitched outside leg. It was close, but umpire O'Shaughnessy decides that it was out, and Ingram goes for a brilliant innings. 102, LBW2, Barnard. Free entry tomorrow to the public for whatever happens. The new ball will be taken in the morning. By then, the target to win, I'm pretty certain, will be below 3 figures, and we could have a very tense finish on our hands tomorrow. James Harris, the new batsman.
Yeah, may well have flirted with leg stump as to where it actually pitched. Probably would have hit, but hence Ingram's disappointment for a right arm over the wicket bowler to the left-hander. But that decision from umpire Lungley really has
O'Shaughnessy, I think, to be
umpire O'Shaughnessy, sorry,
we don't want the wrong person to get a hate mail.
No, I'm sure there won't be that, but no, you've got to respect them for their decision. They're doing things in real time, and we've got the benefit of slow-mos. They've got to make decisions. That one went in favour of the bowler, and it may just have tipped the odds back in Worcestershire's favour with 3 overs taken.
Have another one tonight. New ball in the morning, of course. I think that's going to be absolutely crucial. And it swings and roundabouts, like I say. The one before, the one that Tom Lungley did turn down against Billy Root from the other end, because he was so far forward, when you looked at it, pitch in line, went straight on. I thought that might have been given. First ball that Barnard bowls to the new batsman James Harris is edged down to fine leg, and I think again hands on heads all round. They thought he was going to miss that and it was going to bowl in, but he got an edge on it. So a bit of late excitement in the day here at Euro. 229 for 5. Barnard picks up his first wicket. He has deserved a wicket, but it was a marginal one. Ingram adjudged LBW. I always think that's a subtlety of terminology, isn't it? Barnard bowls. Root gets a single turning off his legs. 230 for 5. When you say he was out LBW, everybody thinks, he was out LBW. If you say he was given out LBW, they think, no, mate. And if you say he was adjudged LBW, they think, he's a real out.
It's a subtle way for the reporter or the commentator to insinuate that
you often
there was some doubt in it.
You often see it on the club social media pages. So-and-so has been given out LBW. In comes Barnard and bowls to Harris, who pushes out on the offside. So they've not gone for the night watchman option here.
Well, I don't know. You can't tell with this because Harris, I think, would have been a couple lower down normally.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe they have.
Although he's batted at 6 and 7 for Middlesex, so as I say, between 7 and 10 with Glamorgan, you could bat them in almost any order.
Okay. In comes Barnard to Harris. 2 slips in now, and he bowls, and Harris is forward. Pushes out on the offside. 77th over, 3 left after this in the day. So the new ball literally
first thing,
and Joe Leach, ice bath first, then I suppose massage and early night.
And that's just a commentary team.
Wheel Joe Leach out in the morning, drop him off at the end of his run up. Barnard in outside the off stump, left alone by Gareth Roderick, taken behind, left alone by the batsman, taken by Gareth Roderick. Fatigue setting in even in the commentary box. 230 for 5, 3 overs left in the day.
Yeah, I'll have to leave you to slog through the last 3 overs solo, Frank, if I may, as I compose some suitable words for the BBC website in a bit of a hurry, and look forward to rejoining you on commentary at 11 tomorrow.
Thanks as ever to Nick Webb of BBC Wales Sport for his company throughout the day, and look forward to seeing him tomorrow for what will be an exciting morning session, I'm sure. Dylan Pennington coming in from the New Road end now. 3 overs left in the day. He's in and bowls to Billy Root, who lets a decent one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick. 230 for 5. Harris 1, Root 45. Just want to get to the end of the day now for sure, and it all starts again in the morning. It's going to be roughly 100 to win, 5 wickets to get, and a new ball. Here's Pennington outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, left alone by Root. It's not quite making the batsman play sufficiently at the moment. Pennington. Bowling figures for Worcestershire, other than the 2 that are operating at the moment. Leach 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 52. Morris 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19. Pennington in again, bowls to Root, lets that go again outside the off stump. Baker 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 54. And D'Oliveira 1 over, no maiden, no wicket for 10. 2 bowlers in operation at the moment. Barnard, who has 1 wicket, and Pennington also has 1 wicket. I'll give you those figures at the end of the day. A day which began with Worcestershire on 147 for 6. Pennington in bowls, and Root steers this on the offside to Libby, no run. Saw them lose their last 4 wickets in adding 52 runs this morning. Gareth Roderick out for 6, Joe Leach for 2. Charlie Morris for a good 29 as night watchman, having added 33 for the 9th wicket with Josh Baker, and then Pennington out first ball without scoring obviously. Baker left 25 not out, 4 wickets for Neser, 3 for Hogan, and the last 2 for Salter. Pennington bowls and Root steers this down on the offside again, and Libby fields, and then Glamorgan beginning their second innings needing 332 to win, lost the captain David Lloyd, caught at mid-off by Brett Oliver off Charlie Morris for 13, the only one out before lunch, 36 for 1 at lunch, and then after lunch, after adding 57 for the second wicket with Ingram, Byram was caught by Barnard off a miss-hit reverse sweep against Josh Baker, and this one hits Root on the pad, runs around the offside end of the over. So Byram was out for 32, and then North East out for 13, 117 for 3 at tea, and then Carlson out shortly after tea for 5, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Dylan Pennington, 133 for 4 at that stage, and Worcestershire looking very much on top, but that excellent partnership for the 5th wicket of 95 between Colin Ingram and Billy Root ended a few minutes ago when Ingram was LBW to Ed Barnard for 102. 2 runs added since then by James Harris and Billy Root. 2 overs left in the day, 230 for 5 is the score, and it's Ed Barnard coming in to bowl to James Harris from the Diglis end. That's a good delivery, just outside off stump, bounces a little bit as it leaves Harris, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick. Another wicket, I think, would perhaps tilt things back in Worcestershire's favour. It's been a cracking game of cricket this, I must say, and it's been intriguing since day one, as Pennington comes in again and bowls bouncer to Harris, who just ducks underneath it and allows it through to the keeper. Score remains 230 for 5, 102 to win Glamorgan, 5 wickets Worcestershire, 10 balls left in the day, and a whole day tomorrow. Game's nicely set up and free entry tomorrow for the public. Harris forward, pushes out to extra cover where Azhar Ali does the fielding. A few spectators left in the ground, not that many. 3rd day running that we've had a bit of overtime, but as I say, easier to take when the cricket is intriguing. Barnard bowls outside the off stump, again left alone. Just can't help feeling in this last couple of overs that Worcestershire bowlers have not made the batsmen play quite enough. Would just make such a difference if they could pick up one more tonight. From a Worcestershire perspective, I hope Glamorgan listeners and watchers won't feel that I'm being biased in that assessment. Barnard bowls straighter this time, nicely played by Harris, pushed out on the offside. We do try it as hard as we can, or at least I do, to be fair. Nick, I know, is exactly the same. Give credit where it's due on both sides, and just celebrate good cricket, whoever plays it. 230 for 5 then, 7 balls left in the day, and Ed Barnard to deliver the first of those 7, the last one he'll bowl today. He comes in now and bowls to Harris, who lets that go through outside the off stump. It's taken by Gareth Roderick, and that's the end of Ed Barnard's work for today. Gets a little congratulatory low 5 from his captain. His figures for the day: 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. And we're going to have one more over, and it'll be bowled by Dylan Pennington from the New Road end of the ground. and he will be bowling to Billy Root, who is on 45. He's faced 90 deliveries so far, and he's played second fiddle for most of that time to Colin Ingram. Well, I suppose maybe not really second fiddle, he kind of shared the run scoring while he was in with Ingram. Ingram making 102. Here is Pennington into Root, who is taken on the pad, and the ball runs down on the offside. Didn't quite know where it had gone, but he makes sure it isn't going to spin back onto the stumps. And the first ball of the last over is negotiated. Harris, the non-striker, leans on his bat, and Pennington moves in again from the New Road end. Bowls right arm over to Root, who's forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Libby at extra cover, and there's no run again. So 102 to win, 5 wickets for Worcestershire. Couldn't really be more evenly balanced, and a new ball due in the morning. Could go either way. Nicely set up as Pennington bowls to Root, who fishes at that one outside the off stump, misses it, taken low down by Roderick, very low down, flicks the ball away to second slip and then rolls back on his back, the Worcestershire keeper. It's been a busy day out there for him. He's been very tidy, with the exception of 8 byes that went through off Josh Baker when Billy Root was playing reverse sweeps and the ball was pitching in the footholds, and life got a bit complicated for Gareth Roderick as Pennington is in again. This one is pushed back to the bowler, and there's no addition to the score. Not looking to do anything more than just see it through now to the end of the day. Billy Root, and absolutely the right policy as far as he's concerned, I think, as Pennington comes in and bowls to him, and he clips this one actually off his legs for a single, and man out there. Baker at deep backward square does the fielding. 1 ball left in the day. Root goes on to 46 in fact, and the total to 231 for 5. So exactly 101 runs needed. 100 will bring scores exactly level and mean a tie. Last ball of the day, James Harris on strike, Pennington bowling to him. He's in, he bowls, and Harris is taken on the pad. There's a shout for OW. It's turned down by umpire Lungley because he got a bat on it. They go, no he didn't, he's given a leg by, they go through for a run. So there we are, close of play, 232 for 5, the Glamorgan score. Billy Root is 46 not out, and James Harris is 1 not out. 80 overs have been bowled. Everything is perfectly set up. Exactly 100 runs needed to win. 5 wickets for Worcestershire to take, and a new ball to take in the morning. Free entry to the ground for anybody who wants to come down. And just give you the final bowling figures that I haven't given you. They are the figures of Dylan Petty for 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Billy Root 46 not out. James Harris 1 not out. The men out: Lloyd 13, Byram 32, North East 13, Carlson 5, and Ingram a brilliant 102. Glamorgan need 100 to win in the morning. The new ball is due. Worcestershire need 5 wickets. It's going to be a fantastic morning's play. Do join us tomorrow. Thank you very much for your company throughout the day, whether you've been listening on the BBC Sports app or watching on the live stream.